The Nation in the History of Marxian Thought. The Concept of Nations with History and Nations Without History. By Charles C. Harrod. To Robert A. Ken, teacher and friend. Introduction. Chapter I, Origin of the Theory of Nations with History and Nations Without History. 6. A. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as editors of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. 6b. Discussion of the concept of nations with history and nations without history in the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. 17c. Marx and Engels' attitude towards small Slavic national groups after the demise of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung. 33. Chapter 2, Marxist theorists on the evolution of the concept of nations with history and nations without history. 39. A. The reappearance in socialist literature of the concept of nations with history and nations without history at the end of the 19th century. 39b. Karl Koski, Otto Bauer and their exchange of views. 42c. Conflict within German Social Democratic Party that brought the discussion of the concept of nations with history and nations without history to the fore in 1915. 66d. Discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's theories for the renaissance of the Polish nation. 77e. Comparative comments on the views of Otto Bauer and Rosa Luxemburg in their historical setting. 90. 6. Table of Contents. Chapter 3, Attitude of 20th century Marxists towards question of the right of national self-determination for small national groups. 100. A. The right of national self-determination championed by international social democracy. 100. Chapter 4, Conclusion. 120. Introduction. This study is based upon the concept of nations with history and nations without history, which was advanced in 1848/1849 in the pages of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, a Cologne-based German newspaper under the editorship of Karl Marx. This theory is presented in this study as a model of opposites, historic nations and non-historic nations, respectively revolutionary nations and counter-revolutionary national groups, which Engels and Marx associated with the philosophy of Hegel. As Marx and Engels saw it, Hegel had taught that nature and history abounded in opposites, and this was believed to be the essence of his dialectic. Marx liked this dialectic better than anything else in Hegel's thought and modified it to fit his own economic theory of history. In reality, however, there are no categories of opposites, certainly not in nature. No two colors are opposites, nor are any two times of the day, indeed nothing temporal, nothing living, nothing that is in process of becoming. It is only in human understanding that opposites are introduced. In the history of ideas, what has been a misunderstanding of Hegel's teachings has exerted a greater influence upon subsequent generations than Hegel's philosophy as he himself understood it. With Marx's development of the materialistic concept of history, the Volksgeist, spirit of the age, so pronounced in Hegel's work, lost ground rapidly, first, because it was difficult to understand, and second, because its mastery was hardly rewarding to anyone save scholars and philosophers. Marx and the entire German left came to see the world, in terms of opposites, in strenuous conflict in which there was no room for middle ground compromise. It was simply whoever is not for me is against me, whoever is not revolutionary is counter-revolutionary. It was within this rigid frame that Marx and Engels interpreted the events in France and Central Europe in 1848/1849 and on into the second half of the 19th century. When in 1848/1849 Engels presented to the readers of the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung the political conflicts in the Germanies and Austria within the general frame of the old dialectic of Hegel, he provided a complete system through which the German left could justify its revolutionary stance. At the same time, a further domination of the small Slavic national groups by the German bourgeoisie and the Polish and Hungarian noble classes, their allies, could be justified. Finally, a dominant position for German social democracy when and if it came to power in the projected Greater Germany could be indicated. Within the frame of the dialectic of Hegel as presented by Engels, the old feudal classes in the Germanies and Austria were understood to have already played out their role on the stage of history and were in the process of being replaced by the proletariat during the revolution which was then expected by German social democracy in the very near future. The small national groups of Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, Romanians and Ruthenians were considered to be of no political importance. They were peoples destined to remain as ruins of former nations or disappear through absorption by more vigorous and more progressive nations. The political and social needs of these groups therefore could safely be ignored. Also within the frame of the dialectic of Hegel, the presence of the small national groups furnished a ready excuse for the failure of the revolutions. These small groups were presented as furnishing the much-needed recruits for the armies of the historic ruling classes, and it was charged that they thereby contributed significantly to the defeat of the revolution. These arguments were associated with Hegel's dialectic by Marx and Engels, no doubt in order to back up their own materialistic conception of history and their own revolutionary ideas with authority, respectability, and popularity, not only among the German left but among German intellectuals in general. Hegel's dialectic of the spirit of the age historically had flattered the German nation. Even though only educated Germans could understand Hegel's arguments, all Germans could still take pride in his designation of the German spirit as the spirit of the New World, and that the destiny of the German peoples was to be the bearers of the Christian principles. As far as this writer can determine, Engels' arguments against the small Slavic national groups in Central and East Central Europe merely confirmed German and Austrian groups in their already existing anti-Slav prejudices. His arguments were after all laudatory of German and Austrian cultural, economic, and political developments throughout Central and East Central Europe, which reinforced German beliefs in their natural superiority over Central and East Central European Slavic nations. On the other hand, the intense ridicule and open hostility towards the small national Slavic groups of the Habsburg monarchy accentuated an expression of nationalism among their young intellectuals which was without doubt an expression of wounded pride. It was also easier for these weak national groups, the most obvious victims of the downward pressures of the German bourgeoisie and of the Magyar and Polish upper social classes, to clutch the ideas of these ruling groups, hoping to appropriate and reshape them for use by their own national groups, rather than to resist them. So in the end, the non-historic nations copied the historic nations. They declared that they too were historic nations, and to prove it, discovered their ancient history, established the continuity of their ancient traditions, recreated their half-forgotten languages, remembered their old literature, and with the aid of ingenious statistics retraced on the map of Central Europe generous but not always strictly accurate frontiers of the past. 3 This activity on the part of the small national groups of the Habsburg monarchy has often been described as the awakening of the non-historic peoples. The multinational Habsburg monarchy was saved from the threat of dismemberment in R848/R849 partly due to the feuds and rivalries between the various national groups that prevented the organization and operation of a unified revolutionary strategy. The smaller national groups, principally Slavic, sought to free themselves from the influence of the dominant nations within the monarchy, primarily the Germans, in regard to all national groups, secondly in regard to most, the Magyars and Poles. The privileged national groups, because of their superior economic and political positions, assumed that they could safely ignore the desires of the smaller national groups. Realizing the hopelessness of this many-sided conflict at that time, the Slavic national groups of the Habsburg monarchy accepted for the time being the notion that their interest rested with a stable Habsburg monarchy. Accordingly, they offered their political and military support to the monarchy. Against those Austro-Germans who wanted to take Cisleithanian Austria into a Greater Germany, and against the Magyars who wanted to detach Hungary from the monarchy and establish their multinational land as a nation-state in Central Europe. The Ruthenians for the same reason supported the empire against the Poles. Only the Italians, whether conservative or liberal, maintained by and large an anti-Habsburg position. As will be discussed in the following study in some depth, this generally unclear situation in Central Europe was the background of a series of disparaging attacks on Austrian Slavs in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848/1849 and later in New York in the New York Daily Tribune, by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Many of the more bitter articles were written by Engels, who had a tendency to frequently express himself on the aspirations and ambitions of smaller nations with greater severity than Marx. However, on the issue of the emergence of small nations to statehood, the two men seemed to be in substantial agreement. In numerous essays in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, in which Engels wrote about Austroslav national groups, he used the term nations without history, in order to describe them. Within the scope of this term, Engels included those people who in their past did not have, what Engels thought was, the ability to develop strong state systems, therefore, as it appeared to him, they were incapable of attaining national independence at any time in the future. As such people without history, Engels considered most of the Slavic national groups of Austria and Hungary with the exception of the Poles, that is to say, the Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, and Ruthenians, as well as the Austrian and Hungarian Romanians, who were, of course, not Slavic. The term non-historic nations as it was initially used in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848-1849 was pejorative in the sense that the small Slav national groups within Central Europe were considered to be less vigorous and less developed culturally and politically than the Germans, Poles, Italians, and Magyars. The main emphasis of this study is to investigate and discuss the concept of historic and non-historic nations as formulated by Friedrich Engels. In order to see whether or not the concept was considered by the subsequent socialist parties of Germany, Austria, and Russia to be a valid one for categorizing the peoples of South Central and East Central Europe, the work of significant Marxist theorists will be reviewed. All of them either discussed the concept and/or used it in their writings or became associated with it at least indirectly through such formulations as the right of nations to self-determination. In this sense, the views of Otto Bauer, Karl Koskai, Rosa Luxemburg, V.I. Lenin, Joseph Stalin, and Franz Zwitter, Professor of History, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, Yugoslavia will be surveyed. The idea for an investigation into the concept of nations with history and nations without history, a topic on which next to nothing has been written in the English language, took shape during a time when the writer was a participant in the Central European History seminars of Professor Robert A. Kahn. The study itself is chiefly based upon materials collected in Die Österreichische Nationalbibliothek, Vienna, Austria, Library of the State University of Illinois, Urbana, Illinois, and the Firestone Library, Princeton University, Princeton, New Jersey. The theoretical section of this work is based entirely upon primary German sources, since most of the pertinent literature dealing with the concept of nations with history and nations without history has been written in German. Lenin's and Stalin's views in respect to the small national groups of Russia were brought into the study because pre-World War I Russia and pre-World War I Austria-Hungary were similar to the extent that both were neighboring multinational empires. Moreover, there was a lively exchange between Lenin as spokesman for the Russian radical left and the Austrian and German Social Democratic parties, over the issue of self-determination for smaller national groups. The German text of Stalin's 1930 report to the Central Committee at the 16th Party Day celebration is used in this study in reviewing Stalin's arguments before that body. Otherwise, the English version of Lenin's and Stalin's writings authorized by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is used in presenting the views of both Lenin and Stalin. The theories of Marx and Engels will first be presented, then a discussion of the relevant works of Bauer, Koskai, Luxemburg, Lenin, Stalin and Zwitter in that order. A conclusion in which comparative comments will be presented, will complete the study. Chapter I. Origin of the Theory of Nations with History and Nations without History. A. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as editors. Of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. I. Attitude of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung towards revolutions in Western and Central Europe, I. 848. On June of 1848 the Neue Rheinische Zeitung appeared in Cologne, Germany for the first time with Karl Marx as the editor-in-chief, assisted by an editorial staff of 6, Heinrich Burgers, Ernst Dronke, Friedrich Engels, George Weirth, Ferdinand Wolff, and Wilhelm Wolff. 1 This paper appeared regularly save for a short period during September and early October of 1848 when due to a military siege of Cologne, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, along with other newspapers in Cologne, was suspended by the temporary military government. 2 After the lifting of the siege, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung began publication again on October 12, 1848 with the same editorial staff to which Ferdinand Freiligrath, a celebrated German poet, was added, and it appeared without interruption until its final suppression on May 19. 1849.3. In I-848/I-849 Marx and Engels used the Neue Rheinische to advance their own political views as well as report to their readers on the revolutionary occurrences in France, throughout Central and East Central Europe. In respect to the revolutionary situation among the various nations of Central and East Central Europe, both Marx and Engels were interested first and foremost in the creation of a united and indivisible democratic German Republic. Second, they were interested in those nations whose ability to attain a national and politically active life could not be doubted, namely, nations whose peoples could and did contribute to the revolutionary movements in Europe between I-789 and I-848/I-849. Inside of Central and East Central Europe they understood such conditions to exist only among the Italians, Poles, and Hungarians. Accordingly, from the very beginning of June, I-848, hostility toward Austria and Prussia, which controlled these nations in varying degree, and war with Russia was the pivot around which the foreign politics of the editors of the Neue Rheinische was built. For at the end of May, I-848, in an exchange of letters with the editor of the Italian newspaper El Alba, Marx declared the Neue Rheinische on the side of the Poles in Posen, the Italians in Lombardy and Venetia, and in general against Austrian and German despotism. 5 Hungarian revolutionaries were supported against what was described in a dispatch from Pest as the high treasonous activities of J. Elisic, who was reported in that same dispatch, which appeared in the Neue Rheinische NR 3 on June 3, I-848, to have seized the main Hungarian ministries with his troops and was urging the Croats and Dalmatians to take up arms against the Hungarians. 6 Russia was presented by the paper as the one really dangerous enemy of the revolution, and one which would eventually enter the struggle as soon as the revolutionary movements would take on a European-wide character and would approach her frontiers. The paper was no doubt referring to the intervention by Russian troops in Poland in I-830, and again in the Free State of Krakow. In 1846. For the 31 years of its existence, 1815 to 1846, the tiny Free State of Krakow was the only remaining independent portion of Poland. The editors also probably had in mind the conferences held between the Russian, Prussian, and Austrian monarchs and their ministers at Mönchengladbach and Berlin respectively in 1833, at which time the general principles of the Troppau Protocol of 1820 were renewed in defense of the status quo. In accordance with this protocol, the Neue Rheinische feared that events in France of February 24, 1848, which had toppled the regime of King Louis Philippe, would bring Russian troops into Europe. As things then stood in Russia, after receiving news of the victory of the February Revolution in France, Nicholas I ordered his Minister of War to institute a partial mobilization in order to prepare Russia for the struggle against revolution in Europe. Engels later explained that the editors of the Neue Rheinische thought that the easiest way to handle the Russian threat was to champion war between Russia and Prussia. This could be more easily achieved by urging on the unification of the Germanies under Prussian aegis. Austria could not accept this, since her dominant role in the Germanies would be brought to an end. In a war between Austria and Prussia over the issue of the control of the Germanies, Russia would certainly seize all of Austrian Poland and as much of Prussian Poland as she could. War would then ensue between Prussia and Russia. Such wars, he argued, would lead to the destruction of both Hohenzollern and Habsburg empires and guarantee the success of the revolutionary movements all along the line. 7. Concerning the German Revolution, the Neue Rheinische declared that both the assemblies sitting at Frankfurt and at Berlin had shown their incompetence. The former recognized by its vote on the Schleswig-Holstein question that the Bundestag was a superior authority. It will be recalled that by its vote on June 9, 1848, the Frankfurt Assembly refused to become involved in the Schleswig-Holstein affair and left the whole matter in the hands of the Bundestag. 8. The Prussian Diet in Berlin. According to Marx and Engels, the Berlin Assembly, was exposed as a reactionary bourgeoisie body by its refusal to endorse the resolution of Representative Julius Behrens, the leader of the Berlin Artisan Associations. This resolution demanded that the Diet declare in recognition of the revolution, that the revolutionary fighters who took part in the battles of 18 and March 19, 1848 had earned the thanks of the fatherland. The Neue Rheinische pointed out that although the Diet itself was a product of the revolution, it refused to extend its recognition to the revolution by honoring the men who had made it possible. 9. The revolution in Berlin then, according to the Neue Rheinische was a half-hearted affair, which exhibited distinct developments. The people themselves had demonstrated their desire for civic liberties of a democratic nature by fighting on the barricades on 18 and March 19, 1848. The control of the revolution itself, however, had passed into the hands of the upper bourgeoisie. The people had given in without a struggle to the right of the upper bourgeoisie to form a ministry. The upper bourgeoisie immediately showed its predilections by offering an alliance to the old Prussian noble classes and bureaucrats. According to the Neue Rheinische, the upper bourgeoisie, which from all eternity was anti-revolutionary, out of its fear of the people, i.e., the workers and democratic citizenry, concluded as safeguards a defensive and offensive alliance with the reaction. 10. The German bourgeoisie, Engels later said, had just begun to establish large industries. It had neither the strength nor courage to risk a fight for mastery of the state. The German proletariat was in a similarly undeveloped state. It had grown up in the most complete spiritual servitude, it was unorganized and not yet able to establish an independent organization of its own. The German proletariat only possessed a dull feeling of its deep antagonistic interest to the bourgeoisie. The lower middle class at that time, according to Engels, was divided into two factions, the North Germans who would be content with a democratic, constitutional, emperor leading from Prussia, and the South Germans, in particular the people in Baden, who wanted to change Germany into a federated republic according to the Swiss model. The Neue Rheinische had to struggle against both these groups. The interest of the proletariat equally excluded the Prussianization of Germany and the maintenance of the old Kleinstaaterei in any disguised form. The proletariat offered the unification of the Germanies into a nation which could present a united area within which the proletariat and bourgeoisie could determine their strengths and positions. LL. 2. Attitude of the Neue Rheinische towards restoration of Poland. Subscribers to the Neue Rheinische were presented 9 long discussions of Poland and its relations with Austria, Russia, and Prussia in Die Polendebatte in Frankfurt, beginning with NR 70, on August 9, I-848 and terminating with NR 96 on September 7, I-848. Polish history was recounted in glowing colors and restoration of Poland as an independent country was strongly advocated. 12. The members of the Frankfurt Assembly were presented to the readers as figures of fun, Unser Frankfurter Professoren, advocaten die Pastoren der Nationalversammlung, who sought to lead the German people in a crusade to establish free representative government throughout a unified Germany, yet at the same time to deny the right to such free institutions to the Poles. In the initial article, NR 70, the Neue Rheinische ridiculed the assembly. Instead of taking measures to save the revolution, the assembly saw itself as obligated to save Germany's honor. The assembly, wrote the editors of the Neue Rheinische, came up to our expectations. It sanctioned the 7 partitions of Poland and thereby removed from the shoulders of the German princes the ignominy of I-772, I-794, and I-8I-5 and transferred that blot to its own shoulders. What the Neue Rheinische meant by 7 partitions was the partitions of Poland in the years I-772, I-792/93 and I-794/9s, the creation of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw by Napoleon in I-807, the decisions of the Vienna Congress in I-8I-4/I-8I-5 concerning Poland, the annexation of the Free State of Krakow by Austria in I-846, and the incorporation of the remaining parts of the Grand Duchy of Posen by Prussia in June, I-848. The latter was carried out in 4 steps on, I-4 and April 22, May 2, and June 4, and was sanctioned by both the Bundestag and the Frankfurt National Assembly. The Neue Rheinische Zeitung was exercised over a report delivered to the Assembly by Gustav A. H. Stenzel, professor and historian of Breslau, in the name of the committee concerned with the Law of Nations of the Frankfurt Assembly. The Stenzel report dealt with the incorporation of a part of the Grand Duchy of Posen into the German Bund, which, as mentioned above, was begun on I-4 April, I-848 by the King of Prussia. The Stenzel report did not condemn the annexation but approved and excused it. In Article NR 73, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung went into the Stenzel report in some detail. Stenzel was accused of concealing the truth. Herr Stenzel had, according to the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, described himself as a man who for many years had busied himself with history and had taken onto himself the duty not to state untruths and not to conceal truths. With the same fidelity which does not conceal truth, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung accused Herr Stenzel of passing over the cannibalism, presumably political deception, that was practiced in Posen by the Germans, of concealing the contemptible breach of faith in the case of the Convention of Jaroslawice, in which, in exchange for laying down their arms in March 1848, Poles in Posen were promised a reorganization of the Grand Duchy of Posen, the furnishing of a Polish armed force, the introduction of a Polish administration and other offices, and the recognition of the use of the Polish language in these institutions. Instead of living up to this agreement, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung argued, Prussia went ahead with its annexation, which was excused by Herr Stenzel. The latter was said to have whimpered before the Assembly how completely necessary it was that Posen remain in German hands. In issue NR 81, the paper argued that as long as the German people helped in the suppression of Poland, as long as a part of Poland was held by Germany, as long as Germany was welded to Russia and Russian politics through Poland, that was just how long the German people would not be able to rid themselves of the particularistic feudalistic absolutism then so prevalent in Germany. The creation of a democratic Poland with control over the outlets of its great rivers, it was argued, was the first condition for the creation of a democratic Germany. The restoration of Poland and the settlement of its frontier with Germany was not only necessary, it was by far the most easily solved of all of the political questions which had surfaced with the revolutions in East Europe. According to the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, the independence struggles of people of all national groups whose historic settlement areas had thrown them together in a confused pattern south of the Carpathians, could only be realized in a different way. Their independence would cost far more blood, confusion, and civil strife than the Polish independence struggle and the establishment of a fixed frontier between Germany and Poland. 13. Attitude of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung towards small Slavic national groups in Central Europe. There were other national groups in Central and East Central Europe, largely Slavic peoples inside of the Habsburg monarchy, whose situation Marx and Engels saw as particularly unfortunate. In contrast to the Poles, Italians, and Hungarians, who formed large compact nations in easily identifiable geographic areas, the Austrian Slavic national groups were thought to be not only insufficiently numerous, too widely dispersed, and in social terms insufficiently advanced to be able to establish modern independent economic and political structures. Their limited national self-consciousness would strengthen the forces of conservatism. 14. Therefore, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung did not support the aspirations of the Slavic national groups inside of the Habsburg monarchy as it supported the cause of the Poles, who were also Slavic, but whose center of gravity was outside the Habsburg monarchy. Although the Czech people of the lands of the Bohemian Crown represented an exception among the Austroslavs in respect to size, compactness and economic development, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung did not consider them to be any more capable of establishing an economically and politically viable state than were the much smaller national groups. If the position of the paper towards Slavic national groups of the Habsburg monarchy is evaluated solely upon the basis of articles which appeared in the body of the paper, then the Neue Rheinische Zeitung initially appeared to be equivocal in respect to the Slavic national groups, i.e., sometime intensely anti-Slav and at other times somewhat sympathetic. This was due to the sole reliance of the paper upon its Viennese correspondent Edward von Müller-Tellering, a limited, bigoted anti-Semitic German of the first rank, For information about events in the Habsburg monarchy.is from the beginning of September 1848, the material in the body of the paper emanating from the Habsburg monarchy was pronouncedly anti-Slav. From September of 1848 forward, one can detect an unbroken thread woven through the pages of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung throughout the remainder of its existence, placing the Czechs and other Austrian Slavic national groups politically on the side of Tsarist Russian and Austrian conservatism and reaction. Sometimes these anti-Slavic articles were fairly mild, at other times bitter and violent. At the outset the paper described the plight of the Czech people with great compassion, but did not hold out great hope for a significant contribution to the revolutionary movement from them. Engels wrote as early as June 17, 1848 that the Czechs as a people had long been abused by the Germans, and that it was completely unrealistic for the Germans, at the Frankfurt Assembly, to expect the Czechs to entrust their future to them. Addressing himself specifically to the turbulence in the principal cities of the Habsburg monarchy, Engels fitted two strings to his bow, the political decline of the Czechs and the responsibility of the Germans for that decline, as well as for the unfortunate plight of the non-German Central European peoples collectively. Because of 400 years of suppression from the German side which will now continue in the Prague street fighting, they are driven into the arms of the Russians. In the great fight between Eastern and Western Europe, which in a very short time, perhaps in some weeks, will break out, an unhappy fate places the Czechs on the side of the Russians, on the side of despotism against the revolution. The revolution will conquer and the Czechs will be the first to be suppressed by it. The responsibility for this decline of the Czechs is carried once again by the Germans. It is the Germans who have betrayed them to the Russians. The Germans have in their revolution the sins of their entire past to atone for. They have paid in Italy. They have taken upon themselves afresh the curse of all Poland. And now the time of the Bohemians has come. The French have certainly kept for themselves approbation and sympathy even where they came as enemies. The Germans are nowhere favorably acknowledged, find no sympathy. Even there where they enter as the big-hearted apostles of freedom, they are rebuffed with bitter scorn. And that is right. A nation which in its entire past has permitted itself to use its means to oppress all other nations, such a nation must first prove that it is revolutionary. It must prove it in another way than through a few half-revolutions which have no other results than to permit in other forms the old weak and disunited differences to remain. L6. In June the Neue Rheinische Zeitung defended the Czechs against what the paper described as unfair charges leveled against them by an unnamed German newspaper to the effect that the Czech party served the reactionary, the aristocrats, and the Russians. The Neue Rheinische Zeitung flatly stated that these were pure lies, that the German newspaper probably reported on the activities of the highly visible then chief administrator in Prague, Count Leo Thun, and his aristocratic entourage, and not of the masses of Bohemian people, the numerous trial workers and peasants. The 1844 riots in Prague were glowingly recalled, especially the 3 days in which the Czechs dominated the city. The current uprising, the paper asserted, was as effective against the Czech feudal lords as against the mercenary soldiers in the pay of Austria. The uprisings were decisively democratic. The Austrian army which attacked the Czechs did so not because they were ethnically different people, but because they were revolutionary. The shelling of revolutionary Prague was merely the prelude to the storming of Vienna. 17. The equivocation of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung can clearly be seen in a series of articles which appeared in the body of the paper on July 16, 1848. The Galician deputation to Vienna, even though its members had no knowledge of the German language, was described as intelligent people of decisive democratic opinions. These were presumably Poles. The Slav Congress was reported on sympathetically to the extent that the substance of the June 14 manifesto was printed. The paper reported that in the Slav Congress meetings of 8, 9, and June 10 the manifesto of the Slav peoples of Europe was discussed and composed. It was to be placed before a plenary session of the Slav Congress on June 14, but due to widespread disturbances in the streets of Prague, the plenary session did not take place. The paper undertook to report the most essential contents of this very interesting manifesto. The manifesto was issued in the name of freedom, equality, and brotherhood of all people. It was a mild and innocuous document. The Assembly of the Slav Congress was described as an unusual occurrence in Europe and among the Slavs themselves, who for the first time in their modern history came together in order to consider matters of common concern to them all. The inborn rights of all people were discussed, as well as the contradictions involved in the struggle for domination of others, which was usually carried out in the name of protecting or advancing human freedom. The British were criticized for this in Ireland, the Germans and Magyars for the same activity among the Slavs. The manifesto argued for a general Congress of European people to discuss international questions as capable of yielding far greater results than paid diplomats. In a general discussion of the effective lack of freedom of the press in Prague, although on paper the press enjoyed substantial freedoms, the arrest of Karl Havlicek, was reported. However, Havlicek's arrest was not related to censorship but to his alleged ultra-Czech orientation, his dream of the realization of a Slavic empire even at the cost of Russian intervention. It was also mentioned that Havlicek had taken part in the Slav Congress held in Agram. 18. In this respect the paper telegraphed its future position in respect to the feared separation from the monarchy of the Slavic national groups. By September of 1848 the tone of the dispatches from the Habsburg Empire were no longer equivocal in respect to the Czechs or to the Austrian Slavs collectively, but clearly growing ever more hostile. The paper printed no comments concerning this trend, but merely printed the dispatches with an apparent indifference. This I assume was due to the lack of a clearly thought-out program that could be advanced by the editors of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in the Czech question. This indecisiveness was also probably due to the fact that the editors had no clear conception concerning the meaning and content of the nationality struggle that was just then surfacing in the Vienna Reichstag. The paper had supported the Czech movement initially, but at the same time it had striven to separate, if possible, this movement from its national content, and present it as a pure social and political democratic movement against Austrian despotism. If such a separation could be successfully achieved, the Czech movement would in no way act against the right of the German peoples to achieve their greater goal of unification and domination of all of the Germanies including Western Austria. In this sense one can better understand the peculiar syntax used in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung concerning the events in Prague referred to earlier. Field Marshal, Prince Windisch Gretz, who suppressed the riots in Prague by military force, was said to have attacked the people of Prague, not because they were Czech but because they were revolutionary. 19. The fact that the national groups of the Habsburg monarchy were suppressed all along was not sufficient reason to obligate the Neue Rheinische Zeitung to support them. 2. An obligation of this sort would certainly have been more likely if the political action of those suppressed groups had carried a distinct revolutionary character and had therefore coincided with the interest of the revolutionary movements. Otherwise the so-called national movements among the small national groups could not rightfully claim support from the greater revolutionary movements among the larger nations of Central Europe, nor from the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Melier Tellering's dispatches were no doubt in response to the language struggle then in progress in the Reichstag in Vienna, which he assumed would rip Austria asunder. 2 very bitter articles appeared in the body of the paper on Tuesday, September 12, 1848 and on Tuesday, September 26, 1848, each describing procedures before the Reichstag. In the first article it was argued that democracy so long sought after, had finally come about in Vienna, but that it was being subverted by a newly discovered nationality, the Czechs. In Austria the nationalities were said to be growing out of the earth, the more unimportant in stature and the more worthless they were, the more ludicrous their behavior. In themselves these people presented no danger, but they had become sworn to absolutism against freedom. 21. In the second article, it was reported that on September 20, 1848 a Czech representative and his associates in the Vienna Reichstag factions of the Polish Party, the Vienna Ministerial Party and conservatives in general, beseeched the Reichstag to reject an invitation to Hungary. Jeliáček was presented as a martyr to freedom in Hungary. In consequence of this collusion, the Hungarian deputation was turned aside. The Czechs probably felt that if Hungarians and Germans stood together with freedom-oriented Slavs of Poland, the Ruthenians etc., their dreamed of hegemony would turn to water. The inspiration of these Czechs was shown to be namely, Rieger, Palaki, Trojan Holitek, Doliak, Janak, Bronner, Helfert, Haulka, Claudi, etc., who knew no greater height than rather kiss the Russian knout or respect the Austrian Dalai Lama absolutism than defend freedom in the German-Hungarian Union. 22. On September 17, 1848 the Neue Rheinische Zeitung described the proceedings in the Reichstag which had taken place on 2 September. A speech by the Czech representative Rieger was described. Rieger was reported by Müller-Telliering to have said, "There is no state language, no privileged nation and thus no privileged language." Müller-Telliering then commented that the representatives could speak in their own language, make proposals, etc. He observed that the Reichstag would soon become a translation institution, a Babylonian tower of confusion, the results of which would be Finus Austria. The Polish Prince Lubomirski, whom Müller-Telliering described as a democratic renegade, was quoted as saying, "What for many is a right, cannot because of difficulties be denied, it involves no delay if the translations also occur in 30 languages." Müller-Telliering made fun of this assertion by saying, "This 30-compartment bagpipe would wind to a magnificent cannon." 23. Although Marx never openly approved or disapproved of Müller-Tellering's statements in the editorial section of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, he did so in private communication. On December 5, 1848, Marx wrote to Müller-Tellering, "Your correspondence is uncontestably the best that we have received, completely according to our tendencies, and since material from our paper is carried in French, Italian, and English newspapers, you have contributed much to the enlightenment of the European public." 24. b. Discussion of the concept of nations with history and nations without history in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Identification of Friedrich Engels as author of the concept of nations with history and nations without history. Marx, unlike Engels, rarely wrote specifically about the Austro-Slavs, and when he did so it was not in violent language, but was within a broader discussion embracing the revolutionary situation in Europe as a whole. By November of 1848, however, from the tone of the editorials attributed to Marx, a general despair had begun to set in among the editorial staff of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. In two wide-ranging editorials, one on November 7, 1848, the other on January 1849, Marx resorted to bitter invectives not only against the Slavs for their counter-revolutionary activity, but against all who had participated in the defeat of the revolutions in France, Italy, and even in Ireland. On November 7, 1848, Marx wrote, "Croat freedom and order has conquered, and the subjects celebrated the victory with arson, rape, pillage, with nameless atrocities. Vienna is in the hands of Windisch-Gratz, Jelichich, and Auersperg." Hecatombs of human sacrifice were flung to the hoary traitor Latour in his grave. The victory of Kroatischen Ordnung und die Freiheit in Vienna was conditioned by the victory of Hanseatic Republic in Paris. In Vienna the second act of the drama was played out, the first act of which was played in Paris under the title of the June Days. The mobile came into Paris, the Croats into Vienna. In both, Lazzaroni's bought and armed lumpenproletariat were against the working and thinking proletariat. In Berlin we shall soon see the third act. 25. On January 1849 he wrote, "The defeat of the working class in France and the victory of the French bourgeoisie was simultaneously the victory of East over West, the defeat of civilization among barbarity. In Wallachia the suppression of Romanians was begun by Russians and their tool the Turks, in Vienna Croats, Panduran, Czechs, Sirchaner and similar riffraff strangled German freedom, while the Tsar was omnipresent in Europe." 26. In the late months of 1848 and in early 1849, A series of essays appeared in the editorial section of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung that were highly uncomplimentary to the Slavic national groups inside the Austrian monarchy excepting the Poles. The Czech, Slovak, Slovene, Croat, Serb, Ruthenian as well as the Romanian national groups were described as nations without history. These national groups, according to the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, had not developed viable state systems in the past, and in 1848–1849 they appeared to lack the energy and ability to achieve their own national independent states in the future. They were described by the Neue Rheinische Zeitung as nations which had long since played out their roles on the stages of world history. Their sole remaining task in 1848–1849 was to perish lest they stand in the way of the historic right of the great cultural peoples of Central and East Central Europe to pursue their revolutionary development, which was historically far more important than the struggle of these small, crippled and impotent national groups for independence. 27 The author of these editorials, which have been referred to by Otto Bauer in Die Nationalitätenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie, Wien, 1907, Robert Aiken in Das Nationalitätenproblem der Habsburger Monarchie, Ideen und Pläne zur Reichsreform, Volume 2, 1964, Karl Koski in Die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, Volume 2, 1927, Franz Witter in Die Nationalfragen in der Österreichisch-Ungarischen Monarchie, 1900–1914, Die Nationalfrage in der Österreichisch-Ungarischen Monarchie, I900–I9I8, 1966, is said to have been Friedrich Engels. 28 The validity of these identifications can be established beyond doubt. In 1902 Franz Mehring, a co-editor of Die Neue Zeit, who was also much closer in time to both Marx and Engels, reprinted a sampling of the editorials which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Mehring argued that there was no certain measuring rod for determining the authorship of the articles other than perhaps a close study of the style of writing where editorial signatures did occur. He felt that perhaps most of the articles were written by Marx himself. Some clearly exhibited the cooperation of Engels, whose hand could be traced in some articles concerning political parties and Poland. Mehring went on to say that in general every daily paper is more or less the collective work of its editors, chiefly of men such as Marx and Engels, who for years were accustomed to continuous close cooperation. Of the editorial samplings offered by Mehring, 3 were identified by him: Der Magirus-Kampf, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung NR 194, January 13, 1849, and Der Demokratische Panslavismus, NRS 222 and 223, ISN February 16 respectively, as the work of Engels. 29 The Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Institut für Marxismus-Leninismus beim ZK der KPDSU, has stated that the authorship of the articles by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung is very difficult to determine, since the articles were not undersigned, statements of the authors themselves are scarce, and handwritten originals are absolutely not in existence, or not known to exist. The magnitude of the difficulty is also compounded by the fact that many articles show traces of cooperation of both authors, a fact which was confirmed by Engels in a letter to Hermann Schielter in Hattingen-Zürich in May of 1885.30. In respect to the articles of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, you must first determine what is from Marx. For example, the June insurrection is the one splendid article by him. The whole description of the battles etc. is from me. Likewise the articles against Bakunin and Panslavism. Marx's and my things. From that period on the whole are hardly separable, because of the division of labor which was according to plan. 31. Of major concern for this study is that Engels claimed the 2 articles dealing with Panslavism which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, NR 222, and NR 223, 2 of the 3 articles that carried the theory of the non-historic nations. The Institute for Marxism-Leninism at the Central Committee of the Socialist Unity Democratic Party, Berlin, Institut für Marxismus-Leninismus beim K. which published the authorized German version of Karl Marx Friedrich Engels' work, Karl Marx Friedrich Engels Werke, has identified the three editorials here under consideration as the work of Friedrich Engels. 32 other authoritative publications have also attributed the editorials in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung NRS 194, 222, and 223 to Friedrich Engels. 33 As far as I can determine from my actual inspection of the newspaper itself, all leading editorials in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung appeared unsigned across the top half of the first page under the dateline colon preceded by a single or double asterisk. The asterisk markings were identifying symbols only in that accompanying articles were prepared by either Karl Marx or Friedrich Engels. Towards the latter half of 1848 and all of 1849 until the paper was suppressed, with few exceptions the supplements and extra supplements were signed Redakteur in Chef, Karl Marx or Dr. Karl Marx. Wherever Marx's signature appeared, the single asterisk was present. This, however, is not conclusive evidence that a single asterisk indicated that the articles were prepared by Marx and a double asterisk those prepared by Engels. In view of the authoritative opinions cited above, and the claim made by Engels, it is fairly certain that the theory of historic and non-historic nations which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848-1849 were formulated by Friedrich Engels. The theory of historic and non-historic nations was announced in a recapitulation of the events that had taken place in Central Europe during the Revolution up to January 1849. It appeared in the form of an explanation to the readers of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung of the counter-revolutionary behavior of the Slav national groups of the Habsburg monarchy. This was the first instance in which extensive anti-Slav essays appeared in the editorial section of the paper. The anti-Slav remarks referred to above were largely contained in the body of the paper. On January 13, 1849 in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung NR 194 Engels returned to the question of the Hungarian revolt against the Habsburg monarchy. He praised Louis Kossuth as being of the stature of both Danton and Carnot. He reviewed the general historic relations between the Germans and Slavs in Bohemia, Moravia, Carinthia, and Carniola, as well as the relations between the Hungarians and Slavs of Croatia, Slovenia, and in the Carpathian lands, presumably Slovak districts. It was said that historically the German and Hungarian feudal nobility ruled these areas, and thereby introduced Western social, economic and political customs among the Slavs. According to Engels, it was only after prolonged contact with the Germans and Hungarians that the Slavs became interested in the institution of monarchy. One can immediately recognize that such an assertion by Friedrich Engels was not in accord with historical fact. The Slovenes, for instance, had been within the Habsburg monarchy since the 9th century and continued their own ancient ceremony of installing the Dukes of Carinthia up until the 15th century when Frederick III, who had been elected Roman king in 1440, insisted on being exempted from the ceremony as incompatible with royal dignity. 34 Engels wrote that the relations, set out above and offered as historically correct by him, remained essentially unchanged until the year 1848 first brought the most frightening confusion to Austria, in which all of the different and servile national groups were momentarily liberated. Germans, Magyars, Czechs, Poles, Moravians, Slovaks, Croats, Ruthenians, Romanians, Illyrians, Serbs, came into conflict with each other, while in each nation the individual classes fought each other. But soon order was introduced into this muddle. The contenders separated themselves into two armed camps. On the side of the revolution were the Germans, Poles, and Magyars. On the side of the counter-revolution went the Slavs, with the exception of the Poles, the Romanians, and the Siebenbürgen Sachsens. How did this separation according to nations come about? What facts lay beneath it? This separation corresponded to the entire history of the doubtful tribes up until now. It is the beginning of the decision concerning the life or death of all of these great and small nations. The whole earlier history of Austria proves it up until this day, and the year 1848 has confirmed it. Among all the nations and national groups, Nation Chen, of Austria are only three who were the carriers of progress, who have actively affected history, who are still capable of life, the Germans, the Poles, the Magyars. That is why they are now revolutionary. All other great and small tribes and peoples have the mission, in the revolutionary world storm, to become extinct. That is why they are now counter-revolutionary. 35. Engels associated his discussion with the philosophy of Hegel, and with British and French history. There is no land in Europe that does not contain in some hiding place one or more ruins of nations, left over from an earlier occupation, pressed back and subjugated by that nation, which later became the carrier of historical development. As Hegel said, these remains, nations mercilessly crushed underfoot, were one of the actions of history. These Volkerabfehl became in every instance and remained up until their complete extermination or denationalization, the fanatic carriers of counter-revolution. Generally, already their entire existence is a protest against a great historical revolution. In Scotland it was the Gaelens who supported the Stuarts between 1640 and 1745. In France the Bretons supported the Bourbons between 1792 and 1800. In Spain the Basques supported Don Carlos. And in Austria the Pan-Slavic South Slavs are nothing other than the Volkerabfehl of an at best 1,000-year muddled development. It is the most natural thing in the world for these muddled Volkerabfall to see their restoration in the overthrow of the whole European movement, which for them moves not from west to east, but from east to west, and that for them the liberating arm and, the bond of unity is the Russian knout. 36. Between January 13 and February 1849, when Engels returned to the question of the South Slavs, nothing of particular significance appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung concerning the Slavs. The paper described the hunger and destitution in Vienna, there was some discussion concerning the Ruthenian position in Galicia, and a bitter satire about Wasserpalaken, a pejorative term used to describe those among the Poles who were not revolutionary. 37 On February 1849 in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Engels again returned to the theme of nations without history. He associated this editorial with that of January, thereby giving continuity to the development of his ideas on this topic. Once again he argued that, other than the Poles, the Russians, and at best the Slavs under Turkey, no Slav national group has a future, upon the simple grounds, that all of the other Slavs do not possess the first historical, geographical, political, and industrial conditions for an independent and viable life. Nations which never have had an individual history, which from the moment on when they mounted the rawest level of civilization already came under foreign domination or were forced onto the first level of civilization through a foreign yoke, have no vitality, will never be able to come to some form of independence. And that has been the fate of the Austrian Slavs. 3. Engels was most bitter with the Czechs. The Czech nation as he saw it, including the Moravians and Slovaks, although in history and language they were different peoples, never had a history. Since the days of Charlemagne, Bohemia had been tied to Germany. Only for fleeting moments did the Czechs emancipate themselves and form the great Moravian Empire, but they were immediately again resubjugated and during the next 2 years became a playing ball thrown back and forth between Germany, Hungary, and Poland. Then Bohemia came definitively under German control and the Slovak regions remained with Hungary. And this historically non-existent nation makes a claim to independence. The same situation prevailed according to Engels among the so-called South Slavs. Where, he asked, is the history of the Illyrian Slovenes? Of the Dalmatians? The Croats and Skokazes, Skokats? Since the 11th century, he argued, these people had lost all appearances of political independence and had remained separated into groups under German, Venetian, and Magyar overlordship. And out of these remnants, he asked, one wanted to put together a strong independent viable nation? If the Austrian Slavs, he went on, formed a compact mass, as did the Poles, the Magyars, and the Italians, they would be capable of forming a state with a population perhaps of 12 to 20 million, and their claim would be of a realistic nature, but the opposite situation was in progress. The Germans and Magyars, in the form of a wide wedge, had forced themselves in between the Slavs as far as the outer edges of the Carpathian mountain chain almost to the Black Sea, and in this way they had separated the Czechs, Moravians, and Slovaks from the South Slavs through a 60 to 80 mile wide belt. In the north, according to Engels, a belt of s. million, in the south likewise SF million Slavs were separated from each other by a compact mass of from 10-2 million Germans and Magyars, who were bound together through history and necessity. Why, asked Engels, should the SL million Czechs, Moravians, and Slovaks not form their own empire? Why were the SL million South Slavs together with the Turkish Slavs not able to form an empire? He wrote that one could observe on any language map the separation and isolation of the Czechs and their neighbors whom were related to them by language, Slovaks. As a wedge they were pushed into Germany, but were tattered and pressed in on both sides by German elements. 1/3 of the population of Bohemia spoke German, according to Engels, and for every 24 Czechs in Bohemia, 7 Germans were present or were then at that time entering the country. The Moravians were just as heavily replaced or were being replaced by Germans, the Slovaks by Germans and Magyars. Moreover, Engels argued, the Czechs, Moravians and Slovaks, were completely demoralized. Even if a Slav empire were to be created by these three groups, wrote Engels, its cities would still be dominated by a German bourgeoisie. A similar situation prevailed among the South Slavs. The Slovenes and Croats blocked the Germans and Hungarians off from the Adriatic Sea. Germany and Hungary could not permit themselves to be shut off from the Adriatic because of geographical and commercial necessities. Access to the Adriatic Sea for the Germans and Hungarians was as much a question of survival as, for example, the access to the Baltic Sea coast from Danzig to Riga was for the Poles. Where the survival of great nations and the free development of all resources was concerned, argued Engels, such sentimental consideration as the rights of a few dispersed Germans or Slavs could not prevail. He also argued, that a glance at a language map of southern Europe would show that the South Slavs were being replaced every place with the Germans, Italians, and Magyars. Therewith the projected South Slav Empire would not be unified but torn asunder in fragments of national groups. The entire Slav Empire would be delivered into the hands of the Italian bourgeoisie of Trieste, Fiume, and Zara and into the hands of the German bourgeoisie of Agram, Laybach, Karlstadt, Semlin, Pangsova and Weiskirchen. But, asked Engels, could not the Austrian South Slavs unite with the Serbs, Bosnians, Morlakan, Morlachan, and Bulgarians? Probably they could, he wrote, if the ancient hate of the peoples of the Austrian frontier against the Turkish Slavs on the far side of the Save and Una did not still exist. But these people, on the far side of the Save and Una, who knew each other for centuries as pickpockets and bandits, hated each other in spite of the fact that all were related, more than they hated the Magyars or the Slavs of the monarchy. Observing the revolutionary situation from a less emotional point of view, Engels argued that in reality the situation of the German and Magyar revolutionaries would become extremely favorable if the Austrian Slavs were assisted in obtaining their so-called rights. This would give them the possibility to wedge in between Silesia, both Prussian and Austrian, and Austria an independent Bohemian Moravian state, cut off Austria and Steiermark, by the creation of the South Slav Republic from their natural tidewater outlet, the Adriatic and Mediterranean, tatter East Germany as though it were a piece of bread gnawed upon by rats. 39 On the following day in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung Nr 223, Engels returned to the subject of the Slavs. He repeated his earlier arguments and went ahead into a detailed discussion as to the counter-revolutionary value of the Slavs, through their participation in the armies of conservative powers. He wrote that Napoleon's revolutionary army, which was driven back from the Oder to Paris, had been pressured all the way by armies that were three-quarter Slav, Russian, or Austrian Slav. Even in the suppression of the Italians and Poles the Slavs were omnipresent. In the partition of Poland there was in competition a complete and a half Slav power, i.e., Russia and Austria respectively. The armies that suppressed Kosciuszko were according to their ethnic composition, Slav. The armies of Diebichs and Paskiewicz were exclusively Slav. And in Italy the Tedeschi, Germans, carried for a long time the ignominy of being valued only in the capacity of suppressors. But, asked Engels, again, from where came the armies that permitted themselves to be best used for suppression, and whose brutality was unjustly lain at the feet of the Germans? Again, according to Engels, it was the Slavs. Go to Italy, he wrote, and ask, who had suppressed the Milan Revolution? The Italians will no longer say to you that it was the Germans. Since the Germans made a revolution in Vienna, no one in Italy any longer considered them as hateful. They will tell you that it was the Croats. The Croats? That is the word in which the Italians now comprehended the whole Austrian army, that is to say, according to Engels, all that was most hated. Croats? Engels then argued that this accustomed role of the Slavs would have been meaningless and the accusations against them would have become unjust if the Slavs had earnestly taken part someplace in the revolutionary movements of 1848, if they had hastened into the ranks of the revolutionary nations. One single courageous democratic revolutionary attempt, according to Engels, even if it had failed, would have extinguished from the thoughts of nations the many centuries of infamy and cowardice of the Slavs, and rehabilitated them to the position of a deeply respected people. The Germans had undergone such an experience in 1848, wrote Engels. But while French, Germans, Italians, Poles and Magyars planted the flag of revolution, the Slavs to a man stepped under the flag of counter-revolution. He argued that standing before the South Slavs, who already for a long number of years had exercised their special counter-revolutionary delight against the Magyars, were the Czechs, and behind them, armed for battle and prepared in the moment of decision to appear at the place of battle, the Russians. Very little was said about the Habsburg Slavs in subsequent issues of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. However, on April 20, 1849, the paper returned to its equivocal position in respect to the Slavs. An article appeared in the body of the paper, and from the presence of the single asterisk it was written by either Marx or Engels. It was very favorable towards the Slovaks. It was said that the Slovaks were not driven by an insane pan-Slavic hate for the Magyar nation, and that the Slovaks would go along with that party which would free them from their feudal burdens. 41 Between April and the demise of the paper in May of 1849, very little was written in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung concerning the Slavs collectively. There were the usual reports from the war front in Hungary, the usual colorful adjectives describing jealousy as a wretched Häuptling, and Windischgratz as a Banditenführer. The problem of whether Marx and Engels developed their anti-Slav attitude while working as editors of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung and in response to the assistance that the counter-revolutionary forces received from members of the Slav national groups, or whether they both brought these attitudes to the paper from the beginning, does not really present a difficult question to answer. Engels must have been concerned that the violent quality of his essays had lain him open to be criticism for great German arrogance, and in order to offset this possibility, he referred to his pre-revolutionary attitude in NR 223, February 16 of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. Engels forthrightly stated that the Neue Rheinische Zeitung editorials dealing with Poland, Hungary, Italy, and the Slavic peoples collectively, accurately reflected his and Marx's attitude towards those peoples prior to the 1848 revolutions. He argued that his articles in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung did not represent a bias in favor of German nationalism, and that the proof of his assertion lay in numerous German, French and Belgian newspapers, in which he and Marx long before the revolution condemned German nationalism and German narrow-mindedness, just as severely as they now condemned the South Slavs, i.e., the Pandyrs and Croats. 42 In this statement Engels was essentially truthful. In October of 1845 Engels did ridicule the so-called most glorious period in German history, the War of Liberation, as a myth and a madness which would still force every intelligent German to flush red for still many years to come. 43 In 1847 both Marx and Engels spoke in London in commemoration of the 17th anniversary of the 1830 Polish Rising, at which time Engels argued that the German Democrats had a special interest in Poland. He acknowledged that it was both German feudal lords and German soldiers who had taken part in the suppression and partition of Poland. This was a blemish that the German Democrats wanted to wash away. Germany could not be free as long as it suppressed another nation, since those who suppressed the Poles also suppressed the Germans, and therein lay the common interest between the Polish and German people, the common task of liberating both nations. 44 In February of 1848 Marx and Engels spoke in Brussels commemorating the 1846 revolt of the Poles. Marx praised the democratic element in Poland for seizing the initiative in the revolt, holding out that since the old feudal lords had more or less been pushed aside, the liberation of Poland was a matter of honor for all of the people of Europe who subscribed to democratic principles. Engels emphasized that the Poles and Germans had a common oppressor, Russia. The first condition for the liberation of both Poland and Germany was the transformation of the then present conditions in Germany, the collapse of Prussia and Austria, and the forced retreat of Russia back behind the Dniester and Dwina. 45 On February 2, 1848 Engels discussed the Italian uprisings of the 1820s and 1830s. He raised the problem of the reliable Slav troops used over and over by Metternich, the Pandyrs and Croats, in order to suppress the Neapolitan, the Piedmontese, and Legation revolution. Airy movements in 1820, 1821 and 1831 respectively. He alluded to the financial dependence of Austria and Prussia upon the Tsar of Russia, who through the mines in the Urals and Altai and through grain deals had amassed a fantastic fortune that was at the disposal of both the Prussian and Austrian crowns. 46 Later in February, Engels returned to the question of Italy's relations with the Germanies. He declared that German public opinion was decisively on the side of the Italians, and that the German people had as much interest in the fall of Austria as the Italians. 47 In view of these early arguments of Marx and Engels, published in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung, and the Northern Star, at a time when both men were contributors to the former, only Engels in the case of the latter. It would not be an overstatement to say that the arguments presented in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848 offered no new fundamental political orientations of Marx and Engels in respect to the Poles, Italians, and the Croatian military support for the Habsburg monarchy. 48 But in some respects these views represented a popularization of the ideas that both men had already voiced at an earlier time. In respect to the Slavs of the Habsburg monarchy, what no doubt probably happened was that both Engels and Marx were at a loss to explain the behavior of these national groups, especially the Czechs, who were relatively the most industrialized among the Habsburg Slavs. They also had the beginnings of a true urban proletariat completely divorced from the land. In this respect there was a certain blindness on the part of both Marx and Engels, which was probably due to their cultural background. Both of these men, as Rhinelanders belonged culturally entirely to Western Europe, and up until that time had never seen the problems of the Slavic national groups at close quarters. They had lived in France, where the German Alsatians had willingly submitted to the French national state, and New Belgium, where Flemings showed at that time no pronounced separatist feelings. If then such highly developed peoples threw in their lot with nations differing in language, lifestyle, and religion, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung found it hard to appreciate the national griefs of, for instance, the more backward southern Slavs, the more so, as only vague accounts of their movements reached Germany. The counter-revolutionary activity of the Slavs was attributed to historical forces beyond their control, to a historical fate. It was believed that the Slavs were counter-revolutionary because they were Slavs, and not because of their generally undesirable social conditions and their suppression at the hands of the dominant national groups of the monarchy, among whom the Poles were also Slav. That Engels turned to the theories of history developed by Hegel, even though they were developed within an entirely different concept, is not at all strange. As noted in the introduction, he clothed therewith his explanation of Austrian Slav behavior with respectability, and the authority of a respected philosophical system, as he saw it. It ought to be kept in mind also, that in spite of all of the arbitrary metaphysical characteristics of Hegel's writings, it was the first truly modern attempt to encompass intellectually the seeming chaos of historical occurrences and to conceive of human history as a development according to a system of laws. Due to the gap in time, it is not obvious today how the theories of Hegel must have fascinated his students, contemporaries, and later critics, including both Marx and Engels, both of whom discussed Hegel's philosophies in their own writings. 49. 2. Hegel's contribution to the concept of nations with history and nations without history. One does find the concept of peoples without history, as well as so-called remnants of peoples, expressed in two of Hegel's works, Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss, and Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Geschichte, respectively. In the former one finds the following in paragraph NR 549, Die Weltgeschichte. In the existence of a Volk, there is a substantial purpose to become a state, and to maintain themselves as such. A Volk without a state formation, a nation as such, had actually no history, as the people before their state formation existed and others still yet exist as wild nations. 50. In the latter cited work, Hegel spoke specifically about the Slavs as follows. We find moreover, in East Europe, the great Slavic nation whose settlements extended west of the Elbe to the Danube. The Magyars settled in between them. In Moldavia, Wallachia and northern Greece appear Bulgarians, Serbians, and Albanians, likewise of Asiatic origin, left behind as broken barbarian remnants in the shocks and countershocks of advancing hordes. These people did indeed form kingdoms and sustain spirited conflicts with various nations that came across their paths. Sometimes as an advance guard and intermediate nationality, they took part in the struggle between Christian Europe and unchristian Asia. The Poles even liberated beleaguered Vienna from the Turks, and the Slavs have to some extent been drawn within the sphere of Occidental reason. Yet this entire body of peoples remains excluded from our consideration, because hitherto it has not appeared as an independent element in the series of phases that reason has assumed in the world. Whether it will do so hereafter, is a question that does not concern us here, for in history we have to do with the past. 51. Engels answered the question raised by Hegel decisively in the negative. However, it was not until long after the demise of the Neue Rheinische that Marx fully and unequivocally associated himself with Engels' views and indirectly with the Hegelian historical model and terminology in respect to the Slav national groups. On May 7, 1855, Marx wrote the following in a dispatch to the New York Daily Tribune. The Austrian Slavonians are of two different kinds. One part of them consists of the remnants of the tribes whose history belongs to the past, and whose present historical development is attached to that of nations of different race and speech, and to complete their unfortunate position, these hapless relics of former greatness have not even a national organization within Austria, but are divided among different provinces. These tribes, therefore, though living exclusively on Austrian soil, are far from being recognized as constituting separate nations. They are considered as appendages, either to the German or the Hungarian nations, and in reality they are nothing else. 52. 3. Clarification of social structure in Eastern Europe during the I-9th century. 3.1. The arguments by Engels cited above as what constituted a nation without history must be clarified. Although dull, repetitious and violent, all were insufficient in respect to clarity, and were further confounded in 1875 when Engels argued that the masses of Russian people, the peasants, had for centuries in one way lived in a sort of dull, unfeeling, non-historic swampiness from generation to generation, and the only change which temporarily brought this dreary condition somewhat to an end, existed in the fruitless riots and new suppressions by the nobles and the government. This non-historicness, Desgeschichtslosigkeit, the Russian government itself brought to an end in 1861 through the removal of serfdom and the dissolution of forced labor. 53. This is an indefensible statement by Engels, and in view of the earlier crude criteria set in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung for a non-historic nation, this statement merely confirms that as late as 1875 Engels still did not clearly understand the political and social structure of the East Central and Eastern European nations as they existed in the 19th century. Even a cursory survey of East Central and Eastern Europe during the first half of the 19th century would have revealed certain salient facts to Engels, in respect to the social structure of the nations in that region. The historic nations or national groups in that area possessed highly stratified social structures which made them dominant within the Habsburg monarchy and the Germanies. They exercised political, economic and social domination over those groups that were non-historic in the sense that the latter did not have clearly stratified comprehensive social structures which included ruling classes of their own. Among the Germans, Magyars, Poles, and Italians all social classes were represented in the same language community, and in this respect there were no differences in the town and countryside. The national language was the language of all cultural layers of the community. Here we have to speak of complete nations. Among the non-historic nations, however, there were generally differences between the ethnic characteristics of the urban areas and the countryside. In the 18th and first half of the 19th centuries, the urban populations in the lands of the Bohemian Crown, as well as in Carniola, Styria, and Carinthia were largely Austro-Germans, presenting a pronounced German style of life, while the populations and customary languages in the rural areas were respectively Czech and Slovene. In the Kingdom of Hungary, German and Magyar. Here the populations in the rural areas were multinational, using mainly 5 customary languages: Slovak, Romanian, Ruthenian, Croatian, Serbian and German. In the former Venetian lands, the customary language was Italian with a thin layer of German used primarily by German administrators. In the Austrian littoral and Dalmatia, Italian prevailed culturally while the Slovene and Croatian languages were customary respectively. Overall, among these non-historic national groups, German was usually the language of the principal administrative officials and of the secondary and higher educational institutions. It was also characteristic of our 19th century Central and Eastern Europe that historic nations did not necessarily possess sovereign states of their own, but were included within sovereign multinational states, such as the Poles and many Germans as well as Magyars in both the Habsburg and Romanov empires. The historic nations themselves were dominated by a greater overarching power of German and Russian nationalism, yet they were still able to exercise a historic domination of the so-called nations without history. This was the case of the Germans in the Baltic lands in relation to Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian national groups, the Poles especially in East Poland in regard to the Ukrainians, the Magyars in Hungary in regard to Serbs, Croats, Slovaks, Romanians and Ruthenians, in southern Europe the Italians in the former Venetian lands in some respect in regard to Slovenes and Croats. In the years following the demise of the Neue Rheinische the attitude of Marx and Engels towards the non-historic nations never changed. These groups were ridiculed, whenever and wherever the opportunity was presented. Whenever they were referred to in the New York Daily Tribune in R852, it was as a rule in pejorative terms within invidious comparisons with Germans, Poles, Hungarians, and Russians. 54 In December of R860 Engels referred to them, while discussing a possible dissolution of the Habsburg monarchy, as robber bands. 55 In R882 In response to an apparent mild criticism from Karl Koski in November of R88R, Engels declared that he had little sympathy for the small Slavic national groups and ruins of nations, who looked to the Tsar of Russia for salvation, and who were separated from each other by wedges of German, Magyar, and Turkish power. 56 Finally, in a letter to Babel in I-885 Engels argued that those wretched fragments of ruins of former nations, Serbs, Bulgarians, Greeks, and other robber riffraff who begrudged even the air that each other breathed, ought to cut each other's gluttonous throats. 57. See Marx and Engels. Attitude towards small Slavic national groups after the demise of the Neue Rheinische. A change in attitude of Marx and Engels towards Russia. There was, however, in I-85 a pronounced change in the attitude of Engels and Marx towards the historic nations whose rights they had so fervently championed in I-848/I-849 and in their attitude toward Russia. This was in response to the disagreement between Prussia and Austria over the question of jurisdiction in Hesse culminating in the punctations of Olmites. Engels informed Marx of the situation confronting the Germans in May of I-85. He wrote that if there was a brawl in the following year, then Germany was in a cursed situation, for it was now apparent that the French, Italians and Poles were interested in Germany's dismemberment. Mazzini had even promised the rehabilitation of the Czechs. In the event of war, outside of Hungary, Germany would possibly have only one ally, Russia, presuming that a peasant revolution was finally successful in Russia. Otherwise, the Germans would have to fight a war on four fronts, and the outcome would be HLGHLY questionable. In respect to a peasant revolution in Russia, Engels was no doubt referring to the restiveness of the Russian peasantry during the reign of Nicholas I. During the last 10 years I-845 of that reign, riots were ubiquitous among the Russian peasants. These riots proved difficult to handle, because as a rule Russian peasant unrest was spontaneous and direct, i.e., the riots were not the outgrowth of political and social demands worked out by peasant organizations. The violent suppression of an uprising in one region rarely served to discourage a new uprising in another. In the same letter to Marx, Engels turned on the Poles with a scathing denunciation, and in effect grouped them with the non-historic South Slavs. The more I think over the business, the clearer it becomes to me that the Poles as a nation are done for and can only be made use of as an instrument until Russia herself is swept into the agrarian revolution. From that moment onwards Poland will have absolutely no more reason for existence. The Poles have never done anything in history except play at brave, quarrelsome stupidity. And one cannot point to a single instance in which Poland represented progress successfully, even if only in relation to Russia, or did anything at all of historic importance. Russia, on the other hand, is really progressive in relation to the East. Fortunately, in the Neue Rheinische we never undertook any positive obligations towards the Poles except the unavoidable ones of their restoration with suitable frontiers, and that too only on condition of an agrarian revolution. I am certain that this revolution will come about completely in Russia before it does in Poland, owing to the national character and to Russia's more developed bourgeoisie elements. What are Warsaw and Krakow compared to Petersburg, Moscow, Odessa, etc. 58. Engels expressed a similar attitude to John Wedemeyer in April of 1853 in a wide-ranging letter in which he rejected outright Polish claims to areas populated by Ruthenians in the former Polish provinces on the western side of the Dwins and Dnieper. 59. It was only after the Polish Rising of 1863 that both Marx and Engels once again took up a favorable attitude towards Poland without, however, lessening their estimation of the value of Russia in the coming struggle for the liberation of Europe from the suffocating hand of autocracy. Marx saw the Russian socialist groups who worked for the restoration of Poland as taking onto themselves the high duty of assisting in the destruction of the Russian regime, which meant to him a precondition for the general freeing of the European proletariat. 60. Engels gave expression to the same sanguine opinion in 1874 in the Volksstaat, a social democratic workers' party bi-weekly which was published in Leipzig under the direction of Wilhelm Liebknecht. That Poland is not going to be killed was proven in 1863 and is still proven every day. Its claim to an independent existence in the European family of nations is undeniable. Its recreation is a necessity, namely for two people, for the Germans and for the Russians themselves. A people that suppress others, cannot emancipate itself. The power, which is needed to suppress others, turns finally against itself. As long as Russian soldiers stand in Poland, the Russian people can free themselves neither politically nor socially. In the present condition of Russian development, it is without a doubt, that on the day when Russia loses Poland, in Russia itself the movement will be powerful enough to topple the existing order of things. Independent Poland and revolution in Russia serve each other mutually. 61. The last joint undertaking by Marx and Engels was a declaration concerning the Polish question at the end of R880 in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the R830 Rising of the Poles. The celebration, arranged by the editors of the Polish socialist magazine R6W and 6SE, Gleichheit, was held in Geneva, Switzerland on November 29, R880. The declaration was prepared by Marx, Engels, Lafargue, and Lessner, as former members of the General Council of the Old International. Beginning with the American War of Independence in the RATH century and ending with the fight in the Paris Commune, the declaration presented a penetrating overview of the contributions of Poles in the struggle for freedom everywhere. The cry, "Poland lives," according to the declaration, intended to signify death to the Holy Alliance, death to the military despotism of Russia, Prussia, and Austria, death to the Mongolian overlordship of modern society. Today the declaration announced, the struggle was no longer abroad for the freedom of others, but it had developed within Poland and among the Polish people themselves. It should be supported by propaganda, and through a revolutionary press the Poles should join hands with the struggle of their Russian brothers. 62 This was no doubt in reference to the fact that at that time the revolutionary movement in Russia led by Narodnaya Volja, was much stronger than the revolutionary movements in Poland. Marx expired in R883 and did not see the unification of Polish and Russian revolutionary groups which came about soon thereafter. In R884 the Polish revolutionary organization Proletariat, whose outstanding members were Warnecki and Kunitsky, concluded a formal alliance with Narodnaya Volja, in order to advance the struggle against Tsarism. 63 In R882 Engels explained to Koski the basis for the position taken by himself, Marx and the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848. This explanation was partly a recapitulation of the letter from himself, Marx, Lafargue and Lessner on the 50th anniversary of the Polish uprising of 1830. Engels said that they saw the principal task to be accomplished through the revolution as that of the unification of Germany, the restoration, independence, and viability of the suppressed and partitioned nations of Central Europe, namely, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. They felt that not only was the existence of independent nations conscious of their identity a precondition for the development of an international class-conscious proletariat, but a prerequisite for socialism as well, for if socialism was to become viable it had to be comprehensive. Nations, therefore, had not only the right but the obligation to become conscious of their national character in order to be at their best internationally. In the view of Marx and Engels, the continued partition of Poland strengthened the Holy Alliance, which served as a camouflage for the hegemony of Tsarism over all of the regimes of Europe. Engels also wrote that in 1848–1849, events had shown that it was not only the autocracies but also the small national groups in the Habsburg Empire that opposed Polish and Hungarian nationalism and hence the entire international movement in Europe. Engels was willing to grant the small Slav nations the right to self-determination only after Tsarist Russia, the spiritual father of Panslavism, had been destroyed. But he also admonished Koski that these peoples under no conditions should be given such rights as to enable them to hinder economic developments in Central and South Central Europe. Engels then lamented that the Serbs, Bulgarians, and East Rumelians had been able to hinder the construction of the Europe to Constantinople railroad network. Engels did not see self-determination for the South Slavs to be much of a problem. He wrote that he was certain that 6 months of freedom would be adequate for the majority of Austrian and Hungarian Slavs in order to bring them to the point of again begging for reincorporation into the Habsburg monarchy. 64 Engels' views on the question of the small national groups never changed, nor did his sanguine hopes for the restoration of Poland. In 1892, then a fairly old man, he wrote a preface for the Polish edition of the Communist Manifesto Manifest Komunistyczny, Pierzedzwit, London, 1892, in which he again restated his views on Poland. He wrote that the development of industry in Poland created a new guarantee for the future renaissance of Poland through its growing proletariat. Since the Polish noble classes had demonstrated their impotence and the Polish bourgeoisie exhibited their complete indifference to this question, the liberation of Poland could only be achieved through the Polish proletariat. 65. 2 Unchanged attitude. 01 Marx and Engels towards small Slavic national groups during the last 2 decades. 01 The I9th century. In the social and political dichotomy of European society drawn by Marx and Engels and expressed by both through the terms of historic and non-historic nations, They clearly favored the historic nations. They also favored large and even multinational politico-economic units, since in their view only such large units could provide an adequate frame for industrial capitalist production and, thereby, could contribute to the growth and further development of a class-conscious proletariat. In their view, small independent national groups would be an impediment to this politico-economic development. It is very important in evaluating the arguments of Marx and Engels to keep in mind that Marx wrote from a background of considerable knowledge and admiration of French history. Marx never ceased to be impressed with French political developments, for during his lifetime there did not exist elsewhere in Western Europe a genuine national revolutionary tradition, and after 1848 a genuine revolutionary working class that was interested in social revolution. It was France that provided the model around which Marx formulated his theories of social revolution. When Marx spoke of revolution and class warfare, it was France, the nation par excellence, that he had in mind. His criticism of the Slavic national groups was no doubt based upon the model furnished by the Alsatians and Bretons within France. Engels, on the other hand, exhibited a greater preference for the affairs of the Germanies. Even though he wrote learned articles and spoke extensively on social and political problems in Poland, it was always in respect to Poland's relations with the Germanies, specifically Poland's relations with Prussia. Both France and the Germanies were, of course, large viable political units which were determined by language and sympathy. 66. Karl Marx and Engels probably saw their principal task as that of uniting the different national worker organizations in Western and Central Europe into a broader-based and greater international organization. Accordingly, Marx was the prime mover in the founding on September 28, 1864 in London St. Martin's Hall of the International Association of Workers, later known as the International. It was the first international revolutionary mass organization of workers in history. With the founding of the International, the worker movement in Europe possessed its own organization within which a revolutionary worker ideology was developed. Thus in 1848–1849 the national movements in Eastern Europe, particularly among the Croats in Hungary and Serbs in Hungary and Turkey, the Czechs in Cisleithane Austria, all exhibited in differing degrees a social, revolutionary, and national orientation. They were also directed as much against Turk, Magyar and German landlords as against foreign domination in general. But Marx and Engels knew almost nothing about the Czechs and South Slavic national groups, and from the tone of the articles which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung both men intensely disliked them. They rejected the ethnic nationalism of the Slavic national groups, which had its origin in pre-existent homogeneous recognizable cultural units. This attitude exhibited by Marx and Engels was without doubt based on political and not on racial nationalism, since they approved of the Poles. Marx and Engels cared little for the primary concern of the ethnic, Slav, nationalists to ensure the survival of their individual national groups' cultural identity, which entailed ensuring the political survival of the groups and the physical protection of their members. The Slavic national leaders understood that the only insurance of political survival and protection against heavy-handed hostile outside pressures lay in separate political organizations or separate states. And this, of course, forced them to take up a position which was fundamentally in opposition to the programs advocated by Marx and Engels. 67. Chapter 2. Marxist theorists on the evolution of the concept of nations with history and nations without history. A. The reappearance in socialist literature of the concept of nations with history and nations without history at the end of the 19th century. The concept of historic nations and non-historic nations within the context of Engels' discussions of 1848–1849 surfaced again during the last 2 decades of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century in the literature of the German and Austrian socialist groups. There were many factors, some peculiar to the Habsburg monarchy and others to Europe as a whole, which probably brought the problem of the national groups again into prominence. In the opinion of this writer, by far the most important factors were in Austria. First, the effect of developing capitalism upon the social structure and cultural integrity of the Slavic national groups within the monarchy. Second, The top franchise reforms of 1882, Reichsgesetzblatt NR 142, the Badeni Franchise reforms of I8G6, Reichsgesetzblatt NR 226, the Badeni language ordinances of 1897, Crown Land Statutes for Bohemia, Landesgesetzblatt NR 12 and 13, which exacerbated already existing hostility between Czechs and Germans in the binational areas of Bohemia and Moravia, and reduced parliament in Vienna to such chaos that the central government found orderly procedures to be almost an impossibility. Third, the Bryan Congress of the Austrian Social Democratic Party in 1899, at which the nationality problems of Cisleithanian Austria were discussed and a modest program of limited territorial autonomy for national groups was adopted. 4th, the highly unstable political situation in that part of southern Europe which still belonged to the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the century, and which commanded the attention of European statesmen in 1887 at the Congress of Berlin. Austria gained a tenuous hold on Bosnia-Herzegovina at this time, which increased the number of Slavic peoples in the monarchy and further accentuated the need for a solution to the national question not only in the Habsburg monarchy, but in all of southern Europe. 3. The aforementioned were problems which required the formulation of policies by experienced statesmen who were concerned with the continued growth and viability of the Habsburg monarchy, and who also understood the threat presented to the monarchy by the nationality problem. Theoretical discussions of such questions were alien to Austrian statesmen, who were generally dry, hard-headed bureaucrats. The same was true for most non-socialist parliamentarians. Thus, concepts like those of nations without history and nations with history were left to scholars, some of whom had experience in party politics but not in the administration of any part of the multinational empire. The violent denunciation of the small Slavic national groups of South-Central Europe by Engels and his gloomy prognosis in respect to these groups can probably be accounted for as a major stimulant in developing the interest of Marxist economists, political theorists, and historians in the theory of non-historic nations. Of the prominent writers discussed here, Karl Koski came from a nationally mixed German-Czech territory. He identified entirely with German culture. The same was true for Otto Bauer in German Austria, and Rosa Luxemburg, who was raised within Russian-Polish territory, where the status of the Poles as a historic nation was meaningful only to the traditional Upper Polish social classes. In all three cases, Bauer, Koski, Luxemburg, the Jewish descent undoubtedly played a part in the desire to be or to become a part of a great historic nation. In Russia, V.I. Lenin was a member of the historic Russian ruling nation, while J.V. Stalin belonged to the small Georgian national group in southern Russia. In the second half of the 20th century, Franz Zwitter is a member of the relatively small Slovene national group, which by Marxian theories was considered as the classical case of a nation without history. The concept of nations with history and nations without history never stimulated a serious controversy among social democratic groups of the historic nations as to its validity as a historical model. This was an indication that the concept was so widely accepted within the historic nations that to question its validity never occurred to anyone. The challenge to this concept came gradually from the ranks of the so-called non-historic national groups. 4. The concept of the right of nations to national self-determination, which surfaced during the last 2 decades of the 19th century, on the other hand, stimulated a fairly broad-based debate among Austrian, German, and Russian social democratic groups. In holding out for the restoration of Poland, unification of Italy, and the right of Polish, Italian, and Hungarian peoples to secede from the Habsburg monarchy and constitute themselves into sovereign nation-states, or parts of them, Marx and Engels established the theoretical basis for the debates by the social democratic groups of Austria, Germany, and later of Russia concerning the right of nations to national self-determination, especially those conquered and suppressed nations and national groups that were at that time contained within the principal multinational empires of Austria-Hungary, Russia, and Turkey. In the last 2 decades of the 19th century, the concept of national self-determination was taken up, expanded and refined by theoreticians of the Austrian, German, and Russian social democratic groups. B. Karl Koski, Otto Bauer, and their exchange of views. Karl Koskai's prognosis in respect to small national groups without sovereign nation-states ot their own. Clearly in response to the advance of industrialization in Bohemia and the threat that this development presented to the continued existence of the Czech nation, Karl Koskai, in an article Die moderne Nationalität, published in Die Neue Zeit, R887,5 publicly reopened a controversial discussion concerning the ultimate fate of small national groups inside of modern capitalistic nation-states. The article clearly revealed that Koskai had at that time subscribed to Engels' arguments as to the inability of the small national groups to survive in the modern world which was dominated by large national economic units. Koskai, addressing the second section of his article specifically to the young Czechs, encouraged them to accept certain unavoidable conclusions as to the fate of the Czech nation within the frame of developing capitalism. First, that due to the development of capitalism which ushered in the general frame of the modern state, international markets were now of major importance and not international markets. Trade on a worldwide scale could not be conducted in a variety of Slavic dialects, but in standard recognized languages which were functional on a broad scale. These languages were French, German and English. Unless the smaller national groups adjusted to this very real state of affairs, they were, from an economic point of view, lost beyond hope. Koskai further stated that the classical form of the modern state was the national state, and that as a general rule, the development of this classical form had been seldom, if ever, completely realized. No state, he argued, had thus far been able to incorporate the entirety of the nation or nations that were within its frontiers, and in this respect, the natural demands of capitalism for linguistically homogeneous states had not been met. The work of capitalism would not be complete until the modern nation became a complete homogeneous language unit, and at the same time all remnants of the feudal mode of production had been eliminated. This development would lead to the absorption of such national groups as the Czechs and other Slavic groups within the Habsburg monarchy by the Germans. 6. Using the nations of the lands of the Bohemian Crown as an example, Koskai wrote that as the Czech language became more fully developed, which was an understandable desire of Czechs conscious of their national heritage, there would be more opportunities for them to work in government and in schools. However, this development would bring on a decided slowing of the industrialization of the Czech lands, since the industrial magnates and entrepreneurial classes were predominantly German. Koskai pointed out that on the one hand, pursuit of national Czech culture would lead to the slow but certain impoverishment of the Czech people and probably a decline in the birth rate. On the other hand, in order to sustain themselves and to secure higher economic standards, the Czech people had no hope except in extensive knowledge of the German language, which would in time lead to their Germanization and probably the demise of the Czech language state. Under such conditions, it was beyond the capacity of the Czech people to sustain themselves as a viable nation. 7. In offering these arguments, Koskai clearly associated himself with the essentials of the arguments advanced by Engels in an article, Po und Rhein, I8sg. At that time Engels wrote, "All changes, in the map of Europe, if they are to last, must in general start from the effort to give the large and viable European nations more and more their true national boundaries, which are determined by language and sympathies, while at the same time the ruins of peoples, which are still found here and there and which are no longer capable of a national existence, are absorbed by the larger nations and either become a part of them or maintain themselves as ethnographic monuments without political significance." 8. Between I887, when Koskai wrote Die moderne Nationalität, and I8G8 when he proposed a solution within the frame of Austrian social democracy for the political problems of small national groups within the Habsburg monarchy, in an article, Der Kampf der Nationalitäten und das Staatsrecht in Österreich, Die Neue Zeit, I8G8,9. The conflict between Czechs and Germans in Bohemia had been further exacerbated by the Badeni language ordinances. In I8G8, Koskai responded with bitterness to the Badeni language ordinances and also to what he described as the so-called Ausgleich project, compromise, between Germans and Old Czechs, which had been negotiated by the Toff ministry in 1890. The former, according to Koskai, was seen by the Germans of Bohemia as a precursor of the realization of Bohemian states' rights and the delivery of Germans in Bohemia over to domination by Czechs. The so-called compromise was seen by Koskai as not a reform at all. He wrote that instead of modernizing Bohemian society, this agreement took Bohemian society a step back into feudal particularism, since one of its main features was the retention of the old Bohemian kingdom, as one of the historico-political units of the empire. Koskai also wrote that both the continuation of centralism as well as the historico-political entity of the various kingdoms and lands had become impossible in Austria. Austria, he argued, could only continue to exist as a viable political unit on a federal basis. But it would have to be a federalism that superseded the anachronistic historico-political entity of the kingdoms and lands of the empire. In particular, the most durable solution to the vexing national question in Bohemia, according to Koskai, was the complete separation of the Germans and Czechs into separate states whose boundaries would be determined by linguistic frontiers, irrespective of the historico-political units that would have to be destroyed. The new states would then join a federal system within an Austrian frame. Federalism could be most easily accomplished, Koskai argued further, if the wishes of the proletariat prevailed, since independence of the nation was the necessary physical base of every class struggle. True, he wrote, the proletariat was said to be international, but proletarian internationalism did not indicate the dissolution of national groups, but the freedom and equality of nations. Koskai stressed that the prototype of Austrian organizations which alone could open the way to national peace in the Habsburg monarchy were present in the organization of Austrian social democracy. He pointed out that the Czech Social Democrats of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia had formed a combined organization. Socialist members of the German-speaking regions of these same lands belonged to the Organization of German-Speaking Socialists. Socialist members of the Polish-speaking districts of Silesia belonged to Polish-speaking organizations of socialists. In accordance with one of the decisions of the Social Democratic Organizations of Austria taken at the Party Day celebration in Vienna in 1897, the collective representation of Austrian Social Democrats was to be made up from the representation and executive committees of Germans, Czechs, Poles, Italians, and South Slav organizations. The Austrian Social Democrats, according to Koskai, had at that time put into effect in a practical way, not merely the division of Bohemia between Germans and Czechs, but a federalist organization of all of Austria based upon language, as far as this was made necessary by the development of specific socialist organizations of individual nations. Koskai concluded that the task of federalizing the monarchy could be most easily achieved only by Austrian social democracy, which was the only Austrian party that did not put forward short-range paper programs with the purpose of placating the national groups in crisis situations. 10. Otto Bauer busied himself with the same questions as did Koskai, i.e., how was the abrasive national question inside of the monarchy to be resolved? Bauer, however, approached his work from a much broader perspective than did Koskai. In his first major work Die Nationalitäten und die Sozialdemokratie, originally published in I-907 and reprinted in I-924 with a new preface, Bauer praised Koskai's article of I-898 calling for the federalization of Austria along linguistic lines. He described Koskai's approach as outstanding and realistically reflecting the wishes of the proletariat of the different national groups of the monarchy. Bauer then traced the development of national consciousness and class relations in South-Central Europe from the Middle Ages to the modern period. His studies in this field were not limited to the social and political problems of Austria and Hungary, but to those of nationality and class opposition in the Balkan regions of the Ottoman Empire as well. Bauer came to a conclusion similar to that held by Koskai, but quite different from that advocated by Engels in respect to the fate of suppressed national groups within multinational empires. Capitalism would not bring on the demise of these groups, Bauer argued. On the contrary, capitalism would arouse their self-consciousness and further stimulate them to constitute themselves as distinct autonomous nations and nation-states of their own. To Otto Bauer's three new concepts, the nation as a community of fate, awakening of nations without history, national hate as a reflection of class hate. In Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie, Otto Bauer presented three new concepts that stimulated considerable discussion among the social democratic groups of Austria, Germany, and Russia. From a historical point of view, they had a lasting influence on the philosophy of history as well. First, Bauer advanced a new definition of a nation. He wrote that the nation could be defined as a community of character which grew out of the community of fate, and not out of the similarity of fates. The nation to Bauer was not solely a linguistic community, but a community of fate whose character was never anything but the result of the history of the nation, reflecting the conditions under which people secured their sustenance of life and divided the products of their labor, i.e., the conditions under which people actually experienced life within a community. This determined their character and was reflected in the image of the nation. In his extensive discussion of the concept of nation, Bauer identified the nation before the French Revolution and the subsequent development of capitalism, as the creation of the upper social classes only. He wrote that during the period of the Hohenstaufens, the nation existed in absolutely no other way than in the cultural community of the feudal nobility, which united the nobility of all German tribes, and at the same time separated them from other groups. This culture, according to Bauer, was first and foremost that of a fighting feudal nobility. The homogeneous national character which slowly evolved out of this cultural milieu exhibited only the lifestyles and ethos of the noble ruling classes. The economic underpinning of this culture was the labor of the peasant. The peasant, wrote Bauer, took no part in the development of the prevailing culture at all. In this respect, Bauer wrote that there was a wide chasm between knight and peasant. In everything that united the nation, the peasant took no part. While the courtly language united the knight, the rural peasant dialects separated the peasants from each other more and more, while the courtly customs and traditions extended a unifying belt about the German knight, the peasant customs differed from area to area, while the knights developed a homogeneous and common loyalty to a common overlord. The peasants more and more developed and emphasized their particularity. So the German peasants at that time did not form a nation, but were only the tenant farmers of the nation. The nation existed only in the strength of the community of culture. This community of culture was, however, limited to the dominant class. The broad masses whose work nourished this dominant class was shut out by them completely. Bauer also wrote that the national character of the nation changed only when the lower social classes, above all the working classes, became a part of the nation through the process of evolutionary politics. Evolutionary politics, according to Bauer, was the politics of the modern working class. The working class naturally did not pursue its affairs according to the desires of the nation but according to its own needs and wishes. But since the proletariat out of necessity struggled for the possession of the goods and services which its work created, then the consequences of evolutionary politics were all the more important. Evolutionary politics, said Bauer, summoned the total people to take part in the struggle and thereby made possible for the first time the conversion of the totality of the people into a nation. The consciousness of purpose of collective work in the organizations of the workers rescued the worker from the depths of his negative existence in which he had worked, slept, and ate in the rawest sensual enjoyment, and helped him to become a factor in national culture. The second significant concept advanced by Bauer was that of the awakening of nations without history, which he described as one of the major revolutionary changes of the late 19th century and early 20th century in Europe. Bauer associated this very important development with the advent of capitalism. Bauer extended this concept to the Ottoman Empire as well, an indication that he understood his model to be applicable to similar multinational societies composed of suppressed and ruling national groups, wherever they might occur. 12. In discussing the awakening of nations without history, Bauer also studied in depth the concept of nations with history and nations without history. Otto Bauer, as far as is known, was the first of the aforementioned group of scholars to seriously consider the concept of historic nations and non-historic nations as a valid historical model through which the fall and renaissance of certain of the Central European national groups could be intelligently explained. The disparaging articles concerning the Austroslavs which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848 were also discussed by Bauer. He agreed with Engels that there were peoples in South Central and East Central Europe who were properly called non-historic. He disagreed with Engels, however, in respect to the earlier histories of these peoples and possibilities for their future development into nations with history. In a general review of the political evolution of nations within Central Europe, Bauer argued that in the early history of the Habsburg monarchy, the only culture that could be considered national in content and scope was that which was developed and expanded by the German feudal ruling class. The Slavs of the monarchy, excepting the Poles, were peoples who did not possess feudal ruling classes. They exhibited not national cultures, but only cultural communities in isolated districts, which when considered from the standpoint of their intellectual development were limited and exceedingly poor. The inhabitants of every village handed on from one generation to the next the customs and traditions which had been originally received from Slavic tribal ancestors. Such nations have been designated as nations without history. This does not mean that such nations never had a history. That such nations as Friedrich Engels in the year 1848 had believed were completely unable to attain historical fait, could never again attain historical life. We call those nations, nations without history on the contrary only, because their national culture in that age, in which only the dominant classes were the carriers of such culture, knew no history, no broader development. I3. How different this was, Bauer pointed out, from the living throbbing cultural life of the great nations to which the landlord classes belonged. As to Bauer's categories of historic and non-historic nations, he said that Cisleithanian Austria at the beginning of the 19th century included three historic nations, the Germans and Italians who possessed their own noble and middle classes, the Poles also their own nobility. Czechs, Ruthenians, Slovenes, and Serbs were nations without history, according to Bauer, since they had neither nationally conscious nobles nor middle classes. In Hungary the Magyars and Croats who possessed a ruling nobility of their own, as well as the Germans through their large economically dominant burgher class were historic nations. All other national groups in Hungary were non-historic nations. All national groups, non-historic nations as well as the historic nations within the multinational empires were without constitutionally protected rights. Bauer argued further that this picture had been completely altered by the developments of the last 120 years. Capitalism and its attendant, the modem state effected everywhere a widening of the cultural community, in that it freed the masses from the fetters of an all-powerful tradition and called them to participate in the regeneration of a national culture. With us this means the awakening of the non-historic peoples. 14. Bauer extended his arguments to the Ottoman Empire as well. About that empire he wrote that the changes in economic relations brought about through the introduction of the railroad and through business activity with the Christian Balkan states, slowly brought national movements into existence. The immediate cause of this development, according to Bauer, was the omnipresence of Turkish landlords and Turkish state officials above Bulgarian and Serbian peasants, so that economic exploitation and political domination took on the appearance of national foreign domination. This relation, according to Bauer, stimulated the slow process of the awakening of nations without history in the Balkan sectors of the Ottoman Empire. Bauer identified the nations in the Balkan area of the Ottoman Empire which he considered to be historic nations. They were Turks because of their noble ruling class, the Greeks because of their middle class and bureaucracy, and the Romanians because of their nobility within Moldavia and Wallachia and the subsequent Kingdom of Romania. The Romanians in Hungarian Transylvania, however, were still within the second half of the 19th century a nation without an appreciable national bourgeoisie and without nobility. These three groups, namely Turks, Greeks, and Romanians, apart from those in Transylvania, possessed the character of historic nations. The Serbs, on the other hand, Bauer wrote, had lost their nobility after the Ottoman conquest when that group went over into the ranks of the Turkish ruling classes. The Serbs then inside of the Ottoman Empire were a complete peasant nation. In a similar manner, according to Bauer, the Bulgarians exhibited the cultural characteristics of a nation which consisted of suppressed classes only. This state of affairs, explained to Bauer, changed only after these nations formed independent national states, which slowly developed bureaucracies, intelligentsias, and national upper social classes of their own. This development among the peoples in the Christian Balkan states slowly affected their ethnic brothers in Turkey itself. Bauer predict that as soon as the Christian national groups in Turkey formed their own social classes which could create thriving national cultures, Turkish suppression would become intolerable to them. Otto Bauer used the example of the Battle of White Mountain in R620, through which the Habsburg monarchy incorporated the lands of the Bohemian crown, in order to demonstrate how a historic nation declined to non-historic status. After the destruction of the Bohemian military forces, many of the leaders of the rebellion were executed, others had their lands confiscated and were themselves forced into exile. These lands were distributed by the emperor as rewards to adventurers who rallied to his cause from all oft-great nations of Europe: Germans, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Italians. Irrespective of differences in origin, the new landlords adjusted to the rich lands of Bohemia and gradually evolved into a Germanized land-holding ruling class. The remaining Czech nobles, largely Roman Catholic or reconvert into Catholicism, blended with this newly created group without difficulty. Along with its feudal ruling class, the Czech nation also lost the upper layer of its middle class. Many of them, businessmen and prosperous artisans, rejected the Catholic faith and were compelled to leave Bohemia. In addition to the defeat itself, the 30-year wars in general further weakened the Czechs to such an extent that after its termination in R648, there were presumably only 700,000 souls remaining out of a population estimated to have been 21 million prior to the wars. All that remained of the Czech nation was the severely suppressed peasants, along with a few thousand craftsmen in the pauperized cities, the cottagers, day laborers, and those tied to feudal obligations. These classes could not further develop the national Czech culture. Without a noble and middle class of their own, the Czech nation, according to Bauer, lost its culture and vanished from the stage of history. A full 800 years after the Slovenes, the Czechs also became a nation without history. Concerning the fate of the Czech language, Bauer said that the annihilation of the Czech nobility and the upper layer of the Czech middle class led to the disappearance of the Czech language from state offices. Even though in the Landsordnung of R627, which in effect was the constitution of Bohemia, provisions were made for the Czech language to have equal status with German, within a few decades, the official business of the Bohemian crown lands was conducted almost exclusively in German. Just as the Czechs as a nation no longer participated in state life, and the Czech language vanished from state administration, so also did the intellectual culture of the Czech nation slip into a steep decline. The Czech language became a language of despised and exploited classes, despised by the higher classes in particular. Everyone who advanced into the upper society, wealth, higher education, became a higher dignitary in the administration, or rose in the army, was ashamed to speak or admit knowledge of the language of the unfree Czech peasants. The national Czech culture was dead. Bauer pointed out that even though the Czech nation had become non-historic, it was not doomed as Engels had said in I-848, but along with other non-historic nations was reawakened to national self-consciousness through the redeeming features of capitalism. It was capitalism and its most successful achievement, the modern state, which everywhere stimulated a broadening of the base of the cultural communities through which the masses of people were able to free themselves from the powerful bonds of stifling tradition and contribute to the creation of modern national cultures. The national disputes and conflicts which erupted within and shook the foundations of the Austrian monarchy towards the end of the 8th century were painful forms of growth and change, which developing capitalism aroused in the old society. However, taking a less parochial view, the Austrian nationality question was nothing but a small and infinitely small cross-section of those greater social questions brought forward during the European cultural crisis which the development of capitalism placed before all nations. In a theoretical discussion concerning the movement of a nation without history to the status of a nation with history, Bauer believed the importance of linguistic and intellectual developments ought not be overrated at the expense of other developments in the nation that were equally significant for the composition of a complete nation. To Otto Bauer, the question of the national schools was certainly one of the most important of all national questions, for a common national education could become one of the strongest unifying bonds of the nation. But he argued that the intelligentsia had overestimated the significance of this question by far. The development of a nation did not depend exclusively or predominantly upon its school system. Schools were, of course, an absolute necessity for the transmission of the great overarching traditions which gave the nation unity, to introduce the young to systematic work habits and knowledge of the prevailing lifestyles of his city, to train others in the necessary skills required to push industrialization and urbanization forward, but what after all were to evolution of the concept of nation school hours against the long hours of a working day, the school years and years of life as a child against a long life of work? Ideally, capitalism and the national schools together were the most powerful tools capable of brushing the national question aside and transforming the community of fate and the linguistic community into one. However, in reality this was true only in a very limited way. The third concept developed by Bauer in Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie appeared in his discussion of modern capitalism and national hate. Here Bauer argued that national hate was transformed class hate. Bauer based this argument on the results of his analysis of the social and economic conditions which formed the background of the struggles of the national groups in Old Austria. He also considered the developing opposition among the national groups which was more strongly accentuated as capitalistic industrial enterprises assumed greater importance in the Habsburg monarchy, especially in Bohemia. The investigation of national opposition based upon economic interest and the competition of German and non-German workers in the empire revealed a connection between national and class differences. The degree of exploitation and unemployment to which one was subjected was determined according to the national group to which one belonged. Bauer pointed out that the German worker was favored above all other workers in skilled and supervisory positions, so that collectively the Germans were better protected, better educated, had at their disposal more advanced industrial organizations, and as a national group exhibited higher cultural achievements. The leading cadres of the non-German worker movements drew from the experiences of their workers alongside of Germans that cultural requirements and achievements paralleled economic developments. In consequence, programs were developed among the worker movements of the individual national groups that were not oriented toward the assimilation of German culture, but towards the stimulation, development, and enrichment of their own national cultures, thereby broadening the horizons of their own members. The result was competition which accentuated an already latent hatred on the part of the Germans. The hate of the German majority, according to Bauer, awakened the hate of the non-German minority. 15 Bauer's basic conclusions in I-907 were that capitalism did not lead to the creation of an a-national class-conscious proletariat, but on the contrary, to a nationally class-conscious proletariat that valued national exclusiveness above all. In this respect his arguments were diametrically opposed to those advanced by both Marx and Engels. The great value of Bauer's social analysis of the struggle among the national groups in the Habsburg monarchy, was that his arguments presented new aspects for understanding national struggles. 3. Karl Koschei's criticisms 0/Otto Bauer's concept 0/the nation. Koschei, the undisputed theoretical leader in Marxist theory among social democratic groups in Europe at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century, and editor of Die eine Zeit, the official publication of international social democracy, was mildly distressed over some of the arguments presented and conclusions drawn by Otto Bauer in Die Nationalitäten/Rage und die Sozialdemokratie. In January, 1908, Koschei discussed Bauer's book in Die Neue Zeit 16, at which time he voiced limited praise for what he considered to be a significant and trail-breaking contribution by Bauer to social democratic literature. Koschei pointed out that due to political developments over a broad area that touched upon relations between national states and national groups within them, an investigation into the concept and effects of nationality once again commanded special attention and interest. He wrote that just when the philosophy of Gustave Hervé, editor of the anti-militarist Pays de Iwan, was blossoming within the newly united French Socialist Party, German Social Democrats were discussing their moral and political duty to their nation. The revolution in Russia had stimulated the different national groups in Russia to engage in political activity in the Tsarist Empire. The Jews wanted to constitute themselves as a nation, and outside of the European continent, England together with Canada, Australia, and South Africa were attempting to create an inter-ocean Anglo-Saxon empire at the same time that Irish nationalism again threatened to raise its head. Accordingly, although the investigations of Otto Bauer were of local significance for the Austrian Empire, they were of more than local significance for international social democracy. Thanks to Otto Bauer's work, Koski wrote, one could grasp new insights into the problems of nationality, even though one was not able to accept all of Bauer's conclusions. Koski also voiced several criticisms of Die Nationalitätenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie. He argued that Bauer had advanced a general theory of history concerning economic, social, and political developments among national groups in multinational states, but the factual material upon which his theory was constructed was derived overwhelmingly from the economic and political problems of the national groups in Austria. This, according to Koski, was hardly an adequate base for a general theory of history. Koski noted that the entire second half of the book was a practical application of Bauer's theory to the problems of the national groups in Austria only, and in this respect, Bauer fell short of sustaining a broadly applicable general theory of history. 17 Koski criticized the definition of the nation offered by Bauer in Die Nationalitätenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie. He argued that Bauer did not clearly understand the function of language as the foremost constant in the historic development of the nation, and consequently, had involved himself needlessly in an unsound theoretical discussion turning on the nebulous concepts of community of fate and community of culture. Koski wrote that Bauer correctly saw the nation as a societal creation, but that his definition of the nation as a community of fate and a community culture of was far too vague to be meaningful as a valid historical descriptive term. Koski pointed out that every special group formed within a society and by a society was a community of fate. Every limited or general society, whether it be a restricted community such as a guild, political party, or joint stock company, or an extended community such as the state, has its common fate and traditions, and many of these societies, noted Koski, also appeared as communities of culture. The limited or extended organizations were so constructed as to take into consideration the many cultures represented by the participating members, and in the process the cultural differences were reconciled into a commonly shared organizational culture, in the case of the nation a commonly shared national culture. On the other hand, Koski observed, that a community of fate and of culture did not necessarily represent human groups that strictly separated nations from each other, but often transcended national language and state frontiers. Koski pointed out, for example, that the French and German Swiss in spite of their ethnic differences were combined in a closer community of fate and community of culture than German Swiss, Germans of Vienna and Germans of Holstein, even though all three belonged to the same extended ethnic group. Inside of a single nation which exhibited significant cultural differences, these differences were often broader and deeper than the many general cultural differences between different nations, so that similar classes in such nations often presented a cultural community that transcended national and state frontiers. According to Koski, the German and Danish farmers in Schleswig, although ethnically different, were in a closer cultural community than German farmers in Schleswig and German journalists and artisans in Berlin, while the latter were in a closer community of culture with the journalists and artisans of Paris. Koski wrote that these vexing class differences had led Bauer to his paradoxical formulation, that only that small part of the nation which played a part in its cultural and political development and gave it shape, was the nation. Bauer had argued, as was pointed out earlier in this study, that up until the beginning of the 19th century the nations of Europe were comprised chiefly of the dominant and exploiting classes. Lower social classes took no part in the development of the nation up until that time. Koski's argument was that rather than accept such an elaborate, involved and controversial formulation of the origin of the modern nation, it was much more simple and more rational to accept the nation as first and foremost a societal formation held together by a common language. According to Koski, Bauer accorded far too much importance to the nobility as the so-called carriers of national culture. He did not understand that the nation was essentially never anything other than a language community, the character of which had been determined by no other group than the peasantry. Peasant languages were not void of significant cultural content but gave stability and linguistic richness to national culture. Koskai argued that the nobility and the bourgeoisie have always been cosmopolitan, ready to throw off one language and lifestyle and assume another. For example, Koskai pointed out that with but some few exceptions in Galicia, Croatia, and in the former Venetian territories, by the beginning of the 19th century, the great cities of the Habsburg monarchy had been Germanized, a process that required nothing other than that the inhabitants learn and use the German language more often than any other language. In this way they became more skillful and more comfortable in German, while at the same time their native languages receded into the background from the lack of use. That portion of the population that retained the historic languages and thereby remained consistently national in content throughout the many generations, was the peasantry. The cultural norms established by the nobles and upper bourgeoisie for their own groups in no way modified peasant culture, which remained the dominant culture in the historic areas of settlement of the national groups. Koskai strengthened his argument further by pointing out that even as industrialization proceeded under German sponsorship in isolated industrial districts which were administratively separate from, but deep inside of mixed language crown lands, such as Bohemia, Moravia, and Carinthia, the dialects were able to hold their own ground. In instances where sufficient numbers of a single national group moved into an industrial district in order to take up residence and to work, their language and culture set the tone for the entire settlement. According to Koskai, it was the language of the peasantry, purged of foreign elements, modified and set to an alphabet where required in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, that ensured the continued survival of the national groups in the Habsburg monarchy as the 19th century progressed and formal schooling for the young became a constant in every city, town, and village of the monarchy. Koskai also theorized that it was the omnipresence of the peasant language ballasts of the different national groups of the Habsburg monarchy that wrecked all attempts to smoothly transform the monarchy from a multinational to a uninational state. 19. Koskai did not follow this train of thought to its logical conclusion, perhaps for reasons of social democratic ideology. Had he done so, he would probably have arrived at the same conclusions as did Otto Bauer in respect to the ultimate denouement resulting from class distinctions which were determined by ethnic differences in multinational states. Bauer, it will be recalled, argued that class consciousness within multinational states spurred on by general upward capitalistic developments and growth would lead to national self-consciousness, national hate, and ultimately to national separation. Koskai did, however, come dangerously close to this argument when he acknowledged that it was the omnipresence of peasant languages that wrecked all attempts to find an adequate solution to the national question in the Habsburg monarchy. Koskai also commented that Die Nationalität und die Sozialdemokratie clearly showed that Bauer did not understand that the proletariat was predominantly international in orientation and not national, and that international social democracy did not strive for the creation and separation of national language states. Koskai argued, as he had done in I-887, that widespread international trade would inevitably lead to the development of a worldwide language, especially among the business communities that were intimately involved in international trade. This, according to Koskai, would lead to the joining together of the nations in an international community of culture. He wrote, "And never had this unity been more close than now, never has a pure national culture been so little possible as it is now." 20. Koskai complained that it was very odd that Otto Bauer always spoke of national culture only, and that he represented the possession of a national culture as an aim of both the proletariat of the national groups and of social democracy. According to Koskai, this was just not so, for the culture which the Slovene, Ruthenian and Romanian proletariats strove for was the same as that for which German, French, and English proletariats struggled for, and this was modern international culture, of which every national culture, even that of the culturally advanced nations, was also only a part. The possession of a national culture, argued Koskai, was no longer adequate any place. It was necessary to have knowledge of more than a national culture and to be capable of communicating in several languages or at least in one of the world languages. He argued that when social democracy came to prevail among the nations of Europe, an education would be provided for the masses of people that would offer to them the possibility to master more languages, world languages, and thus to become participants in international culture and not just in a special national culture of an individual community of language. 21. It would be pointless to present a detailed discussion of Otto Bauer's counter-arguments which appeared in an article Bemerkungen zur Nationalitätenfrage, in Die Neue Zeit, on March 6, I 908.22. Bauer did present certain opposing arguments that are germane to the study. Briefly he stated that Koski did not really understand his book, and implied that Koski had not read it beyond the first paragraph. Bauer recommended that those who wanted to understand his position on the language question should look at paragraph 10 of his book. They would then understand that there was no real conflict between Koski and himself. Bauer went on to say that Koski's definition of the nation as essentially nothing other than a linguistic unit was false, and that he also could not accept Koski's assertion that in the future every nation was to use a single common language. Bauer acknowledged that a common language certainly appeared to be one of the characteristics of the nation, and he wrote, that he did not deny this. In his investigations, he said, he was in search of what lay behind the language, i.e., the inner nature of the language community. Bauer wrote that his analysis of the concept of nations uncovered a cultural community lying behind the language community. He also wrote that his investigations had revealed a two-pronged movement in the historic development of the nation. On one prong was found the slow disintegration of early homogeneous national cultures, whether they were cultures of German tribal peoples or of Frankish tribes, it was all the same. These cultures disintegrated into numerous narrow roughly divided culture circles. On the other prong there was the slow reintegration of these narrow culture circles into homogeneous greater national cultures. This process of disintegration and reintegration of the early national cultures, and therefore the languages, and the formation and unity of the greater national cultures would have to be carefully investigated if one wanted to understand the origin of the modern nation. Bauer had undertaken such an investigation in gathering material for Die Nationalitätenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie. Bauer criticized Koski for his conception of the peasantry as the only true national element of the nation. According to Bauer, Koski had misread the true position of the peasant in society. If, as Koski argued, wrote Bauer, the peasant could not be stripped of his national culture, then he had in the past and he would continue in the future to remain encapsulated in a very narrow culture circle, and in that condition could not be incorporated into a broader trading community. Although the peasant was able thus to protect his local characteristics against the cultures and languages of various strange peoples, according to Bauer, he still remained first and foremost shut out from the greater social, economic and political movements which had welded together the narrow regional cultural communities into homogeneous modern nations. Bauer went on to argue that if the peasant did retain the ancient characteristics which he inherited from the past to the exclusion of all others and thus remained in isolation during the protracted differentiation of the European peoples into homogeneous nations, this did not confirm him as the only true national element in the nation as Koski stated. It merely confirmed that the peasant had of his own accord shut himself out of the unifying process out of which arose the modern homogeneous nations of the present, and the process out of which homogeneous nations will arise in the future. Bauer stressed that he designated the peasants not as carriers of national culture, but as the tenant farmers of the nation. 23. Bauer took issue with Koski's appraisal of the proletariat as collectively international in orientation. And in this context he pointed out that Koski had no clear perception of the salient differences in the nature of and in the task of historic and non-historic nations at the beginning of the I-9th century. Bauer stated, as pointed out earlier in this study, that it was the social revolutions spurred on by the development of modern capitalism that set into motion social and political movements out of which the cultural unity of the modern nations was established or re-established. In the Habsburg monarchy, these movements embraced the working classes of people for the first time both among the historic and non-historic nations. These movements moved along unparalleled tracks that led to different terminal points in the histories of both the historic and non-historic nations. In the case of the historic nations, the movement embraced both the ruling and ruled classes, which meant that for the first time the working classes of people won for themselves a part in the already existing national culture. Among the non-historic nations, on the other hand, which at the beginning of the I9th century, still exhibited no upper social classes but only dominated and exploited classes, the movement signaled that these nations were no longer content to remain subservient to alien cultures imposed by alien ruling classes, or dependent only upon inherited ancient cultural elements. They were interested in developing living and advancing national cultures of their own. Among both types of nations, the historic and non-historic, not only did the proletariat exhibit different capacities because of long-standing class privileges based upon ethnic differences, but each had a different task to fulfill. At the beginning of the 19th century, in Bauer's opinion, the task of the proletariat of the historic nations was to win a place for itself in the already existing national culture, thereby unifying the nation socially and culturally. The proletariat of the non-historic nation, on the other hand, had to first win for itself a national culture of its own. Koskai, according to Bauer, completely overlooked or misunderstood the dual nature of the proletariat in multinational states. This oversight led him to erroneously understand that the proletariats of the historic nation and the non-historic nation were at one with each other in a struggle for the development and possession of an international culture, so that he looked askance upon the activities of the proletariat of the non-historic nations, which were clearly oriented towards the development and possession of special national cultures. Bauer also criticized Koskai's international culture as an abstraction. He pointed out that in order for Koskai to arrive at this abstraction, he had searched for and separated out into two groups elements common to all national cultures. Into the first group he placed those culture elements which all or most nations possessed. He called this international culture. For example, since all nations in Europe possessed a proletariat, or at least a developing proletariat, Koskai considered the proletariat as international. The business classes involved in international trade that Koskai referred to so frequently were also considered by him to be an intimate part of international culture. Into the second group Koskai placed the characteristic cultural elements peculiar to individual nations. According to Bauer, Koskai called these national special cultures. Bauer argued that in this way Koskai could certainly say that elements of international culture formed an ever larger part of the total culture, and that the working classes demanded an international culture just as they demanded the specific national culture. Bauer wrote, "My thoughts, on the other hand, do not proceed from a conceptual difference of cultural elements, but from a historical description of relations of different national cultures." 24. For Otto Bauer's discussion of desire for separatism by small national groups as a natural outgrowth of capitalistic developments within mixed communities. Bauer wrote that the international culture that Koskai developed was clearly nothing other than the sum of different common national cultural elements, and that such an international culture enjoyed an independent existence in no area of the European continent. The class struggle of the proletariat could not be mounted or sustained for such an abstraction, according to Bauer, but only for the development and possession of national cultures. 25. And the struggle, as pointed out in the study earlier, produced class hatred, which developed into national hatred as the non-historic nations steadily advanced toward historic status. Such a highly abstract debate could not long be maintained in Die Neue Zeit, which was a periodical for the airing of topics of general interest to international social democracy. Koskai did not respond to Bauer's counterarguments. Bauer returned to the discussion of separatism and national hate in greater detail in an article in Die Neue Zeit. Der Separatismus in Wien, in 1912.26. Perhaps Bauer wanted to point out to Koskai, his principal critic, that his theory of national hate was soundly based, perhaps to lay out clearly a task for the Austrian Social Democrats, or perhaps to make the concept more clear for those who had read his book but had not understood it. At any rate, Bauer wrote that since the Party Day celebration in Innsbruck between October 29 and November 2 in 1902, the struggle among the Austrian workers had become sharper and had been extended. He pointed out that the separatist movements among the national groups of the monarchy were mainly an outgrowth of the national struggles that surfaced in 1848. The major struggles between Czechs and Germans in this respect had taken place largely in the outlying small and medium-sized cities of Bohemia and Moravia. By 1912, however, due to a change in the social and national composition of the population of Vienna, that city had become the principal arena for the separatist struggles of the national groups within the monarchy. According to Bauer's article, this change was due to a declining birth rate among German families in the Alpine regions of the Austrian Empire. The agrarian laws of the German Alpine lands in Austria, Bauer wrote, restricted the growth of the population in that region of the empire. The farms were turned over undivided to a principal heir. His brothers and sisters were thereby condemned to poverty or to work as farm laborers and servants on farms of strangers, and because of their poverty they remained in an unmarried state throughout their lives. The principal heir also saw to it that not too many children were born to his family lest the wealth of the estate be consumed. Moreover, argued Bauer, the death rate among children in the German agrarian region was very high. The population of the German Alpine lands increased, therefore, very slowly. They were no longer able to deliver to the Viennese industrial region the German workforce which was wanted and needed. Vienna was therefore dependent upon the migrations from the Czech agrarian regions of Bohemia and Moravia, areas where the population multiplied more rapidly than in the German agrarian Alpine districts. Czech immigration to Vienna, according to Otto Bauer, was very old. Initially, however, it was not able to influence the German character of Vienna. Over the centuries, Bauer wrote, through adopting German customs and the German language, the Czechs had merged with the German population without leaving a trace. Bauer noted that yearly thousands of Czech apprentices came to Vienna. They were the sons of peasants or small artisans of Czech villages and small cities, who had been raised in their homes as Czechs and had been educated in Czech schools. In Vienna they lived in the homes of the artisan masters, they heard on their jobs and in the streets only the German language, they interacted with Germans. When the apprenticeships were over, as journeymen they wandered through German industrial regions in Austria and Germany, they interacted in circles of German professional fraternities, they married German women. In this way they slowly and painlessly became Germans. National assimilation took place with much more difficulty in cases where the migrants were not young apprentices, but adult workers. These workers wanted to remain Czech, but their children who had never seen the Czech homeland, who were born in the large German cities, became accustomed to German environs, became Germans. The German character of Vienna, Bauer further wrote, depended upon the continuous assimilation of Czech immigrants taking place. The strong influx of Slavic blood has remained not without influence upon the character of the people, the customs of the people, the manner of expression of the people of Vienna. German racial pride, Bauer said, was no place to be more ridiculed than in Vienna, where almost every German family had Slavic ancestors. Bauer wrote that between 1900 and 1912, when he composed his essay dealing with this problem, the assimilation process of Czech immigrants had developed significant impediments. The cultureless rural workers of an earlier period adopted the German language in Vienna without difficulty, so that national assimilation in Vienna was a partial manifestation of social assimilation, the adjustment of workers who migrated from the land to the new big city environs. The Czech industrial workers in the first decade of the 20th century, on the other hand, were bound up with their nation through spiritual ties which were not so easily broken. They had belonged in their homeland to Czech clubs and associations, read Czech newspapers, and taken part in the political campaigns between Czech political parties. All of this they were not willing to forego in Vienna. So there arose in Vienna Czech associations, newspaper and book dealers. Soon Czech immigrants found that they were able to join fellow Czechs in Vienna within a Czech cultural setting. They could gratify their cultural needs in their native tongue, so that consequently there developed a Czech commune system inside of the German city. The Czechs interacted more and more among each other and less with Germans. Thereby national assimilation was obstructed. The consolidation of the Czech minority assumed political significance. The Czechs were content at first with private schools founded and operated by their own group. Soon, however, they demanded that public schools with Czech as the language of instruction be founded in Vienna. The struggle concerning the furnishing of public Czech schools in Vienna welded the Viennese Czechs together into a political community. This development was urged on by the Czech bourgeoisie. As long as the Czech nation had been composed of feudal lords, petty bourgeoisie and peasants, the prevailing program from a political point of view had been that of states' rights, i.e., the independence of the states of the Crown of St. Wenceslas, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. The Czech upper social classes raised no claim upon the lands outside of the Crown of St. Wenceslas. However, with the introduction of capitalism into the Czech settlement region, and the subsequent development of a thriving Czech bourgeoisie and a growing Czech proletariat, the old solution of states' rights lost its meaning. Czech banks, Czech industrial and business entrepreneurs developed subordinate branches in Vienna. They had a lively interest in the consolidation of the Czech minority in Vienna in order that the Czech banks could secure for their Czech branches in Vienna the deposits of the Czech bourgeoisie, of Czech businessmen, of Czech firms, and the general business of the Czech population. The interest of the national Czech bourgeoisie was no longer limited to the historic lands of the Bohemian Crown. They now stressed the demand for equality for the Czechs in all parts of Austria. The Czech proletariat was also in a completely different situation than the old Czech petty bourgeoisie. The necessity to search for work forced the Czech proletariat to settle in German industrial regions. Here too the Czech proletariat wanted their children raised using their native Czech language. They also wanted to be able to pursue their legal affairs in their own language before judges of the courts and other state officials of Austria. This change in Czech national politics elevated the struggle of Viennese Czechs for the furnishing of public Czech schools to a level of concern of both the Czechs and Austro-Germans. Strong national feelings were aroused in the German population, reflecting pronounced anxieties that had surfaced because of the struggles. They were countered by an equally strong national assertion among Czechs. The sharpening of national opposition could not but similarly affect the working class. Accordingly, former local class disputes and class hatreds took on a new quality, that of national hate. Bauer hoped that somehow or other the Austrian Social Democrats would be able to devise programs to reduce the growing national hatred. 27 Karl Koschei had always disagreed with Engels in respect to the latter's violent prejudice towards the Austroslav national groups. In 1896, 1915, and 1927 Koschei criticized not only Engels and Marx but all who still adhered to the characterization of the Austroslavs formulated by Engels in 1848/1849.28. In 1896 Koschei openly criticized for the first time the position taken by Engels towards the Austroslavs during the Revolution of 1848. He wrote, "Have not the facts given him the lie? Has the vitality of the Czech nation not been admitted by its bitterest enemies?" 29. Clearly it had not, for open discussion of Marx's and Engels' I-848/I-849 formulations concerning the nations without history surfaced again in Die Neue Zeit, in I-9-I-4 within the context of debates among factions of the German Social Democratic Party over the issue of the party's position towards Germany's overseas expansion and her role in the Great War. 30 The party debate was long and involved. Such socialist notables as Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring, and Wilhelm Pike contributed to it. Needless to say, the debate cannot be discussed in any depth in the paper. For the sake of brevity and coherence, the discussion concerning German expansion and war policies will be limited to the arguments of Heinrich Kuhnau, the future editor of Die Neue Zeit, and Karl Koschei. Neither of these men could be considered as an extremist on the question of the right of national self-determination for small nations within Central and Eastern Europe. Their philosophies were far enough apart, however, that it can be said that each represented clearly distinct groupings within the Social Democratic Party of Germany. See conflict within German Social Democratic Party that brought the discussion of the concept of nations with history and nations without history to the fore in I-9-I-5. I. Karl Radek, Heinrich Kuhnau, Karl Koski debate concerning the right of small nations to national self-determination. Specifically, the discussion arose as a result of a pamphlet published by Karl Radek in Bremen in I-912, Der deutsche Imperialismus und die deutsche Arbeiterschaft. 31. When Radek brought up this argument, he was no doubt still in chagrin and reacting to the victory in the German party debates at Stuttgart in I-907 of the revisionist group within the German Social Democratic Party. At that time such renowned Social Democrats as Eduard Bernstein, Eduard David, Gustav Nitzsche, Ludwig Quassel, and Albert Zeitocum came out openly for the defense of German colonial politics, overseas imperialism, which in their opinions promoted the rapid development of capitalism and harmonized the interest of the bourgeoisie and proletariat. They took this position in spite of the resolution of the Stuttgart International Congress of the Socialists that had condemned colonial politics as the politics of violence and plunder, and that also called for national independence and self-determination for all peoples. 32. Radek accused the German Social Democratic Party of short-sightedness. True, in the short run, their collusion with the German administration in its massive armament program and its overseas imperialism probably helped the German workers with larger paychecks, but indirectly it also led to the suppression of the German working class itself. 33. In I-9I-5 Heinrich Kuhnau answered Radek's criticisms in a pamphlet of his own. 34. Kuhnau preferred to see the overseas imperialism on the part of Germany as progressive. Ancient methods of agriculture and trade were being destroyed in backward areas among primitive peoples, making possible the future development and growth of industrial areas and subsequently the growth of class-conscious national proletariats. In this respect, Kuhnau was correct from the orthodox Marxist point of view. At this time Kuhnau also addressed himself to the Reichstagsfraktion's declaration of August 4, 1914, which included a statement that the German Social Democratic Party supported the right of every people to national independence. Kuhnau denounced this statement. He implied that the declaration did not reflect the sentiment of the German Social Democratic Party. He also argued that although this was a right freely construed, it was not a necessary condition of history, but itself had evolved out of the historical development of the nation-state system. It could not be shown, he said, that this right was omnipresent and moved through the historical process everywhere. Kuhnau went on to say that the right to national independence was not a natural right, although he suspected that such an assertion would soon be forcefully advanced. The right of independence for nations lies in the system of democracy that had been developed and practiced by nations. However, he said, he could not prove this point, but it was just as valid as the arguments over natural rights. In the latter case, it was a fixed constant that this or that right lay in the system of human nature or human society and was thus established not for a definite period but forevermore. What system was there, Kuhnau asked, that had not developed out of human society or had not been derived from it? The right to occupy land, to property, to trade freely, to political equality, to slavery, of men to dominate women, to form a state, were all derived from human society. Such derivation of general rights out of some underlying alleged system of human nature, of society, of states, of liberalism or modern democracy, according to Kuhnau, was not adequate proof for the historic authorization of a theorem which proposed such rights as concomitants of the human condition. Kuhnau also pointed out that the right of national autonomy without national state independence was a fiction, and an illusion. The ultimate aim of all internal autonomous nations was to explode the multinational states that encapsulated them and to establish themselves as independent nation-states. Norway, for instance, in spite of its complete autonomy separated from Sweden in I-906. Although Germans and Czechs had lived side by side in the Habsburg monarchy since I-620, the two peoples never formed one nation. The Czechs were held down by the Germans until through the advanced development of capitalism in Bohemia, the Czechs acquired the means to strengthen their national efforts over and against German domination. The call for national independence as a right, as Kuhnau had seen it developed during his lifetime, had never been anything other than a subterfuge that served the interest of newly established autonomous nations or national states long enough for them to establish their claim to foreign territory or to similar language groups in adjacent frontier areas, or to national separation. This was classical behavior among the Bulgars, Romanians, and Greeks as they separated from the Ottoman Empire and contended with each other for domination of the Balkan Peninsula. Such had been the historical path of the development of the right of nations to national independence, wrote Kuhnau. All of these shifts, he continued, were based upon greed and aggrandizement of former autonomous states. 35 Kuhnau was without doubt referring to the dangerous situation that developed in the Balkans in I9I2/I9I3, which threatened to engulf the major European powers in war. He concluded, with this it is not said that we as a party should or must hostilely oppose or remain indifferent to all independence endeavors of nations. Where independence is the supposition for a higher cultural development, where it sets free bound-up energy, naturally also, where it lies in the interest of the socialist movement, there we must support it, but not under the summons of an imaginary right, and also in no way every national movement, without distinction of its cultural significance. With this attitude to the so-called nationality question, we have arrived upon the platform of Marx's and Engels' formulation, which in no way, as Koski asserts, has been proven in error for a long time. 36. What Kuhnau in effect argued was that there was no eternal law or natural law that had established national independence as a historical condition within human society. The small national groups were entitled to national independence only if the larger and more powerful nations were willing to grant this. Kuhnau's opinions were not in agreement with the resolution of the Second International Socialist Workers' Congress, which met in London in 1896. That Congress expressed its support of the right to complete self-determination of all nations, and sympathized with the workers of all countries suffering under the yoke of military, national, or other despotism. The resolution invited the workers of all of those countries to enter the ranks of class-conscious workers of the whole world, in order to fight with them for the overthrow of international capitalism and the attainment of the aims of international social democracy. 37 Kuhnau's arguments were also not in agreement with Article 7 of the draft program of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 38 Article 7 placed that party on record as favoring the right of all nations in the Russian Empire to self-determination. Kuhnau's position was also clearly not in accord with the resolution passed by the Stuttgart International Congress of Socialists in August of 1907. At that Congress, after energetic and detailed discussion, the despoliation of foreign national groups was denounced. The Congress, with 127 votes in favor and 108 against in 10 ballots, resolved to condemn any and all colonial politics as the politics of violence and plunder. The resolution obligated international socialist democracy to an irreconcilable struggle against the suppression of foreign peoples, for national independence, self-determination, and the unification of every nation where applicable. 39 Koski answered Kuhnau's arguments in great detail in 1915.40. He agreed with Radek's criticism of German social democracy in respect to armaments and overseas imperialism. It was true, he wrote, that as the regime spent more for heavy armaments, there was that much less left for internal social reform. He also made an additional observation that those social classes and interest groups in Germany that demanded an armament race were the same ones who believed that the demands of the working class for betterment of their living conditions could be best met not through concessions but through increased counter-pressure. Koski also took up the question of the Reichstagsfraktion's declaration of August 4, 1914. He stressed that since the right of national independence was an outgrowth of the democratic and international character of social democracy, it should be recognized and understood as such. It was hardly the duty of the Socialists' Reichstagsfraktion to contribute to German war propaganda on August 4, 1914 by conferring this right. It was not theirs to confer. Koski, no doubt, called the August 4, 1914 declaration by the Socialists, German war propaganda in view of the 1907 German Social Democratic Party debate in Stuttgart, at which time national independence and self-determination for small nations were rejected. He also observed that the right of national independence and self-determination were relative and not absolute rights, that developed out of the practices of the nation-states as they developed historically. The individual nation was only a part of a greater whole, an international community of nations. If at any time the struggles for independence of a national group imposed limits upon the advancement of the international community, then social democracy was obligated to oppose those efforts. In this respect, Koski agreed with Kuhnau. Koski went on to say that it would be extremely difficult to find a concrete case in which the struggles of a national group in Europe for national self-determination limited in any way advancing political and social developments of a multinational state that contains such national groups. 41 Koski did concede, however, that the Austro-Hungarian Revolution of 1848-1849 was defeated by the Slavs, who, he wrote, with the exception of the Poles, turned against the revolutionary nations, the Germans and Hungarians, and thereby had assisted counter-revolution. He also noted that Marx and Engels had become embittered towards those small Slavic national groups in the Habsburg Empire for that reason. In the struggles by these groups for national independence, Marx and Engels saw a danger to the revolution, and such a danger would have been clearly present if the revolution which the entirety of social democracy had awaited after I-848 had immediately come about. That revolution, of course, did not occur. Koski observed that the Czechs and Austrian South Slav national groups subsequently had in practice demonstrated that Marx and Engels were deficient in their perceptions, when they assessed them to be mere ruins of nations, mere v6 who faced complete extermination or denationalization. Koski wrote, "Today, when those people have achieved such great power and significance, to refer to them in the old Marxian terms of 1848-1849 does appear most unfortunate. Should someone today still hold on to that standpoint, he has a lot to unlearn." 42. The differences between Kuhnau and Koski in respect to national independence for small nations came to an end in the pages of Die Neue Zeit, in June, I9 I5.43. As far as can be determined from subsequent issues of that periodical, the debate had no overall effect upon the German Social Democratic Party. 2. Karl Koski's evaluation of the role of small national groups within the Habsburg Empire during the revolution of I-848-I-849. In I9 I7, when there was no longer a serious possibility for a military victory for the Central Powers, and it was apparent to the more perceptive members of the German and Austrian Social Democratic parties that some adjustments had to be expected in respect to the Slavic peoples of the Habsburg monarchy, Koski again took up the question of the right of self-determination and national independence for small national groups in a more or less general discussion in Die Neue Zeit. 44. He reaffirmed once again that the Social Democratic Party was properly an international party which stood for the right of self-determination of all peoples. He argued that the struggle for democracy was not possible otherwise. At this time he also discussed the disparaging articles which appeared in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in I-848-I-849, pointing out that in assessing the arguments which appeared in that paper, the time period with which the Neue Rheinische Zeitung was concerned ought to be given some attention. It was no doubt true that the pronouncements of Marx and Engels concerning the problems of 1848-1849 were a reflection of the then prevailing social and political reality of Europe and certainly not applicable to 20th century Europe. Koski once again restated his earlier arguments, that in 1848-1849 there could be no denial that the great bulk of the Slavic peoples of the monarchy did appear counter-revolutionary, and perhaps at that time the arguments of Marx and Engels did have some merit. In 1848-1849, he wrote, the Austro-Slavs seem to have hardly yet been affected by modern European political and cultural developments. They appeared to be politically subservient to the Habsburg ruling class. They also appeared conservative, probably from sheer inertia, and reactionary because new orientations frightened them. The Austro-Slavs at that time collectively appeared to be one with the suppressed mass of the Russian Empire, in the sense that they could probably be fitted into that empire without causing the slightest ripple socially or politically. It was also known, according to Koskay, that the cultivation of these national groups was one of the main political aims of the Russian Foreign Office, and that Russian political agents were in contact with their intellectuals whom Koskay described as naive. 45 Marx and Engels were convinced that a fate awaited these national groups similar to that to which the Bretons and Basques of France had succumbed. Koskay argued, as pointed out earlier in the study, that the Slavs subsequently demonstrated that Engels and Marx were affected by a certain prejudice when they assessed them as mere ruins of people, merely remnants that would remain fanatical followers of counter-revolution until they were completely destroyed or denationalized. If that was the situation in 1848/1849, it was much different in 1917. The whole subsequent development of these peoples, wrote Koskay, had demonstrated how faulty was the conception of both Marx and Engels. Could anything, he asked, be more ludicrous in 1917 than to designate these peoples as mere remnants or ruins whose only remaining function was to perish? 46 In 1917 Koskay also said that the evaluation of the Austrian Slavs as consistently counter-revolutionary and the Germans, Magyars, and Poles as consistently revolutionary was never correct. These arguments only reflected a great German prejudice against Slavs. It was a cardinal principle of the Habsburg monarchy to play the different groups off against one another and in this way to be able to ignore the demands of all of them. The Habsburg regime was at times favorably disposed towards one group, and then towards another. Those that were not in favor considered themselves revolutionary, while those in favor were considered, by those out of favor, to be counter-revolutionary. According to Koskay. 47 These labels were all so much nonsense, for in reality every one of the great nations of Austria vacillated back and forth in the course of the last century, often violently between high treason and Byzantinism. The leaders of the great nations within the Habsburg monarchy were actors playing at revolution, although never seriously. They beckoned the gallows just as effectively as the minister's stool. That was true of the Magyars, Poles, Germans just as of Czechs, Croats, and Ruthenians. To have labeled the Czechs as historically counter-revolutionary did not make sense when already in 1848 there were clear signs that the Czech workers in the cities were from the very beginning not counter-revolutionary. The first rebellion in Austria which Windisch Greets had to put down was the Czech rebellion in Prague, while at the same time the Viennese themselves, even in the first days of their newly won freedom, were so little revolutionary that with great enthusiasm and in great numbers they volunteered for Radetzky's army, which was determined to put down the revolution in Italy. The question then is, who was revolutionary in 1848/1849? Koskay went on to argue that the revolution of 1848/1849 in Austria was not checked by Slav counter-revolutionary activity alone, but just as much by the efforts of the Germans to assume an overlordship over the Czechs and Italians, the Hungarians, and Germans an overlordship over the Croats. The revolution failed largely for the same reason that every revolution in a similar multinational situation is in danger of failing, i.e., the denial of the international point of view, of the right of national groups to self-determination. 48. But all over Europe, England, and Russia, who could be classified as Völkerabfall, or ruins of peoples whose disappearance from the modern nation could not be arrested. These groups were not despicable counter-revolutionaries, but they represented a valuable asset to the national reserve of human power in all of its many forms. These were historically agrarian national groups that possessed only spoken languages that had slowly become non-functional through the changeover of the economies from predominantly agrarian to an industrial emphasis. As long as the agrarian subsistence mode of production prevailed, these national groups could function adequately in their historic settlement areas, producing for themselves, with a little surplus left for the market. Their languages and traditions were adequate to meet their needs and were regularly handed on orally from one generation to the next. The development of industrial districts deep inside of the mixed language crownlands introduced profound changes that brought on and accentuated a decline in the population of these national groups that would not cease until their ultimate disappearance from the modern nation. Historically, it is doubtful whether any industrial region has ever been able to replenish its workforce from within. Traditionally, the entrepreneurial classes have had to rely upon outlying areas for additional inputs of manpower. In the industrial districts that were developed deep inside of mixed language predominantly agricultural regions, the incoming workers from the farms had to learn the language prevailing in the industrial districts in order to receive training and directions which enabled them to adequately function as members of the workforce. In the Habsburg monarchy, this language was predominantly German. National groups that were almost wholly agricultural yielded up yearly more and more of their most promising youth, those who possessed the potential ability and stamina to push national cultural development programs forward, leaving behind in the historic settlement areas the aged and very young and enfeebled. The national groups thus constantly underwent a pauperization which accentuated their disappearance. What took place then was not a situation similar to that in America, where there was in progress the physical dying out of the Indian race, but the surrender of a language by a still yet physically virile people who no longer found their language to be of benefit economically. The dying out of a nation is not the physical death of its ruling class, or the physical death of its people, but the death of the language. 49 Koski argued that the Austro-Slavs were saved from extinction through the intense activities of their intellectuals in purging their languages of foreign elements, standardizing them by fitting them to an alphabet, and working for their introduction into the universities as worthy and proper areas of study. This occurred early among the Czechs, in the late 18th century with the establishment of a chair for the Czech language at the University of Vienna, in the early 19th century among the Slovenes with the founding of a chair for the Slovene language at the University of Graz, and among the Slovaks only after the acceptance of the more suitable work of Ludovit Stur based upon the Middle Slovak dialect in the middle of the 19th century. Koski's main theses in respect to languages of small national groups were that wherever in a mixed language state an agrarian people successfully developed a written language, they gained with it a means to bind themselves together as a national group, thereby prolonging their national life. Their communications need no longer be primary, i.e., oral and face-to-face, but also could proceed through such media as newspapers. With a written language in their possession, the agricultural masses that migrated into the industrial regions no longer lost their national identity so readily. And under certain conditions, if the migration was strong enough, an incoming national group could overcome the traditional language of the industrial district and finally make its own dominant. That was the process that moved ahead so relentlessly in Bohemia, Moravia, and Carniola in the second half of the I9th century, which generated so much hostility between the traditional German ruling class and the Czech and Slovene peoples. Such a state of affairs could only begin where the migrants were contained in solid blocks and were overwhelming in number. The Czech migration into Vienna or the Polish migration into the Ruhr, for instance, could in no way alter the German character of those areas. But the absorption of these groups into the German language community proceeded at a much slower pace, since they had written languages of their own, press and churches, and all of those social institutions that prolonged their existence as separate national communities. The older generations of migrants remained true to their culture, the new generation which was born, reared and educated in the industrial region, adopted the lifestyle and language of that region. 50 Koski traced the problem of the national groups that surfaced in 1848–1849 in the Habsburg monarchy, or the lack of such problems in the Western European countries and in England, to the development of capitalism in those countries. He argued that it was capitalism that contributed to the growth and consolidation of the modern nations. This was a development that cut in two directions as did a double-edged sword. On a forward stroke, capitalism helped to consolidate and rejuvenate the older states of Western Europe such as England and France. They had already undergone some form of capitalistic development, linguistic standardization, and had developed viable national infrastructures divorced from the question of language, before the modern concepts of political democracy took firm roots in the example of America. On its backward stroke, capitalism cut the ground out from beneath those multinational states that underwent quantitative industrialization relatively late, and that prior to this development had not secured a definitive solution to their language problems. Capitalism contributed significantly to the awakening of national self-consciousness among the various national groups in those multinational states in which industrialization was a late development and in which the people were exposed to the liberating winds blowing across Europe emanating from the great universities of France and Germany. Assimilation of the various national groups became extremely difficult during the last two-thirds of the 19th century, in particular those national groups which had developed a written language of their own. Koskai recognized that his arguments were not applicable to Russia because the vast majority of the I-42 national groups present in Russia at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century had no written languages of their own and were going the way of the Basques and Bretons of France. 51. For Karl Koskai's prognosis in respect to small national groups within a socialist world community. In 1917 Koskai returned to the question of language again in presenting a description of what the national question would be like in a socialist society as a result of the application of socialist principles. Socialism, he wrote, in addition to weakening and removing contradiction within the nation would also contribute to the removal of national differences. Since socialism was not the result of a special national movement but an international movement, sovereign and individual states as presently constituted would cease to exist, each to become only a part of a great whole, the United States of Europe. Within this concept, Europe is to be understood as not only that part of the earth known as the European continent, but all regions of European culture. Through the accession of England, the United States of Europe would become a United States which would reach into all parts of the world. Koskai then argued that with this development the question of state frontiers and also the question of military security would lose all significance. The individual states would become merely special administrative districts with self-governing powers, each region embracing a definite linguistic group. Finally, national separation of administrative districts would also lose their significance through socialism, which would make accessible to the people in their improved education a world language along with the native languages so that every man could make himself at home and be understood everywhere in the world. In conclusion, Koskai wrote, not the differentiation, but the assimilation of national groups, not the access to national culture, but access to European culture which becomes ever more of equal significance with world culture is the aim of socialist development. 52. Discussion of Rosa Luxemburg's theories. For the Renaissance of the Polish nation. Rosa Luxemburg's categories 0/nations with history and nations without history. Rosa Luxemburg also became involved in the theoretical debates in the last decade of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century that centered on the problem of the awakening of non-historic nations to national self-consciousness and their elevation to historic status. The European peoples that Rosa Luxemburg considered as non-historic were Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Czechs, Yugoslavs, presumably the Slovenes, Croats, Serbs and Macedonians. Point 53. In considering the Poles as non-historic, Rosa Luxemburg, of course, disagreed with Marx and Engels. The latter considered Poland as a historic nation at the beginning of the 19th century. The basis of their argument was the existence in Congress of Poland a part of the historic Polish noble class that still collectively considered itself the Polish nation. They were also accepted as such by non-noble Poles of Congress Poland. As far as Rosa Luxemburg was concerned, Poland was a conquered and divided nation that was dominated by Russianized Polish and Russian ruling classes, and economically exploited by an imported non-Polish entrepreneurial class. Poland was non-historic to her in that sense. Unlike Bauer and Koskai, Rosa Luxemburg never directly evaluated the concept of non-historic nations that was advanced by Engels in 1848–1849. She was a Polish Jewess and her principal interest throughout her lifetime, if this can be determined at all from her writings, was in furthering the economic development and political restoration of Poland in which all citizens would be equal. She fervently believed that Poland should join a socialist community of states. To this end Rosa Luxemburg devoted much of her early years to a study of the economic and political relations that existed between divided Poland and the three conservative powers that occupied it. In much of her later years, she tried to further the development of class consciousness among Polish workers. Her interest had no doubt been kindled by accounts of the many international celebrations held from time to time and joined in by Marx and Engels in commemoration of the 1830, 1846 and 1863 revolts in Poland and Galicia. 54 During her own early adult life there were still international celebrations centering on the Polish question. In November 1880 there was the celebration in Geneva, Switzerland commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Polish Rising of 1830, at which time a letter was read from Marx and Engels. 55 In March of 1896 there was the Zurich International Memorial commemorating the execution of 4 Polish Social Democrats in Warsaw. George Plekhanov, the representative of Russian social democracy, spoke at that event. For us, socialism in Poland is not dead. The Polish socialist movement has developed itself more, as an example for us, and a threat for Tsarism. Therefore we Russian socialists must be thankful to the Poles. 56 There was also an international meeting held in London on February 1, 1896, which memorialized the same event. At that time such notables as Edward A. Velling, Th. Mann, presumably not Thomas Mann, Eleanor Marx A. Velling and Edward Bernstein spoke. They all agreed to a resolution containing among other items the following: that the independence of Poland forms a requirement equally necessary for the whole international worker movement as it also does for the Polish proletariat. 57 Bernstein at the same meeting also said, that if now the liberation of Poland should only appear as a dream, then it would change to reality in the moment of victory of German social democracy. Rosa Luxemburg's conception of the unfortunate circumstances of the Polish nation, which she might quite possibly have identified with that of Ireland, no doubt also stimulated her interest. Such an identification had been made by Friedrich Engels in 1882. 58 In her essay Von Stufe zur Stufe, which appeared in Die Neue Zeit in 1897/1898, 59, she described the decline of the Polish nation and discussed the possibilities of its rebirth in terms strikingly similar to those used by Otto Bauer in 1907 in his discussion of the decline of the Czech nation. 60 In Von Stufe zur Stufe, she wrote that the decline of the Polish nation came about through the decline of its historic nationally conscious nobility, in particular the lower nobility, the traditional carriers of the national idea and national culture. In their places were substituted a ragamuffin bourgeoisie imported into Poland between 1816 and 1830 by Alexander I and Nicholas I, made up of bankrupt German artisans, Jewish profiteers, Belgian industrial engineers, and Polish adventurers, all with dark and uncertain backgrounds. 61. The traditional Polish nobility and this new bourgeoisie were in every respect at opposite ends of an economic and political pole, balanced in the center in the fashion of a seesaw, so that the rise of one necessitated the decline of the other. From its very beginning, this newly created bourgeoisie was interested in completely integrating Congress Poland with Russia in order to secure its newly created position in Polish society and to maximize its own financial gain. The destruction of the feudal mode of production, pursued largely by the great Polish nobility, was initially the primary goal of the new bourgeoisie's economic and political programs. For the Polish nobility, on the other hand, every step in the development of this new bourgeoisie carried in its train the material and political ruin of their caste. By 1851, Rosa Luxemburg argued, the Polish nobility in Congress Poland did not know whether its children would be served as befitted their station or be reduced to a service class. According to her, should Congress Poland become industrialized and the foreign bourgeoisie become its political and economic masters, the estate lords, the nobility, would sink to the level of a serving class. But until the Polish nobles had definitively fallen to that level, until Russian bayonets had smashed them down to the earth, the bourgeoisie in Congress Poland would have to pursue its activities in the shadows. Rosa Luxemburg also wrote that when the Russian government cut down the tree of Polish nobility, they also cut down the tree of Polish nationalism. To the new non-Polish bourgeoisie, the leadership of Congress Poland fell as ripe fruit from a tree into the hands of waiting pickers. 2. Rosa Luxemburg's program for the restoration and liberation of Poland. Rosa Luxemburg wrote that the Polish nation could undergo a renaissance not by armed struggle costly in human lives, but through capitalistic development. The Polish nation would have to assemble its national riches, which included its spiritual leaders and its enlightened cadres, with certain exceptions, the reconciliation of the traditional Polish classes. This, of course, as I understand it, would include the lower Polish nobility, which was strongly nationalistic, the underprivileged sections of the urban population, craftsmen and artisans of all kinds, retail shopkeepers and petty traders. The Polish upper bourgeoisie, which collectively was mainly interested in the amalgamation of Congress Poland and Russia in order to secure its own favorable position, would be excluded. The great Polish lords would also have to be shut out, since in R836, through the law concerning nobility, Tsar Nicholas I adopted them to the hierarchical structure of the Russian nobility, thereby giving them an interest in maintaining the territorial integrity of the Russian Empire. 62. Metaphorically, Rosa Luxemburg argued that the health of any social organism was nothing other than the regular healthy functioning of all its organs and cells. So that if each single organ of Polish society freely functioned in its field, be it as businessman or medical doctor, farmer or writer, lawyer or teacher, the material and national cultural rebirth of Poland, which was the first prerequisite for its political rebirth, would come forward of its own accord. The consequence of such a program, she said, was the complete renunciation of all independent and self-serving political action, and this called for a reconciliation with Russian domination. Poles had to keep in mind, she cautioned, that such a renunciation and reconciliation would be in the interest of the political liberation of Poland in the long run. 63. In effect, what Rosa Luxemburg asked for was the renunciation of the demand for self-determination for the Polish nation. In respect to the restoration of Poland, Rosa Luxemburg wrote in R895/R89664 that after the concept of permanent revolution was given up, Polish restoration had to be seen in a more practical way. For a while it had been hoped, she said, that through an unfavorable turn in European politics, such as a major war or some other natural calamity, Polish restoration could be negotiated through the international. But at any rate, Poland would not be restored without the concurrence of the European states, especially those that had divided and occupied her. So, she argued, it was useless for the proletariat to directly assault the position of the three annexing powers in the foreseeable future. The price in blood was far too high and the chances of success at a minimum. Some other means would have to be fashioned that would achieve the same end. The great hope for Polish restoration, she said, was in international socialism, and this was recognized by Polish socialists in the three parts of divided Poland. In reviewing the possibilities for the restoration of Poland within a socialist community of states, Rosa Luxemburg pointed out that the socialist movement itself arose in Poland first only at the beginning of the I-880s. She observed that from the very beginning Polish socialists in the three parts of divided Poland were not only indifferent to the demands for the restoration of Poland but actually hostile toward it. This was true, she wrote, of the socialists in Russian Poland as it was of the socialists in Prussian and Austrian Poland. She wrote that the restoration of the independence of Poland at this time, and hence the restoration of the old historic multinational Polish class state, was advocated only by foreign socialist groups, in particular by the followers of the magazine Pobudka, which was published by the Polish emigration organization National Socjalistisk Gemeinde, I-889-I-893, in Paris. These groups, she pointed out, were outside of the effective arena of Polish politics, and their programs were not realistically oriented toward the needs of the Polish working class but were more in tune with those of the Polish bourgeoisie. The difference in orientation between such foreign Polish groups and the Polish worker movements in Congress Poland could be characterized as the difference between patriotism and socialism, or between nationalism and internationalism respectively. 65 She observed that although the Polish socialists in the three parts of Poland did not strive for the restoration of the old Polish multinational class state, they did recognize that each group had common interests both as Poles, and as socialists, which they sought to pursue within the frame of international socialism. Rosa Luxemburg did not deny that national proclivities developed early among the Polish socialists that were noticeable. For instance, in 1891 at the Brussels International Congress the Polish delegates separated themselves from their German and Austrian colleagues and formed an exclusive Polish group, but only in the interest of furthering international socialism. In 1892, she wrote, at the Vienna Party Day celebration, the Galician socialists deemed it necessary to declare that they looked upon the special situation in their land, as well as their duty to their Polish comrades living outside of Austria as requiring them not to tie themselves too closely to the greater organization as the party statutes demanded. Again in I-893, the Polish socialists in Prussian Poland separated themselves in order to form a special Polish Socialist Party. They held out that they wanted to put an end once and for all to the notoriety which they understood was attached to their membership in the German Social Democratic Party. A point that annoyed the Polish socialist in Prussian Poland was the Germanization program pushed by the regime. They declared that by separating themselves, they could better defend the freedom of the use of the Polish language against the heavy-handed efforts of the Prussian government in its drive to Germanize all of Prussian Poland. Rosa Luxemburg stressed that in spite of all these differences, the Polish attitude towards social democracy was the same as ever, i.e., to work for international socialism, and to solve Poland's problems within a socialist frame. The regeneration and restoration of Poland was the essence of the inner politics of the Polish proletariat, of its everyday struggles, and had to be pursued in a purely practical way. In this respect, she said, the Polish proletariat was dealing with the restoration and liberation of Poland within the existing political order of Europe and not through the victory of the class struggle or through an all-embracing socialist revolution. She predicted the emergence of an independent Polish capitalistic class state. The creation of this capitalistic class state and all of those institutions that accompany such a state, general franchise as in Austria, plural voting as in Belgium, was the first and foremost step to the establishment of a socialist state. Rosa Luxemburg's main argument in respect to the restoration of Poland was that its achievement would not be realized through the Polish upper social classes in the three separate areas of Poland, but through the strength of the Polish proletariat alone. She concluded that the Polish proletariat was given a difficult task, the like of which confronted no other proletariat in the world. History had shown that new state formations had been brought about by dominant upper social classes in their own interest, utilizing lower classes of people as their unconscious tools. In Poland, however, the class-conscious proletariat itself was given the task of bringing into existence a new capitalistic class state, in which it would have to implant its own interest and, thereby, give new direction to the economy, effectively opposing the bourgeoisie. Rosa Luxemburg also noted that in order for Polish restoration to come about, the proletariat would not only have to break the power of the three most powerful European regimes, Germany, Austria, and Russia, but also be strong enough to subdue the national and worldwide interests of their bourgeoisies. In other words, the proletariat, in spite of its position as a subordinate class, at the same time would have to assume the role of a dominant class in order to create a new capitalistic class state in which class consciousness would be strongly developed among the proletariat. She predicted that the final liberation of Poland from the three conservative powers could be brought about only through the victory of international socialism. The Polish workers in the three separate parts of Poland would have to cooperate closely in order to bring about capitalistic class states in Prussia and Russia, comparable to that then in existence in Austria, in which the proletariat could rise to power. The three states, Austria, Germany, and Russia would then form a solid phalanx of socialist states in which Poland could achieve its restoration and freedom, since the international socialist community of states would not subscribe to the doctrine of annexation and exploitation. She stressed that in order to facilitate such cooperation, the Polish Social Democrats would have to avoid formulating a common political program calling for self-determination for all of Poland. Such a program would force the Polish Social Democrats to pursue a program which would not be in harmony with the interests of the German, Austrian, and Russian parties. This, of course, would raise barriers between the Polish and other social democratic parties that would not arise were the Poles to pursue a policy of class interest, at one with their fellow Germans, Austrians, and Russians. 66 Rosa Luxemburg's program for Poland was opposed by other groups and individuals within European social democracy. In Poland itself, Roman Dmowski and Józef Pilsudski founded the Polish Socialist Party in 1893, which in time developed a strong national orientation. In Central Europe, Samuel Hacker and Karl Koski were representative examples of opposition to her and the logic behind such opposition. Hacker's position was that Rosa Luxemburg was under the impression that Congress Poland would always be dominant in its economic relations with Russia. It was unlikely that a great state such as Russia would remain economically dependent upon Poland, and for Rosa Luxemburg to base the restoration of Poland upon such a weak assumption was highly questionable. In Russia, Hacker wrote, there was an ever more significant development of large industries. If these industries enjoyed an upward swing, the Russian government would cut away its dependence upon Congress Poland's economic development, and protect the growth and development of its own industries. It could do this easily by closing the inner Russian markets to Congress Poland through protective tariff legislation and railroad haulage regulations. In this way Congress Poland would be ruined economically. Hacker said that as far as the other two parts of Poland were concerned, he did not see anything in the way of significant industrial developments within them. They had been annexed by countries much more advanced industrially than Russia. Austria and Germany were not dependent upon their parts of Poland and were not likely to permit such a one-sided industrial development as that which existed between Congress Poland and Russia. 67 Koski criticized her in the same vein. He too pointed out that Russia was no longer the backward country that she thought it to be. On the contrary, Koski said, Russia contained revolutionary elements of considerable importance, and was at that time a far more important revolutionary center than Congress Poland. 68 Józef Pilsudski disliked and mistrusted Poland's dependence upon others, and he toiled among the industrial workers in central Poland to get them to fight their own battles for freedom. To him socialism was a means for rousing the workers of Poland in the cause of national emancipation, not international cooperation. It was not until R8G8 that Rosa Luxemburg's formal arguments in respect to Polish-Russian relations were advanced in her doctoral dissertation, which she defended at the University of Zurich. She concluded as a result of her study, that the future of Poland was secure in respect to its economic development within the Russian Empire. She presented statistics showing Poland's steady growth in order to buttress her arguments. 69 Rosa Luxemburg saw the connection between Poland and Russia as more beneficial to Poland than to Russia. While the Polish bourgeoisie was strengthened economically through their close economic interactions with their Russian counterpart, the industrialization of Poland would move steadily ahead, accompanied by a growing Polish proletariat. It was only in this manner that the formation of a proletariat capable of the revolutionary seizure and development of a socialist Poland could take place. To separate Poland from Russia, its natural market, would bring this process to a halt, having no other major significance from a socialist point of view than to abort development of the proletariat. Just as the continued economic activity between Russian and Polish business interests tended to blur national lines at that social, economic, and political level, so too would come about a similar community of interest between the developing Polish and Russian proletariats. 70 The model which emerged from her doctoral dissertation, that included a penetrating investigation of the economic ties between Congress Poland and Russia, became a firm guideline in her political orientation from which she never strayed. Correctly or not, in the same manner that Otto Bauer advanced a general theory of history based upon material gathered solely in the Habsburg monarchy, Rosa Luxemburg advanced strong arguments against self-determination for small national groups based upon the conclusions of her study of Polish-Russian business patterns. For instance, she clearly associated Finland with this model, and later opposed the separation of Norway and Sweden for similar reasons. 71 Certain other groups inside of the Russian Empire accepted Rosa Luxemburg's model without identifying it with her. For instance, the League of Armenian Social Democrats in 1903 declared in a manifesto that as one of the many branches of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, it was in complete accord with the interests of the Russian proletariat in general and of the Armenian proletariat in particular. Because of the extremely low cultural level of the Armenian workers in the general area of the Caucasus, an overarching discipline was necessary that could unite the workers' scattered forces, give their demands articulate form and develop class consciousness among them. That force was socialism. 72 Rosa Luxemburg also discussed various attitudes which surfaced in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung in 1848-1849, in her own article in Vorwärts in 1902-73, in which she reviewed Franz Mehring's publication of Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Karl Marx Friedrich Engels und Ferdinand Lassalle. She attempted to describe for her readers what the Neue Rheinische Zeitung had been like. She argued that in 1848-1849 the editors of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung took the only position that anyone who was honestly interested in revolution and democracy could have taken. She was critical of Marx and Engels, however, for what she called their radical standpoint, which surfaced only in respect to the foreign orientation of the paper. The solutions that were proposed were, aggressive war against Russia, the restoration of an independent Poland as a buffer state between Russia and Germany, war with Denmark about the Schleswig-Holstein question, of opportunism in relation to the Hungarian Revolution, of merciless hatred against the Czechs and other Slavic national groups of Austria. All of these, she argued, could not actually be called the political interest of socialistic workers. In this respect, she commented, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung handled its foreign problems much more with middle-class methods of international politics. Rosa Luxemburg also quoted a long passage taken from Mehring's Aus dem literarischen Nachlass von Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels und Ferdinand Lassalle, Volume 3, which largely restated her own arguments concerning the restoration of Poland as a class state as undesirable even to the ruling Polish classes in the three separate zones. They had become too well assimilated to the ruling classes of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. 74 In her discussion of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Rosa Luxemburg said nothing concerning the concept of non-historic nations. However, as her writings show, she probably agreed with the concept, but not to the extent that she was ready to publicly embrace it in a forthright manner. She did indeed come in time to associate Poles, Czechs, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, and Yugoslavs with the description, non-historic nations which never formed state systems of their own. 75. 3. Rosa Luxemburg's attitude towards the small national groups in Russia. Rosa Luxemburg disliked the small national groups within Russia. She wrote of them with almost the same disdain as did Engels when the latter referred to the small national groups in the Habsburg monarchy. Rosa Luxemburg's dislike clearly surfaced in an article which she wrote for Die Neue Zeit, 1905, Das Problem der 100v6 Eicher 76. She argued that in Russian circles and also among reactionary groups in other countries, the ancient theme of the unreadiness of common people for responsible middle-class freedoms was brought forward as a concomitant of the emancipation of the international working class from the yoke of capitalism. As far as she was concerned, she commented, the quality of middle-class maturity in Russia was questionable, especially since the leading cadres of the middle class willingly sat by and watched the freedom of Russia be destroyed because of the squabbling of the national groups. The many Kyrgyz, Bashkirs, Lap, and others, the remainders and ruins of former nations had no more to say in the social and political life of Russia than the Basques in France and the Wends in Germany. The unlucky nations and small national groups in Russia stood in the way of Russian freedom. In reality, asked Rosa Luxemburg rhetorically, how could more than 20 different nations collectively elect a Reichstag, come to an understanding among themselves concerning a coherent political policy, conclude and execute common laws? An impossibility, an unsolvable problem, a chaos. But that same unsolvable problem, that no constitution, no middle-class parliament, no middle-class laws were able to solve, could be solved through the beautiful institution of Tsarism. The 100 nations evidently could not make laws together. The problem was, however, momentarily solved, when the same knout wrote its laws upon all 100 backs. In modern constitutional life, in 2 days the 100 nations would tear each other's hair out, but in the redeeming qualities of the sharp crack of the knout, all dangerous ragamuffins were dissolved into a harmonious whole. 77. Given this attitude, it is not difficult to understand her opposition to the principle of national self-determination. In 1906, Rosa Luxemburg made clear for all what she had in mind for Poland and all of the other national groups in Russia. In a pamphlet that she published during that year, was Wollen wir, Kommentar zum Programm der Sozialdemokratie de Königreichs Polen und Litauen 78. She set out 14 points that were described by her as the main demands of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. In point nr2 she called for the equality of all national groups that lived in Russia, assurance of their cultural development, national schools and freedom in the use of native languages, provincial self-government, that is to say, autonomy for Poland. 79. She was willing to go this far but no further in the direction of national self-determination in Russia. On the question of the rights of non-Polish national groups within Poland, she was silent. She no doubt recognized that to champion the cultivation of separate languages in Poland might eventually lead Lithuanians, Latvians, and Ruthenians to put forward political claims of roughly the same character as her own. Certainly in social democracy, in theory, national groups should have the right to use their own tongue in daily intercourse and to pursue their own cultural activities unmolested. As far as Rosa Luxemburg was concerned, there could be no question of granting political equality to small national groups in Poland. The autonomous Polish nation would equally embrace all who lived within its historic boundaries, and not be broken by the desire of small groups for ethnic exclusiveness. For Rosa Luxemburg's attitude towards socialist activities during World War I. Rosa Luxemburg was embittered by the behavior of the socialist parties during World War I. In view of the change in the orientation of the socialist parties in Central and Eastern Europe from international to national, the peace settlement in particular was horrendous to her. She complained that bourgeoisie groups, because of their class hatred of the proletariat and their fear of an immediate social revolution, did everything possible to secure a peace that would strengthen their own future political positions. The international proletariat chased after the same peace program as did the bourgeoisie, accepted it, and held it up as their own. Hail Wilson and the League of Nations, she commented, hail national self-determination and disarmament. These were now the banners under which the socialists of all lands were united together with the imperialist governments of the Entente, with reactionary parties, with socialist seekers of government offices, with socialists of infamy, with bourgeoisie pacificists, nationalist upstart states, bankrupt German imperialists, the Pope, the Finnish Heimkeer of the revolutionary proletariat, and Ukrainian stipend takers who hung onto the apron strings of the German militarists. She was sneeringly critical of Woodrow Wilson's peace efforts. Especially his attempt with the help of Clemenceau, Lloyd George, and Prince Max von Baden to create a situation in Europe similar to that which had existed on Noah's Ark, on which lambs lay down without fear alongside of tigers. But she protested, it was all a great farce. True, she said in regard to the class struggle, at that moment nationalism had triumphed and the great hopes for the class struggle had given way before the forces of national conflict. The harmony of classes in every nation appeared as a prelude to the completion and harmony among nations which seemingly was to emerge out of the World War. From all sides nations and national groups presented themselves along with their right to form their own nation-states. 80. Modernized bodies climbed out of century-old graves filled by the new throb of a spring, and non-historic nations, which never yet formed independent state systems of their own, pursued a furious drive to form their own nations. Poles, Ukrainians, White Russians, Latvians, Czechs, Yugoslavs, 10 new nations of the Caucasus. Zionists already have set up their Palestine ghetto, for the present in Philadelphia. Upon the nationalist Blocksberg, it is now Walpurgis Night. 81. She quoted from Goethe's Faust in order to express her feelings about this development: Es Traktorbissen, Traktor Stockward Niemals Fliegen, der Hut nicht Flog. 82. With the collapse of the autocracies of Central and Eastern Europe, the theories concerning nations with history and nations without history, and the restoration and independence of Poland which had raged among the left intellectuals of Europe since 1848-1849 when they were raised by Engels in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung came to an end. Comparative comments on the views of Otto Bauer and Rosa Luxemburg in their historical setting. Marx, Engels, and their adherents were overjoyed with the development of nationalism among Germans, Hungarians, Italians and Poles. However, it was never acknowledged by either of them that the Habsburg monarchy might well have disappeared as a historic political entity had their arguments on behalf of the four historic nations been fully realized. Western Austria would have been included in a Greater Germany and the Czechs and Slovenes engulfed within it, Lombardy and Venetia would have gone to Piedmont, Hungary would have achieved independence and full domination over Slovaks, South Slavs of Croatia, Slavonia, Romanians, and Carpatho-Ruthenians. The Poles would have emerged as the dominant group in a Polish national state comprised of Ruthenians, Lithuanians, and others. By 1871, three of the four nations had in substance achieved the goal of independence and unity envisaged by Marx and Engels. Italy was unified in 1862, Germany in 1871, and the Magyars at the expense of the other national groups had secured full equality with the Austro-Germans by the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867. The new national status achieved by Hungarians, Germans, and Italians heralded the triumph of nationalism in Central Europe. In all three cases nationalism had been an overpowering integrating force. The unification of these nations, especially the German nation, exclusive of the Austro-Germans, coincided with the economic tendencies of the second half of the 19th century. There had been an increased concentration in definite national areas of a variety of developments which facilitated the organization of large units of production, example the Bessemer process, 1859, electrical energy suitable for industrial uses, Werner von Siemens dynamo 1867. There were also general improvements in rapid transportation and communication. Prussia alone had 3,500 miles of railroad tracks by 1860. 83 The Dover-Calais cable was laid under the English Channel in 1850.84. Hence, from an economic point of view the effects of nationalism were desirable. After 1871, as a result of an increase in the tempo of industrial developments, especially in the Habsburg monarchy, more and more workers of the various national groups migrated into the principal cities of the monarchy in order to work. The outcome of this development was an intensification of class antagonisms that turned eventually into national hate and separatism. This was a reflection not of a change in the relation between economics and nationalism after 1871, but the full consequence of such a relation. Within their synoptic view of events in Central Europe, Marx and Engels never perceived that nationalism and economics worked in opposing directions in cases of multinational states in which class status was determined by ethnic differences. Otto Bauer brought this relation to the attention of social democracy through his book Die Nationalitäten Vergewende die Sozialdemokratie, that was discussed above. In the Habsburg monarchy the consequence of the evolution of nationalism among the small national groups was disintegration into separate national states. The process had already been successfully demonstrated in the Ottoman Empire during the earlier part of the 19th century. In the third quarter of the 19th century, in Austria, beginning with the Taft administration, and terminating with the 1907 electoral reforms, there was an intense effort by Austrian authorities and Austro-German social democrats, Otto Bauer and Karl Renner among them, to find a way to hold together a congeries of dissatisfied disparate national groups. Marxists observed the post-1871 developments among the small national groups in Central and South Central Europe with ever-increasing bitterness. The advantages of large economic units such as Germany were pointed out by Engels and Rosa Luxemburg, but significant contrasts between the cases of Germany or Italy, both ethnically more homogeneous states on the one hand, Cisleithanian Austria and Transleithanian Hungary, both multinational states, on the other hand were rarely mentioned. Nationalism and not internationalism was the dominant force in Central Europe during this period, both among the large national states and the small Slavic national groups. In the case of the former, nationalism manifested itself in two ways. In respect to this study, first the national states held on to the different small national groups within their populations and designed programs to culturally absorb them. Bismarck, for instance, made a concerted effort to Germanize Poles in that part of Poland annexed by Prussia, the Italians to absorb the Slovenes and Croats that came definitively under their control with the treaty system of Versailles in 1919, the Magyars in respect to the national groups within Hungary. Second, the national states sought by colonial conquest to expand into other areas of the world in order to aggrandize the state and where possible to secure control of valuable natural resources by colonial conquest. Nationalism prevalent among the small national groups had a different focus, that of breaking away from the multinational states and forming independent national states of their own. Essentially it was this problem that engaged the attention of Otto Bauer, Karl Koskai, and Rosa Luxemburg. Of their theories presented in this chapter, one will immediately recognize that those of Otto Bauer were the most realistic, and have stood the test of time quite well. Those of Rosa Luxemburg were the least realistic. Koskai's position held a kind of middle ground. Bauer's views as interpreted here in this historical context answer not only Rosa Luxemburg's but Koskai's arguments as well. In 1902 with considerable accuracy Bauer predicted the struggle that developed in Bohemia between the Germans of the Sudetenland and the Czechs. He also foresaw faint outlines of the tragic result of this conflict. 85 His prognosis was also applicable to the German-Polish imbroglio in Prussian Poland as well as to the conflict between Magyars and non-Magyars in Hungary. Bauer wrote that where separated parts of a nation lived in districts overwhelmingly populated by different people who spoke a different language and belonged to a different culture, conflict was unavoidable. Such conflict would arouse in the minority a consciousness of togetherness, strengthen its national feeling and national sensitiveness. Not everyone would be affected in this way. Members of minority national groups who possessed only a very weak national consciousness would feel drawn to the more powerful majority and would be absorbed by it. This was beneficial for the minorities as a whole, for there would remain among them only those in whom national feelings and national consciousness were strongly developed. Thus, Bauer said, in the process of minority self-preservation there was a choice of national consciousness that could only strengthen and not weaken national groups. Marx, Bauer wrote, had not understood this very important point, and consequently had offered a distorted interpretation of history. In the opinion of Karl Marx, small isolated splinter groups were considered as full-fledged nations, even though they were likely to be absorbed by larger ones. Bauer, on the other hand, stated that small nations survived and would continue to survive in their own language districts. 86 governments were aware that there was a choice involved in the development of national consciousness. And in practice they sponsored rival nationalisms in order to offset that of specific national groups. This was the practice of Russification and Magyarization adopted in the last decades of the Russian Empire, respectively the Kingdom of Hungary after 1867. In both countries loyalty to the state and to the dynasty continued to be expected of all subjects. But an additional claim was made on behalf of official nationalism. The Russian nation and the Hungarian nation, which in each state numbered only about 50% of the population, were made the official nation. In Russia, Ukrainians, Tatars, Bates, Georgians, and others were required not only to obey the Tsar, but to become members of the Russian nation. In Hungary, Slovaks, Serbs, Romanians, and others were expected to become Hungarians. In both countries, those who accepted the official nationalism were accepted as full citizens. A Slovak who made his way up the Hungarian educational ladder, accepted the Hungarian language as his own, called himself a Hungarian and in effect ceased to be a Slovak, had as good a chance to make a career in government for himself as anyone else in Hungary. There was no question of discrimination against him because he had been born a Slovak. The same was broadly true of non-Russians in Russia, with the important exception of the Jews, who suffered discrimination right up to the end of the imperial regime in Russia. Jews were also under a disability in Hungary, but they enjoyed far more civil liberties there than their co-religionists in Russia. It cannot be denied that some members of the small national groups became Russianized or Magyarized. But on the whole, official nationalism in Russia and in Hungary, in respect to the small national groups, was a failure. The growth of education and the formation of new educated classes among the smaller nations of the two states did not cause these to become exponents of Russian or Hungarian nationalism. On the contrary, they became Ukrainian or Tartar or Slovak or Romanian nationalists, and led their own peasants and workers in resistance to Russian and Hungarian regimes. 87 Bauer also wrote that nationalism became more strongly developed among minorities, both ruling minorities and suppressed minorities, where national opposition was coupled with social and class opposition. That was the case of the Germans in Livonia and among the Poles in the Ukraine, who occupied the positions of great landlords above peasant masses of different nationalities. That was also the case of the Jews, Greeks, and Armenians in Western Asia, who lived and functioned as traders and money lenders among peasants and artisans of different nationalities. That was finally the case of the Germans in the Czech parts of Bohemia and Moravia, among the Walloons in the Flemish districts of Belgium, who represented the upper bourgeoisie in districts where workers, the lower middle class and farmers belonged to the Flemish nation. Bauer also said that the strongest nationalism would occur among a nationally conscious minority in situations where the minority did not occupy positions of privilege and the right to exploit, but lived in the lifestyle of a servile and exploited class. In such cases, nationalism developed among the exploited class out of hate for the exploiters. That was the situation among the Czech proletarian minority in the German districts of the Sudetenlands and in the city of Vienna. In these areas, according to Bauer, German manufacturers, German property owners, dwellings, German business people, German government officials exercised authority in varying degrees over Czech workers and inhabitants. Czech hate against their social opponents became Czech hate for all of Germandom. 88 This abrasive social problem between Czechs and Germans bode ill for the monarchy. The question of the separation of the two nations in Bohemia ultimately led to the question of the separation of the entire Czech and Slovak nations from the monarchy. In 1918 the closer self-determination approached reality for the Czechs, the more critical the situation became for the Germans of Bohemia. The Czechs held out for acquisition of the German districts of Bohemia and Moravia, and occupied them with military forces. Before the First World War, the Czechs and Slovaks felt themselves suppressed. After the war things had changed. The Czechs, numbering less than half of the population, treated the state as a national Czech state, and the other nations within it, in practice though not in theory, as second-class citizens. The Germans of Bohemia and Moravia as well as the Slovaks felt suppressed by Czech nationalists, although in relative terms they were much better treated than minorities in the Eastern or Eastern Turkish European states. The old dispute over which national group was to take precedence came to a temporary end only in 1938 with the ignominious capitulation of the Western powers at Munich. Then followed the incorporation of the Sudetenlands into the Third German Reich. In March 1939 the occupation of all Czechoslovakia by German forces and the founding of the Reichsprotectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. These events led to the mass expulsion of Sudeten Germans after 1945. Only the national question between the Germans and Czechs that grew out of class differences and class hate during the time of the Habsburg monarchy came to a definitive end in 1945. The old national problems of the monarchy live on unabated in the relations between Czechs and Slovaks. The national question between Germans and Czechs that contributed significantly to the collapse of the Habsburg monarchy was also largely responsible for the lack of a Danube economic regional alliance between Czechoslovakia and the Austrian Republic. Without going into great detail, the situation in Western Poland was of a similar nature. During the time of the Hohenzollern monarchy, relations between Poles and Germans in the Prussian parts of Poland were abrasive. There was a concerted effort by Bismarck and subsequent political leaders to Germanize the Poles. For a brief period Bismarck attempted to repopulate this vast area with German peasants. True, many Poles adjusted to German culture and settled in the industrial districts of the Ruhr. Those that remained, however, in the eastern parts of Prussia, excluding parts of the upper Polish bourgeoisie, were generally convinced Polish nationalists. Poland, like Czechoslovakia, emerged at the end of World War I as a multinational state containing a fair-sized German population among other national groups. The ethnic Poles comprised no more than one-third of the population of the state, but considered restored Poland as a Polish national state and expected all national groups to accept official Polish nationalism. Jews were excluded from this requirement since they were considered aliens by Polish nationalists. In the interwar years, Germans unhappy in the accustomed role of a suppressed minority, worked for and welcomed the seizure of Western Poland by forces of the German Third Reich that ended the division of Upper Silesia, terminated the free status of the city of Danzig, and put an end to the separation of East and West Prussia by the Polish corridor. The denouement was the expulsion of large numbers of Germans from the new Polish national state after I-945. Jews were almost completely exterminated. Only a tiny Jewish minority, probably about 10,000, still survive in Poland, along with other small national groups of Germans, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and some Czechs. But all these minorities are insignificant in number, below 2% of the total population, or less than 400,000. Thus, unlike Czechoslovakia, in the third quarter of the 20th century, Poland has become for all practical purposes a nationally, or ethnically, homogeneous state. 89. The Yugoslav example will also point out the general validity of Otto Bauer's formulations. In Yugoslavia, also a successor state of the Habsburg monarchy, the official doctrine was Yugoslav nationalism. This was supposed to comprise, and to transform into an amalgamated unit the nationalism of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. But in practice it was interpreted as Serbian nationalism written large. Slovenes and Croats were considered to be bad Yugoslavs if they continued to be Slovene and Croat nationalists, but Serbs were never accused of this when they continued to be Serbian nationalists. The Serbs formed considerably less than half of the population of Yugoslavia, yet tried to impose their brand of official nationalism on the other nations in the state. German political and military authorities were able to make good use of this national hate during the interwar period and the Second World War. As in Czechoslovakia, the old national questions have continued in a different form. A similar abrasive condition prevailed between Romanians and the national groups that comprised the Romanian national state. 90. Bauer also viewed the international in a far more realistic way than either Rosa Luxemburg or Koski. Koski, as pointed out in the above chapter, had maintained that the international was not effective during armed conflict, but only in times of peace. Bauer pointed out that even during peacetime the international was not an effective instrument in instances where the vested interest of great states were involved. The Second International certainly had not been able to assist in the solution of the Alsace and Lorraine problem in respect to self-determination for those areas. Bauer also wrote that because of the general ineffectiveness of the international, Poles, Czechs and South Slavs had turned away from it and from the whole concept of class struggle of proletariats of all lands in order to achieve their national goals. They recognized that success in their struggle for unification and liberation could more easily be attained by uniting with their own national bourgeoisie groups. They also placed their hopes in armed struggle through which hopefully complete independence could be achieved. 91. Earlier it was implied that Rosa Luxemburg misjudged the political situation in Eastern Europe, and for that reason her program for the restoration and independence of Poland was unrealistic. Polish nationalists in Congress Poland regarded the ideal Polish nation as one of Sarmatic origin and Roman Catholic in faith. All other peoples, especially Jews, were considered alien. By the turn of the 19th to the 20th century this view was firmly rooted in the ideology of Polish nationalism. Rosa Luxemburg was always considered a Jewess and not a Pole in Poland. She probably understood the political and social ideals of Polish society, but as a member of a pariah group, she turned away from them because they were painful to her. This less than friendly environment can be accorded some significance in her decision to migrate to Germany in 1898 after completing her education in Zurich, Switzerland. Rosa Luxemburg's political theories hardly coincided with the political realities of Eastern Europe during the last decades of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th century. First and foremost was her unwillingness to recognize that nationalism was an overwhelming force in the political struggles of both large nations and small national groups. This was true for Poland as for other nations of Europe. Second, there was no basis for her belief that an Austrian, German, or Russian national state under the control of national proletariats would be any more willing to surrender its part of Poland than were the conservatives. Third, Rosa Luxemburg did not clearly understand the political and social ramifications of industrialization in Russia. In Russia, religious intolerance, economic exploitation, reactionary cultural and social policies were factors unfavorable to the interest of the non-Russian peoples of the empire, including Poles. In the last decades of the 19th century, the Russian government, as already mentioned, began to adopt a conscious policy of Russification in the name of the Russian nation. The driving force behind this development was the Russian bureaucracy, whose numbers and power had grown as a result of two main processes: the industrialization of Russia and the influx into the government service of considerable numbers of children of the nobility for whom there was no longer room as large landowners in the countryside. The recruits from the nobility brought with them a narrowly patriotic and militaristic outlook. Russification aimed at reducing all Russian subjects to a common denominator. Even nations which had shown themselves utterly loyal to the Tsar, such as the Baltic Germans, were now pressed to adopt the Russian language. Russification was also the unifying ideology of all other political and social groups in Russia that were associated with the programs of Peter A. Stolypin, Prime Minister 1906-1902. The Russian autocracy at this time could count upon mass emotional support of Russian nationalists directed against both non-Russians within the empire and Russia's enemies outside of the empire. This was a genuinely popular policy. And Russian chauvinism was no less capable of mobilizing city mobs on behalf of Russian nationalism, than the Russian revolutionary socialists on behalf of socialism. 92 Russification of Congress. Poland was pressed with particular intensity after 1881. Persons of Polish origin and of Roman Catholic faith were prohibited from holding official positions either in Congress Poland or in the bordering regions of Lithuania, White Russia, and the Ukraine. All instruction in Polish in the primary and secondary schools, except that involved in the teaching of Catholicism and of the Polish language itself, was prohibited in 1885, and 7 years later the use of Polish in Catholic religious instruction was likewise forbidden. 93 There was also abroad in Russia at this time a desire for the outright annexation of Congress Poland by Russia. For instance, in 1899 a secret memorial written by Prince Imeradynsky, Governor-General of Poland, for the Russian government in St. Petersburg, urged the Tsar to completely incorporate the Polish lands into the Russian Empire. Such an act would eliminate those elements between Russia and Poland that encouraged separatism among the Poles. This memorial was filched from the archives in St. Petersburg by socialist agents and later published by Pilsudski in London. In 1912 the district of Chelm, which had always been an integral part of Congress Poland, was separated and incorporated administratively into Russia. In the same year the railway connecting Warsaw with the Austrian railway system leading to Vienna was expropriated by the Russian state. 15,000 Poles whose livelihood depended upon this system were removed from their jobs. 94 Clearly in view of the policies of the Russian government, Rosa Luxemburg's theories and her program tried to keep proletariat Poles docile while the Russian government relentlessly went about the task of Russification and absorption of Congress Poland. In the long run Rosa Luxemburg's program would not have led to the restoration and liberation of Poland but the amalgamation of Poles and Russians in Congress Poland as part of the Russian nation. Chapter 3. Attitude of 20th century Marxists. Towards question of the right of national self-determination for small national groups. A. The right of national self-determination. Championed by international social democracy. It is perhaps questionable to bring Lenin and Stalin within the scope of this discussion, since it is extremely difficult to relate either to the main theme of this paper. Rosa Luxemburg, principally through her arguments concerning Polish-Russian, and to a minor extent Finnish-Russian, opposition to the principle of national self-determination provided a bridge linking the I-848/I-849 arguments of Marx and Engels to Lenin, in respect to Poland and also in respect to the question of the right of nations to self-determination. In his exchange with Rosa Luxemburg in I-9-I-3 over the latter question, Lenin briefly discussed the I-848/I-849 disturbances in Austria in his article, The Right of Nations to Self-Determination. In doing so, he took a position on the question of the behavior of the Czechs and other Slavs of the Habsburg monarchy which was quite different than that taken by Marx and Engels. Lenin wrote at that time, on the other hand, the attempt of the Hungarians to create an independent national state collapsed as far back as 1849 under the blows of the Russian army of serfs. A very peculiar situation was thus created, a striving on the part of the Hungarians and then of the Czechs not for separation from Austria, but on the contrary, for the preservation of Austria's integrity precisely in order to preserve national independence, which might have been completely crushed by more rapacious and powerful neighbors. This relatively mild and factual statement by Lenin portrays not the slightest prejudice towards the Austro-Slavs because of their nationally oriented behavior in 1848/1849. G. W. Plekhanov and V. Jaroslav Sasyulitsk, editors of the Russian magazine Sozial Demokrati, to which Engels contributed articles touching upon the so-called Ukrainian question, were probably the intermediaries through which Lenin can be linked to the arguments of Engels concerning the problem of annexation of non-Russian peoples to the Russian Empire and their right to national self-determination. For a better understanding of Lenin's position on the question of national self-determination, and the manner in which his position differed from that of Engels, it is necessary to refer again to Engels at this point. In 1890 Engels wrote his observations on Russian foreign policy in an article Die Auswärtige Politik der Russischen Zarentems, for the Russian magazine Le Démocrate Socialiste, Revue Trimestrielle. 2. He briefly traced the historic relation between White Russia, the Ukraine, and the Kingdom of Lithuania. He discussed the Polonization of the noble classes of the former two groups when these peoples were later incorporated into the Old Kingdom of Poland. The first section of this article appeared in number 1 of Le Démocrate Socialiste, in February of 1890. Sasyulitsk wrote a letter to Engels at the end of March, 1890 asking him to send along Chapter 3 of his article since it was to appear along with Chapter 2 in the second number of Le Démocrate Socialiste. 3. In the ensuing written exchange with Engels there was a protest made by Sasyulitsk or Plekhanov or both. The nature of the protest can be roughly deduced from the text of Engels' answering letter. The editors protested against certain portions of his article which appeared in Chapter I and Chapter 2 which designated the Ukrainian and White Russian national groups as special non-Russian linguistic groups that had been annexed to Russia by force during the second and third partitions of Poland. 4. Engels answered that Sasyulitsk's main contention that his position would have been better taken by Russian readers if it had been advanced by a native Russian in no way changed his mind as to the correctness of his position. He conceded that the acquisition of territory was looked upon in Russia from a point of view that did not embrace the concept of freedom of choice for the national groups that lived in the acquired territory, and this was quite different from the view generally held in Western Europe, at least among the Social Democrats. Engels wrote, "All that I can say is that in my opinion, the people in question have to decide their fate themselves just as the Alsatians themselves must choose between Germany and France." 5. If the Poles, for instance, or any other national group, wanted to see themselves as properly a part of the Russian state and as members of the Russian nation, they could in no way be criticized if this was their choice. 6. The arguments that Engels had put forward in his review of Tsarist foreign policy were largely a recapitulation of 3 essays written by him and printed in March and May of 1866 in the Commonwealth, the weekly newspaper of the General Council of the International, which appeared in London between February 1866 and July 1867. The articles in question were entitled, "Was hat die Arbeiterklasse mit Polen zu tun? What has the working class to do with Poland?" 7. With only certain differences in respect to a more precise use of the term self-determination by Engels, the essay of 1890 was very similar to those of 1866. In 1866 Engels associated the right of national self-determination only with the historic nations, which were according to his model, Italy, Poland, Hungary, and Germany. Within the concept of self-determination, he called for the unification of these nations and their emergence as full sovereign nation-states. In 1890 he mentioned the right of Alsatians to choose, indicating that he conceived of national self-determination as functional on 2 levels. The right of historic nations to self-determination in the above-mentioned sense, and the right of small national groups not to independence as sovereign nation-states, but to choose to become a part of one historic nation or another, in the case of Alsace, between France and Germany, in the case of White Russia and the Ukraine, between a reconstituted Poland and Russia. 8. In respect to the protest made by Sasulitsk, the article by Engels Die Auswärtige Politik des Russischen Censorentums was certainly milder than his 1866 arguments, which described in uncomplimentary terms the annexations of White Russia and the Ukraine in great detail. Sasulitsk was in reality protesting both the 1866 and 1890 articles. After this brief exchange of letters, Engels did not again take up the question of the right of nations in Russia to national self-determination. Had he done so, in view of the attitude of Sasulitsk and Plekhanov, it was highly unlikely that his comments would have been published in Le Démocrate Socialiste. The above-mentioned exchange is perhaps the only direct and solid link that can be established between Engels and the problem of the right of nations in Russia to self-determination. Quite possibly the topic could have come up again, but shortly thereafter, beginning with the resolution of the London International Socialist Congress, the right of nations to self-determination became a fixed constant in the programs of European social democracy. 9. The question was again raised in Russia at the party level in 1903 at the London Assembly of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Section 7 of the draft of the party resolution advanced the right of self-determination to all nations in Russia. 10. In 1907, at the Stuttgart International Socialist Congress, at which V1 Lenin was present, once again support of the International for the principle of the right of nations to self-determination was reaffirmed. L1. Lenin's arguments for national self-determination, including the right of national separation. Lenin's arguments on the subject of the right of nations to self-determination were polemical in nature, and political writers in Western Europe and the United States of America have gone to great lengths to point this out. 12. Such arguments notwithstanding, Lenin was always faithful to the explanation he gave in 1903 of the principles upon which the 1903 Russian Social Democratic Labour Party's London resolution was based, in respect to the question of the right of nations to self-determination. The basis of national self-determination, he argued, was to be the nation under the leadership of a cadre drawn from a class-conscious proletariat. He also argued in 1903 that the demand for national self-determination would have to be subordinated to the interest of the class struggle. He stated further, that the unreserved recognition by the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party of the struggle for freedom and for self-determination did not in any way commit the party to support every demand for national self-determination. Finally, he wrote that the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party was the party of the proletariat, and its principal task was to further the self-determination of the proletariat in each national group rather than the self-determination of the entire national group itself. Only in isolated and exceptional cases would the party actively support demands conducive to the establishment of new capitalistic class states or to the substitution of a looser federal unity for the complete political unity of the state. 13. The key to understanding Lenin's future position and the future position of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in questions of self-determination was contained in an important reservation which was announced by Lenin in 1903, namely that the Russian social democracy did not in any way intend to tie its own hands in recognizing the right to national self-determination of national groups within Russia. Russian social democracy would take into account all possible and even conceivable combinations. However, the ruling criteria would always be that the long-term interest of Russian social democracy must be served. For instance, in the unlikely event that the creation of a Polish capitalistic class state served that interest, then the recreation of Poland on that basis ought to be supported. 14. Within this frame, the official policy of the RSDLP was declared by a joint conference of the Central Executive Committee and party officials in 1913. The conference announcement that the right of small nations to secede from the empire and to establish sovereign or independent states of their own was an automatic and fundamental right, but whether the newly formed states would receive the support and recognition of Russian social democracy was, of course, an entirely different question. The Social Democratic Party would have to decide the latter question exclusively on its merits in each particular case in conformity with the interests of the proletarian class struggle for socialism. 15. Lenin argued the topic of self-determination repeatedly in writing and orally, but in view of the 1913 Central Executive Committee resolution, his arguments appear as nothing other than distortions of what was then and what was to remain the hard unyielding substance of the position adopted by the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party in respect to this question. In December of 1913, for instance, he commented upon Rosa Luxemburg's position concerning Poland. He argued that Rosa Luxemburg had seriously erred, for which she was properly ridiculed by both German and Russian social democracy. To deny the Polish nation the right to secede or the right to self-determination would not protect it from domination by a rapacious exploitative bourgeoisie group, as she thought, but deliver the Polish national group to the clutches of both Polish bourgeoisie and reactionary Russian nationalists. The bourgeoisie was always willing to swap national political rights and ideals to the nationalists in exchange for economic privileges, a long-standing practice in Poland. 16. In the pages of V.I. Lenin, Collected Works, or the older edition of the Essentials of Lenin in 2 volumes, one cannot find the terms non-historic nations or Völkerabfall. 17. Nor can one find any criticism of Engels, Bauer, or Kosky for either using or accepting these pejorative terms within historical models. Lenin discussed Otto Bauer's book and his theories on many occasions, especially the Bauer and Renner concept of cultural national autonomy. He also discussed Kosky's theories of nation, nationality, and national self-determination which appeared in Die Neue Zeit. I9. It must be assumed, therefore, that Lenin was familiar with the concept of nations with history and nations without history. The fact that at no point in Lenin's work can these terms be found is probably the result of the historical change in the political, social, and economic position of the small Slavic national groups in southern and eastern Europe. Lenin preferred to describe the small Slavic national groups as having been politically in a dormant stage at an earlier period. From Lenin's political point of view, there were no compelling reasons why he would want to use the terms. These were terms, as pointed out earlier in the study, that were used by mature nations with long histories and established social systems in order to explain and at the same time to shut out social and economic discrimination of peoples who were of different ethnic origin and religious persuasion and who were willing to assimilate to the dominant culture. Lenin's program, on the other hand, was revolutionary and comprehensive, embracing all the national groups of the Russian Empire. It must be kept in mind that Lenin was interested in the development of a class-conscious proletariat which would embrace Russians as well as all national groups in Russia, since all national groups in Russia were suppressed by the Tsarist government in varying degrees. For Lenin to have introduced a term that could have been applied pejoratively by 4 nations that were, within the criteria established in this study, historic nations within the Russian Empire, the Russians in the Ukraine, the Polish in Congress Poland, the Swedes in Finland and the Germans in the Baltic region, would have merely divided those whom he sought to unite in a common program against Tsarism. In I-9-I-3 Lenin criticized those national religious groups within the social democratic groups of Russia and the Habsburg monarchy that wanted to follow separate programs designed to meet the needs of their own particular groups at the expense of the unity of international socialism. In Russia he signaled out the Polish Jewish Bund in particular as deeply harmful to the working class movement because of these separatist tendencies. On the international level Lenin accused the Czechs of destroying the unity that had previously existed within the Austrian delegation between Czech and German worker members. When in 1910 the Czechs separated at the International Socialist Congress meeting in Copenhagen, Denmark. 2. The Socialist International Congress was also critical of separatist or revisionist activity or for that matter of any activity that injured the interest of the development of international social democracy. 21 Lenin, in effect, accused the Czechs of essentially the same alleged political crime that Marx and Engels had accused them of in 1848-1849, i.e., of breaking faith with the international revolutionary movement. However, Lenin did not openly label the whole Czech nation as non-historic and counter-revolutionary as Marx and Engels had done. Only that particular group of Czechs out of a much larger Czech proletariat was ridiculed as an associate faction of the Jewish Bundists and liquidators which was interested in liquidating the true revolutionary party, the underground Social Democratic Labour Party of Russia. In substance, this criticism of course was the old counter-revolutionary criticism of Marx and Engels cast within a different mold, and severely limited in its applicability. 22 Even though Lenin did not use the terms non-historic nations and historic nations, the question naturally arises, did he subscribe to that concept? And if he did, what evidence is there available to substantiate this? One cannot answer that question with certainty, but only point out the descriptive terms that Lenin did use in his writings when referring to the small national groups of Southern and Eastern Europe as well as those within Russia. In 1913, in writing of the small national groups in Southern and Eastern Europe between 1840 and 1870, Lenin used the descriptive term dormant. He wrote, "So long as the masses of people in Russia, and in most of the Slavic countries, were still dormant, so long as there were no independent, mass democratic movements in these countries, the aristocratic liberation movement in Poland assumed immense, paramount importance from the point of view, not only of Russia, not only of Slavic, but of European democracy as a whole." But while this standpoint of Marx was correct for the 60s and for the third quarter of the 19th century, it had ceased to be correct in the 20th century. Independent democratic and even independent proletarian movements have arisen in most Slavic countries, even in one of the most backward Slavic countries, Russia. 23. Lenin used a different term to describe the non-Russian national and splinter groups in Russia itself. There were, according to him, alien races. The great Russians occupy a vast uninterrupted stretch of territory, and number about 70 million. The specific features of this national state are firstly, that alien races, which, on the whole, form the majority of the entire population, 57%, inhabit the border regions. Lastly, it is precisely in the neighboring Asiatic states that we observe incipient bourgeoisie revolutions and national movements, which partly affect the kindred nationalities within the borders of Russia. 24 In a very revealing note to the party membership in 1922, Lenin cautioned party members against repeating the innumerable acts of coercion and insults which were so common in the relations between Russians and the lesser national groups as not even to be noticed by the Russians themselves. But this gave offense to the minor nations of Russia. The ultimate harm resulting was not so much to the party but also, to the hundreds of millions of Asia who are awaiting their appearance on the historical stage in the near future, following on our appearance. It would be unforgivable opportunism if on the eve of the emergence of the East and at the start of its awakening, we were to undermine our own authority with it by even the slightest offhandedness and injustice toward our own nationals. 25. Lenin subscribed to the idea that there were national and national splinter groups who were outside of history, in the sense that they remained unaware of the rest of the modern world and its social and political philosophies, and the modern world in turn remained just as unaware of their existence. These were the peoples who lived on the Asiatic periphery of Russia. Lenin saw the larger task of the Russian proletariat as that of leading these non-Russian national and national splinter groups onto the stage of world history through the development of native class-conscious proletariats in close relations with the general Russian proletariat. This task could be accomplished by insisting that all workers of any single nation within Russia, irrespective of the national group to which they might belong, unite in one and the same class organization. In that sense, one can argue deductively that Lenin subscribed to the concept of nations without history within the model furnished by Otto Bauer, i.e., that modern capitalism would usher in an awakening of nations without history. Lenin recognized that the large number of non-Russian national groups present in the Russian Empire could present serious obstacles to his program. In order to establish guidelines for his party within which a common approach to the non-Russian national groups could be taken, Lenin urged Stalin, himself a member of a non-Russian national group, to study the national question and present a program to the party. 26 The article which Stalin brought forward has become known in history as Marxism and the National Question. 27 The positive proposals that Stalin brought forward for dealing with the national groups in Russia reflected the problems raised and briefly discussed by Engels in R866 in his article Was hat die Arbeiterklasse mit Polen Zeutun, and in R889/R890 in his article Die Auswärtige Politik der russischen Zensurentums, both works previously cited above, in the sense that Stalin attempted to provide a solution for what appeared to him as natural or historic economic and political units, and also for the small national splinter groups that were contained within them. Engels, it will be recalled, had argued for national self-determination for historic nations and for a limited form of self-determination embracing substantively only the right of choice for the small national groups. Stalin also argued for self-determination as essential to the solution of the national problem in Russia. He favored regional autonomy, based upon clearly defined territories such as, for example, Poland, Lithuania, the Ukraine, the Caucasus. Stalin firmly maintained that by furthering the development of territorial autonomy, these relatively large areas were better able to utilize the natural wealth of the regions. They were thus better able also to maximize social and political interaction among the proletariats of national groups. Accordingly, he rejected the separation of isolated national groups into autonomous compact areas surrounded by Chinese walls, as well as personal autonomy based on the national affiliation of the individual irrespective of his residence. Stalin also pointed out that in order to reduce friction inside of the regions, none of which were nationally homogeneous or unilingual, complete democracy would have to prevail, exhibiting national equality in all forms, especially in the use of national languages and in appropriate services and in the schools. Stalin's arguments were that development of the various national groups within these regions could be national in form but should be socialist in content. 28. Lenin expressed his continuing awareness of the problem presented by the non-Russian national groups in creating a People's Commissariat of Nationalities headed by Joseph Stalin to serve as the clearinghouse and initiator of legislation on national questions in the Soviet Union on the day after the Bolshevik seizure of power. Thus, immediately after the revolution, the non-Russian national groups gained through this commissariat a channel through which to indirectly exert influence in the formulation and execution of governmental policy in respect to their own social and political needs. It has been widely argued that as long as Lenin was alive, his presence exercised a moderating influence upon Stalin's political activities and programs. If that was indeed the case, then the arguments advanced by Stalin after Lenin's death properly reflect his own thinking. It can also be argued that the lecture that Stalin delivered at Sverdlov University in the beginning of April, 1924, in which he spoke briefly on the national problem, was so close to Lenin's death, a scant 4 mmths, that for political reasons Stalin could not deviate from the teachings of his late leader. 29 But in examining the arguments in respect to the non-Russian national groups presented by Stalin at the 16th Party Day celebration held in 1930, no great deviation from the position that had been set out in his essay, Marxism and the National Question, or that part of his 1924 lecture, The National Problem, is discernible either. Accordingly, it is only right and proper to assume that Joseph Stalin did subscribe to his own public arguments in respect to the non-Russian national groups. 30. To Stalin's criticisms. 1. Karl Koskai's theory that socialism would lead to the amalgamation. 1 Nations. In his clarification of the types of national movements that the Russian proletariat would support, Stalin in the Sverdlov lecture, referred back to the activities of the Czechs and the South Slavs in 1848 as a model to keep in mind. He argued that the necessity for the proletariat to support the national liberation movements of the oppressed and dependent peoples did not mean that the Russian proletariat ought to support every national movement, everywhere and always, in every single concrete case. That support was to be given to such national movements as tended to weaken or overthrow imperialism, and not to strengthen and preserve it. Cases did occur where national movements in certain oppressed countries came into conflict with the interest of the development of the proletariat movement. As a historic example of two such cases, he cited the Czechs and the South Slavs in 1848. In the 40s of the last century, Marx supported the national movements of the Poles and Hungarians and was opposed to the national movements of the Czechs and the South Slavs. Why? Because the Czechs and South Slavs were reactionary nations, Russian outpost, in Europe outpost of absolutism, whereas the Poles and the Hungarians were revolutionary nations, fighting against absolutism. Support of the national movement of the Czechs and the South Slavs was at that time equivalent to indirect support for Tsarism, the most dangerous enemy of the revolutionary movement in Europe. 31. In his 1930 Party Day address, Stalin spoke extensively of developments in the socio-political status of the national groups in Russia. In order to argue his thesis, Stalin selected two long-forgotten articles written by Karl Koskai, Die moderne Nationalität, and Der Kampf der Nationalitäten und der Sozialismus, both of which appeared in Die Neue Zeit, in 1887 respectively 1917 and referred to earlier in this study. 32 Of course, Koskai had long since given up these arguments, and as pointed out earlier in this study, he did stand up for the right of national self-determination, and jousted with the German Social Democratic Party over that issue. Nevertheless, Stalin used these old articles as the basis of his Party Day speech in 1930. Stalin argued that Lenin had never said that national differences had to disappear and that national languages must blend into a homogeneous language within the borders of a single state before the victory of socialism on a worldwide scale could be realized. The opposite was the case. The differences between people and lands would exist for a long time even after the realization of the dictatorship of the proletariat on a worldwide scale. Who is right, Koskai or Lenin? If Koskai is right, how can the fact be explained that such relatively backward national groups as the White Russians and Ukrainians, who are related to the Great Russians just as the Czechs are related to the Germans, as a result of the victory of the proletarian revolution in the Soviet Union, were not Russified, but just the opposite? They were awakened to new life and are developing themselves as independent nations. How can it be explained that such nations as the Turkmen, Kyrgyz, Uzbek, Tajik, completely disregarded by the Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijans etc., in spite of their backwardness, in association with the victory of socialism in the Soviet Union, have not only not been Russified, but just the opposite, awakened to new life, and are developing themselves into independent nations? 33. In continuing his discussion, Stalin pointed out that in spite of the accomplishments of the Soviet Union in eliminating internal borders, and in unifying the economy of the USSR in the interest of the Soviet peoples, national differences in culture, customary lifestyles, and languages had not been tampered with. According to Stalin, the party still adhered to the injunctions of the Loth Party Congress, in which an important task of the party was defined as that of helping the different non-Russian national groups to advance in every way, especially in the development of their languages. 34. In theory, of course, the Soviet authorities over the years have never deviated from these early positions here discussed, in their theoretical arguments concerning the right of the non-Russian national groups within the Soviet Union. 3. Franz Zwitter's Evaluation 01. The Concepts 01. Nations with History and Nations Without History. Professor Franz Zwitter is perhaps the only Marxist historian since Otto Bauer to have seriously attempted a clarification of the term non-historic nation. Zwitter in his numerous writings has not involved himself with the terms as they were used by Engels in 1848, but has taken Otto Bauer's attempt at giving a more precise definition to the entire concept of nations with history and nations without history as the basis of his own work. Zwitter acknowledges that the concept did not originate with Bauer, but he assigned the responsibility for its recurrence to Bauer. He wrote, "Since Otto Bauer's book Die Nationalität I. Tenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie, 1, edition 1907, it has become customary to designate the first category of people as historic and the second category as unhistoric or fully non-historic peoples. These expressions were not created by Bauer, they go far back into the first half of the 19th century. 35. The main emphasis of Zwitter's work is characterized by his attempt to clarify and explain the concept itself as well as its former social significance. In this process, Zwitter accepted as a working model Bauer's arguments that the decisive difference between the categories of historic and non-historic nations can be found in their social structure at the beginning of the period characterized by modern national movements, LE, at the beginning of the 19th century. It was the French Revolution that introduced Europe to the modern nation which stimulated other national groups in Europe to emulate it. S6 Zwitter argues that every people has a history, that should be self-evident to all, whether or not a people was ever in the past politically independent. For instance, at the beginning of the 19th century there were people who were designated as non-historic because of their social structure at that time, but who had past histories as independent states. The Slovenes in the early Middle Ages in Carinthia, and the Ukrainian people of Galicia in the ancient princely state of Haley would fall into this category. The Czechs had a great historical tradition, the King of Bohemia having been one of the electors of the Holy Roman Emperor, but at the beginning of the 19th century, according to their social structure, they represented a nation without history. Italy, on the other hand, represents a situation quite different. Large portions of Italy, since the end of the Middle Ages down through the centuries, were under Spanish and Austrian and for a short while French domination. And yet, at the beginning of the 19th century, the Italians were not considered to be non-historic, nor have they ever become a non-historic nation. In the lands on the eastern coast of the Adriatic Sea there remain the essential differences in the social structure among the people of the region who before the Treaty of Campo Formio, I-797, were under the domination of the historic state of Venice. The French took possession of this area in 1809 as part of the Illyrian provinces, and the Austrians repossessed these lands after 1813, along with the posses Zion of Lombardy and Venetia. The latter two provinces were granted Austria as compensation for its loss of the Austrian Netherlands. However, neither the French nor the Austrian administrations altered the Italian character of the ruling class. 37 Poland, also a divided nation, was never considered to be non-historic because of the presence, especially in Congress Poland, of traditional Polish upper social classes and a ruling Polish nobility. A unified nation-state then was not a major criterion for either a historic or non-historic nation. It was the social structure of the nation that was decisive. Zwitter argues that social class membership based upon ethnic differences was certainly the result of military conquest and historical development. The ethnic groups that did not belong to the ruling nations were excluded from the upper social classes and the use of their languages was avoided. According to Zwitter, during the Middle Ages, vertical mobility was not entirely denied to the national groups without higher social classes. At the beginning of the I-9th century, however, social classes based upon ethnic differences were more rigidly defined. The educated among the ruling nations considered the languages of the non-historic national groups as peasant languages or at best less developed languages, and they refused to learn these languages even when they lived in the midst of such national groups lest they be identified with classes considered by them to be socially inferior. 3. The claim of the right of the nations without history. Zwitter also refers to them as peoples without higher social classes. To develop into modern nations in every respect certainly could only be initiated within the frame of modern middle-class society, i.e., through capitalism. Zwitter argues further, that it would certainly be erroneous to conceive of the development of the nations without history into modern nations as an automatic consequence of the development of modern middle-class society. On the contrary, the facts as he understands them, clearly show that no such development took place among the minority national groups of France and Great Britain, the two leading nations in the development of capitalism and middle-class institutions in the I8th and I9th centuries. Zwitter here is, no doubt, referring to Scotland and Ireland, both of which did not develop into separate nationally conscious modern nations at the beginning of the I9th century as a result of capitalistic industrial developments, but were at that time more closely defined as functional members of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland through representation in both the upper and lower houses of the British Parliament. In France, in September of 1792, the French Republic was affirmed to be one and indivisible. In June of I794 the Convention attacked the four languages used in the Republic that were not French: German among the Alsatians, Breton in Brittany, Basque along the Pyrenees frontier and Italian among the Corsicans. The existence of these languages, it was pointed out, produced a linguistic division in the French nation, for the peoples who spoke them could not understand public events. On July 20, 1794 the Convention decreed that all official and legal documents must be written in standard French, hoping, thereby, to hasten the demise of the languages of the national minority groups in France. The models furnished by the British and French experience, Zwitter argues, were the basis of the polemics against the national movements of the non-historic national groups. According to Zwitter, there were no historical precedents for fulfillment of the national separatist demands put forward by the non-historic national groups at the beginning of the I9th century. The opponents of these national groups were predominantly from the ranks of the historic nations, and they argued from their tradition as the politically dominant nations in Europe long before the middle-class revolutions of 1848. Zwitter, by linking France and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland together in respect to their respective national minority groups, can be criticized for introducing confusion into his discussion. At the beginning of the I9th century, Scotland and Ireland were historic nations exhibiting upper social classes and ruling noble classes of their own. In 1707 Scotland was accorded representation in both houses of the British Parliament, and in 180 Ireland was given substantially these same privileges which elevated both of these nations to the status of historic nations within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. On the other hand, the relation between the French nation and the Basques and Bretons was quite different. As pointed out earlier, at the beginning of the I9th century, these were non-historic national groups without written languages of their own or ruling classes of their own. The Alsatians and Corsicans were non-historic insofar as they were ruled by a foreign nobility and exhibited no upper social class of their own. Zwitter's arguments take on greater clarity if that portion dealing with the British Isles is eliminated, since Britain is not a continental country and the conditions are, therefore, different. Britain's Irish dependency pertained to non-contiguous territory. Its two principal national minority groups, Scots and Irish, were both historic nations at the beginning of the I9th century. Zwitter also argued that the non-historic nations were not perceived as nations at all by the people of the historic nations but were associated collectively with those nations that have already, in this study, been identified as V6 nations such as the Basques and Bretons of France, the Wends of Prussia, and others. Zwitter cited the work of Louis Leger in order to bring this point into sharp focus. The movement of the non-historic peoples of the Habsburg monarchy was something quite new in history. The French publisher, Louis Leger, who later was a friend of the Czechs and South Slavs, wrote in his book about Bohemia in 1867, that the French in general, in the area between the Italians and Germans on one side and the Russians on the other side, only knew the Poles and Magyars, and that he himself earlier had imagined the situation of the Czechs as similar to that of the Basques and Bretons. 3D Franz Zwitter's main conclusions are that the decisive factor in the use of these unfortunate terms was the social structure. At the beginning of the I9th century, a nation was historic if all social classes were present in its social structure, that is, if such a nation possessed its own ruling and middle classes, whether or not the nation represented a unified nation-state. Zwitter noted further that the expression historic and non-historic nation, since the middle of the I9th century, has come into the literature sporadically. One, however, gets the impression that the problem in the middle of the late I9th century was of more practical than theoretical interest. In the polemics of the national groups of the Habsburg monarchy, the representatives of the non-historic peoples wanted to prove that they were members of established nations just as the others. The representatives of the nations with history were just as interested in denying them this status. For instance, the Magyar literature and the Hungarian laws of the I9th century distinguished between the homogeneous Hungarian political nation and the national groups who were unified only in language. This type of distinction carried with it certain political overtones to the distinct disadvantage mainly of the 6 non-Magyar national groups within Hungary, namely, Germans, Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, Ruthenians and Romanians. For Zwitter concedes, however, that a people overwhelmingly rural, without its own middle class, without its own intellectual and working classes cannot develop into a modern nation, i.e., cannot enter the ranks of the historic nations. Notwithstanding the earlier criticisms here made of certain of Zwitter's formulations, up to the composition of this study, he has been the only historian, either Marxist or non-Marxist, to have used the concept of nations without history as an analytic tool in the examination of the nations of South Central and East Central Europe at the beginning of the I9th century. He has been able to accomplish this by separating the concept itself from the gloomy prognosis which invariably accompanied it. It is very difficult to estimate or to evaluate the impact of Franz Zwitter's discussions of the concept of nations with history and nations without history, within the academic community, both socialist and non-socialist. Zwitter, it will be recalled, is Universitatsprofessor at the University of Ljubljana, Republic of Slovenia, Yugoslavia. His writings on this topic have been in several languages, but they have not been extensive. He has written on this topic in the Slovene language, Etnikni in Druzben Osnov Koroskega v Persania Slovenska Matica I970, Ethnischundgesellschaftliche Grundlagender Karntnerfrage, which is hardly available to a broad cross-section of the academic community. In the French language, Les Problems nationaux dans la monarchie de Habsburg, Beograd, I960, in the German language, Die Nationalen Fragen in der Österreichisch-Ungarischen Monarchie, I900 I9I4, pp. 237, Die Nationalfrage in der Österreichisch-Ungarischen Monarchie I900 I9I8, Budapest, I966, and in the English language, the Slovenische Habsburg Monarchy, pages 159 to 188, p2, volume 13, Austrian History Yearbook, Rice University, Austin, Texas. In the latter work Zwitter discussed the awakening movement among the Slovenes extensively. In these articles, unfortunately Zwitter did not discuss the origin of the concept of nations with history and nations without history or its evolution at the hands of the I9th century Austro-Marxists. For that reason his presentations have appeared to be lacking in clarity. To the current generation of socialists, non-specialist and specialist alike, Zwitter's arguments have been a bit bewildering. The difficulty, of course, does lay primarily in Zwitter's incomplete presentation of the concept, but also to an extent with the current generation of socialist writers who today are hardly familiar with the writings of Hegel or with the contents of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. This latter condition represents a significant change among those socialist groups that claim Marx and Engels as their spiritual source. Socialist writers and political groups in the middle of the 19th century and at the beginning of the 20th century, as demonstrated in this study, understood the concept of nations with history and nations without history as it was formulated by Engels in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. This change, no doubt, was due to the major political upheavals that were precipitated in Eastern and Southern Europe by the development and denouement of World War I. At the end of World War I, as also pointed out in the study, the national questions in Eastern Europe and Western Asia were resolved, so that there were no longer living examples of large suppressed national groups within multinational states in these vast regions. This was a question with which the prominent socialist writers of the 19th century had been occupied with from 1848–1849 on into the 19th century. However, imperialism, with which the 1896 and 1907 international congresses had to deal with, was still thriving. Socialists in the post-World War I period took up the plight of peoples who were yet suppressed within the huge overseas empires of the principal colonial powers. For theoretical support they leaned heavily upon the arguments advanced by Lenin in October of 1915 in The Revolutionary Proletariat and the Right of Nations to Self-Determination, 41, in which Lenin cast the national problem as not one between historic nations and non-historic nations, but between suppressor, exploiting, nations and suppressed, exploited, nations, during the so-called epoch of imperialism. To socialists who considered the national question from Lenin's point of view, the old separation of nations into a historic and non-historic dichotomy that was advanced by Marx and Engels in 1848–1849 was historically and theoretically unsound in the post-World War I period, because such a division did not appear to correspond to actual historical categories. As the theories of Lenin were accepted by more and more socialist groups, the arguments of Marx and Engels in respect to historic and non-historic nations passed into oblivion. Schwitter's oversight in not discussing the origin of the concept of nations without history was no doubt brought on by his assumption that the socialist writers of today are as familiar with the rhetoric of the socialist of the 19th century as he is. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Consequently, Schwitter's writings have only partially bridged the gap between his generation and the writings of the socialist of the 19th century in respect to the concept of nations with history and nations without history. This writer has attempted to fill that gap. Chapter 4. Conclusion. Bauer, Koskai, and Rosa Luxemburg apparently agreed that industrialization eroded traditional agrarian societies in the Habsburg monarchy, and that industrialization proceeded unevenly and affected different areas at different times and at a different rate and with a different impact. This meant that no sequence in any one society was likely to resemble that of another, even though certain elements were shared by all. For instance, among the so-called non-historic nations of the Habsburg monarchy, Slovenes, Slovaks, and according to some interpretations the Czechs, industrial development and social change were strikingly different. The common element shared by all, however, was the domination by German entrepreneurial classes of the monarchy. Bauer and Koskai differed in their appraisals of the political and social effects of industrialization and modernization of the lands of the non-historic nations. Koskai, as pointed out earlier, argued that national groups without sovereign nation-states of their own, such as the Czechs and Slovenes, would be absorbed by their more aggressive and virile neighbors, here in both cases, the Germans. Bauer disagreed with that position. He understood that erosion of traditional societies that possessed their own systems of rights and obligations had the effect of increasing the importance of language and culture, thereby stimulating an awakening of national self-consciousness. Bauer did not deny that some members of the small national groups would be absorbed into the more dynamic cultures of the historic nations. Those that remained, however, would be highly conscious of their own national culture. Bauer's appraisals of the general effects of industrialization were far sounder than those offered either by Koskai or Rosa Luxemburg. Both of the latter argued that a strong desire for a fraternal international socialist community was the natural outcome of industrialization in nations where significant class consciousness developed among the proletariat. Bauer recognized that the general unevenness of industrialization and opportunities for employment brought about a new, sharper system of social stratification that was not rooted in custom, i.e., was fluid and unprotected by legal sanctions. This new social stratification was seen by those who suffered political, economic, and social disadvantages within the system as further confounding their efforts to attain a more abundant life. To them, discrimination was remediable only by revolution or national secession. What took place was the opposite of what Koski and Rosa Luxemburg had predicted. As urbanization preceded the recent arrivals to the city proletariat, who were less skilled and less experienced as industrial workers, were generally excluded from the benefits of prosperity by their more privileged and advanced fellow workers. The net result was fierce urban class competition which reduced the supposed unity of the working class to mockery. In the midst of this rivalry, national culture and language became particularly important. Members of a privileged artisan class who wanted to exclude others from enjoying a similar status and similar class advantages were generally also interested in increasing their own status at the expense of new arrivals to the workforce. This could be done more easily if the new arrivals were readily distinguishable. If they came from another territory, or if they spoke a different language or had different religious practices, they could be readily identified, classified apart and downward without too much difficulty. Russian workers, for example, could exclude their Ukrainian, Georgian, Finnish or Polish co-workers, Magyars their Slovak co-workers, Germans their Slovene co-workers. It is hardly to be wondered at then if the excluded sought to make a virtue of necessity and listened to the appeal of their own intelligentsias for the formation of new nation-states that would offer them a more abundant livelihood and protection. Otto Bauer correctly understood that national secession movements were an end product of a process whereby the class struggle in the cities was superimposed upon peoples who suffered because they were culturally different in respect to linguistic, religion and ethnic origin and because they came from different territories as well. The excluded and rejected readily listened to the nationalist appeal of their co-cultural intelligentsias who were also by and large excluded from access to better employment opportunities. Both excluded groups, the industrial workers and intelligentsias, were exposed to the dislocating consequences of modernization and industrialization. In Central Europe, Czech nationalism advanced rapidly as a result of industrialization. The same, though in a less conspicuous manner, was true for Polish nationalism among the Polish working classes. It surfaced with the development of Pilsudski's Polish Socialist Party during the last decade of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century in Congress Poland. Here too, Bauer's theory was borne out, notwithstanding Rosa Luxemburg's contrary views. In Congress Poland nationalism had been traditionally associated with the lower nobility and romantic intellectuals such as Adam Mickiewicz, 1799–1855, Zygmunt Krasinski, 1812–1859, Joseph Hajnrynski, 1778–1853. In the view of the lower Polish nobility, a restored Poland would be no more democratic than the old Polish kingdom in respect to Polish peasants. The generous agrarian reform program developed by Nicholas Miliutin at the behest of Alexander II, and promulgated in a series of imperial decrees on March 2, 1864, somewhat reduced the Polish lower nobility's ardor for political independence. Polish industry became increasingly tied to the Russian economy in the so-called period of organic work, a term borrowed from Saint Simon by Polish émigrés in Paris and later popularized by Rosa Luxemburg in Poland. Only the petty bourgeoisie and intelligentsia clung to nationalism, aided by the peasants of the Prussian sector, who resented Bismarck's clumsy attempt to attack their religion. The nobility and middle class of the Austrian-Polish sector still supported by and large the government. The Russian sector of Poland was the most industrialized part of the whole Russian Empire. The gradual growth of Pilsudski's Polish Socialist Party is eloquent testimony to the incipient appeal of nationalism among Polish industrial workers at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century. Although Bauer's discussions advanced in Die Nationalitäten und die Sozialdemokratie, and in numerous articles in periodicals presented a clear explanation of the nature of the national strife in the Habsburg monarchy, they did not have much of an impact within the monarchy itself or within international social democracy. Bauer had hoped that his theories would provide a basis for programs that could preserve the monarchy and yet make possible maximum freedom for autonomous Slavic national groups within it. International social democracy, on the other hand, was committed to the principle of self-determination for all subject peoples. The national state, not the multinational state, was the primary objective of international social democracy. Bauer's theories were not well known abroad when World War I began, and under wartime conditions, social schemes designed to alter the Habsburg monarchy had to be curtailed. When the war came to an end, so too did the empire, rendering further discussion of his theories of the national problem and consideration of his prognosis meaningless. All possibility for the renaissance in Central and East Central Europe of multinational states with sizable national groups that were ethnically kin to other great nations in this region was finally buried at the end of World War II. At the end of World War II, wherever in Central or in East Central Europe there still existed national minorities of this type in large numbers, force was used to remove them. Germans were expelled from the Sudetenlands. The Ukrainian districts formerly a part of Poland were annexed by the Soviet Union. Germans were subsequently expelled from the new Polish national state. In Eastern Europe, the iron hand of the Soviet Union had prevented the old friction among national groups from again resurfacing. Only in South Tyrol, where the national problem surfaced anew, are there traces of the old nationality discussions that prevailed during the time of the monarchy. Today the Habsburg multinational empire is hardly anything other than an object of historical study. The homogeneous German national state that Marx and Engels had hoped for in Central Europe is not feasible today. The German nation is now split into three parts: Austria, Federal Republic of Germany, German Democratic Republic. Austria, which no longer considers herself part of the German nation, is neutral, while East and West Germany adhere to the Russian and American-led bloc of states respectively. The neutralization of independent Austria has been proven to be a historically defensible solution to the traditional imbroglio in and among the nations in Central and East Central Europe. It remains to be seen what path Austria will take in the future. It is possible, however, that Otto Bauer's predictions of the year I-905 will hold true, not only for Austria but for all of Europe. At that time Bauer stated, the old worn-out treaty systems would not be enough to meet the needs for security of the future communities. National rights would have to be established as juridical rights. This would only come about when national communities established an international office or organization and entrusted to its leadership control over industrial production. That is to say, the creation of a state of states to which the national communities belonged. The United States of Europe, he said, was no longer a vision, but an unavoidable goal which the nations of Europe had approached for a long time. What Bauer, at that time, foresaw as the outcome of socialism, had developed as a trend among nations of Western and Central Europe. Incipient institutions of this kind correspond to the vision of an international order, which Bauer foresaw as the unavoidable consequences of capitalistic development. True, the international organizations are not socialist as Bauer had hoped, yet they are on hand, and today's world cannot be conceived of without their future development. In Eastern Europe, Bauer's arguments are no longer applicable. In this region, one no longer encounters distinct classes determined by wealth, education, and social privileges as in the pre-World War II period. After World War II, the single Communist Party state became the political norm in East Europe. In theory, there are no class differences. In practice, however, since the party maintains monopolistic control over the economic activity of these states, it represents in fact the new ruling class. However, party membership is open to all, and in this respect there are no class differences. In Western Europe, where the multi-party system prevails, capitalism is the dominant economic order. Today, in an advisory capacity, labor unions, on a fairly wide scale, are participating in the management of industry in respect to the satiety and well-being of their members. Labor unions are also investing the monthly money dues of their members in the corporations that employ them. In this respect, the workers are assuming joint ownership and management along with the capitalistic class of the means of production. 3. This development is more in tune with the political and economic arguments of Bauer. One must always keep in mind that to Bauer the socialist order was a democratic order. In the opinion of this writer, all three of the theories advanced by Bauer in Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie and discussed in Chapter 2 of this study are still valid today on a worldwide level. The awakening of nations without history has been witnessed in Africa since the I-960s under the tutelage of the so-called trust powers, sponsored by the now defunct Trusteeship Council of the United Nations Organization. These nations, all former German and Italian Colorado, Nice, were freed and brought within the International Organization of States in I-960 and I-96I, Somalia, I-960, Togoland, I-960, Cameroons, I-960, Tanzania, I-96I, along with other states such as Zaire, I-960, Nigeria, I-960, Zambia, I-964. All more or less have experienced the problems that Bauer described as the concomitants of this process. The anxieties of the leaders and upper social classes, their concern and struggle for a viable political, economic and social order, their competitive struggle with the great industrial countries are of the same nature as those that Bauer had described in Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie. The area in which this process is now taking place is not as limited as that of the old Habsburg monarchy, but worldwide. The severe problems of today's developing lands in Africa, Asia, and Latin America are intensified not only by a colonial legacy, but far more by the outgrowth of capitalism and the free market economy. In the historical section of Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie, Bauer also described the process which led to the establishment and growth of the nation. He restricted his writings to Germany and Austria, from the end of the Middle Ages to the beginning of the 20th century. This part of his book is highly important today, for the insights that can be gained in respect to the problems encountered in nation building in Africa, where the process of nation and state formation is taking place now for the first time. The establishment of a state with a nationally self-conscious citizenry by people and of people who are still largely carriers of tribal self-consciousness, has at times been a painful process, and all too often of a chaotic political and psychological nature. The recent civil wars in Zaire, between Katanga province and the central government, and in Nigeria, between the breakaway state of Biafra and the central Nigerian government, are clear examples of this. Even though these conflicts were called civil wars, they were in truth tribal conflicts. The nation and state building processes going on in Africa are of far greater dimension than can be found in Bauer's discussions concerning the rise of nations in Europe. Africa is not only much greater in territorial extent, but the processes of state formation are much more complicated. In part, this is a legacy of the great power decisions taken at the Berlin Conference of I-884, at which time future colonies were arbitrarily marked off on their maps. The question of language, tribe, or even racial differences were not taken into consideration. In spite of the differences which prevailed, often tribes that were mutually hostile to each other were brought together within a single colony, such was the nature of French and British colonial policy. 2. These areas and the peoples within them have been joined together to form modern nation-states. These African nation-states are now each united within a community of fate, which was described by Bauer, and which will probably be shown in time to become far stronger than the present tribal hostilities, that still exist within these nation-states, seem to indicate. Bauer had also described the great political and social difficulties that had resulted from the migration of Czech workers in Bohemia of the 19th century into predominantly German urban industrial districts. Today the urbanization process in Black Africa, which involves the unrestricted migration out of the bush country into a few great cities, such as Lagos in Nigeria, Kinshasa in Zaire, Accra in Ghana, is a similar process. Die Nationalitätenfreiheit und die Sozialdemokratie can, therefore, be useful as a guide in the study of the complex social and economic developments in the urbanization of Africa and Asia. Bauer's investigations concerning the economic roots of national hate and its definition as class hate provide a key for a very limited understanding of economic and social causes and consequences of discrimination, primarily against black people in the United States of America. If one reads Bauer's painstaking description of competition between German and Czech workers in Bohemia, and of the anxiety of German workers in Bohemia at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century, which was aroused more by the fear of being hurt by the migration of Czech workers, than by any meaningful fear of preferential treatment of Czechs, one will get a glimpse of the nature of the struggle for work in the United States of America between black and white peoples. Of course, in the United States racial differences are superimposed upon this problem, whereas, in the old Habsburg monarchy such differences did not exist to the same degree. In Africa, in the Union of South Africa and Southwest Africa, the racial relations are somewhat different. Here black people represent an overwhelming majority, but the problem turns on the maintenance of monopoly control of labor services by those who enjoy a higher standard of living. Bauer's arguments, in the view of this writer, can point the way and perhaps provide a sanguine prognosis of what can be achieved in multiracial societies where economic opportunities are not based upon racial differences. R.A. Ken, the United States of America's most distinguished historian of the Habsburg monarchy, has appraised Bauer's work with some qualifications as basically sound. He writes, Bauer attributed the cause of the national awakening of the nations without history from the end of the 18th century to the development of capitalism. This latter line of thought has often been contested. Still, Bauer's main thesis of the nations or nationalities without history and the recognition of national nobility and bourgeoisie as a preliminary condition of national culture has been widely confirmed by historic experience. Conversely, the existence of social groups with no independent politico-national history of their own in the early formative stages of their development has been widely accepted. 4. What can be said of the theories of Koski that were discussed in this study? How applicable are they today internationally? Koski, it will be recalled, did not devote a significant portion of his writing to the concept of nations without history. He was interested in the development and growth of a future international socialist community. Koski understood the international socialist community of the future to be one in which European culture and world languages would prevail. Fundamental to his conception of this community was the absorption and disappearance of small national groups by larger and more aggressive neighboring nations. In the uniracial culture area that Koski was familiar with, such an argument could probably be sustained. However, he did not take into consideration racial animosities in multiracial societies governed by both non-European and European ruling classes. Prior to World War II, when Europeans dominated much of the world's population, they were very reluctant to absorb extraneous national groups within their cultural area. This is now a fairly common practice among some East European states and non-European states that emerged fully sovereign after World War II. In India, for instance, there is a reluctance among northern Indians to interact with Indians of Dravidian origin. Tengku Abdul Rahman, head of the central government of Malaysia, expelled Singapore from the Malaysian Federation in 1965. Singapore Chinese were considered by him as an unacceptable national group. In the older democracies, animosities between ethnic or racial groups have not abated. Semi-primitive American Indian tribal groups prefer to remain outside of the main political and economic life of the United States. The Eskimo population of Canada has remained in the Northwest Territories of the country. In southern Africa, the Central African Federation shattered in 1964, because of class hate that developed into national hate. Since the end of World War I, there has been a significant change in the use of languages that Koski designated as world languages: French, English and German. German gradually ceased to function as the lingua franca of South-Central Europe with the passing of the Habsburg monarchy. Here national languages of the successor states to the Habsburg monarchy came more fully into use. After World War II, the use of the two remaining world languages, French and English, came to an end in China with the success of the Chinese Revolutionary armies in establishing the People's Republic of China, in India, Burma, and Malaysia with the withdrawal of the British and French colonial administration, in the Philippines with the demise of the semi-colonial American administration. English and French have been able to hold their own in Africa south of the Sahara, and this only because the African nations collectively do not have long-standing written languages. Through liberal financial assistance to African students attending metropolitan French and English universities, the use of these languages by African elites will no doubt continue. In time, however, one can expect both English and French to be pushed aside by Africans who will prefer their own native African languages. Today Russian, alongside of French and English, has become a world language in the sense of Koskai's use of the term. Spanish, though not any longer associated with a great empire, has maintained this status particularly in the former Spanish colonies. Clearly small exotic or extraneous national groups within multinational, multiracial, societies of the modern world are not disappearing through absorption by their more racially homogeneous and aggressive neighbors, nor is an international socialist community dominated by a single world language one of the perceptible trends of the human community in the third quarter of the 20th century. Rosa Luxemburg's arguments have been adequately commented upon in this study. However, in passing it may be pointed out that a glance at the United Nations organization in which membership has increased from SI nations immediately after World War II to well over 100, will confirm that the small sovereign national state is the rule and not the exception in the second half of the 20th century. Rosa Luxemburg, it will be recalled, championed the multinational state, i.e., a state that contains several small autonomous nations, as the most efficient economic unit within which capitalism could be fully developed. This argument was the source of the bitterness that existed between Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin and later Pilsudski, both of the latter initially favored the establishment of separate independent national states, but for different reasons. Pilsudski saw the creation of the Polish national state as an end in itself. Lenin understood the national state under leadership of the proletariat to be a means of bringing about an international socialist community. Through bitter experience, Lenin came to realize that his conception of self-determination, which included the right of separation, would not lead to the development of a fraternal order of socialist nations grouped within Russia, but to bourgeoisie nationalist states similar to those then prevailing in Western Europe. This unexpected development threatened dismemberment of Russia. Rosa Luxemburg's arguments then came to prevail in Russia in practice if not in name in the Soviet constitution devised by Lenin in 1924, and its revision by Stalin in 1936. Both of these documents provided for the autonomous existence of small national groups within Russia, at the same time that the integrity of the Soviet superstate was protected. What then are the possibilities for the future use of the concept of nations with history and nations without history? The concept, of course, is no longer politically significant, however, it is still very useful under certain conditions. One must recognize that the concept as Engels formulated it within the dialectic of Hegel could not be revived without inviting considerable ridicule. However, the concept is a valid means of describing objective conditions among different national groups within multinational states. It is merely a statement that a peculiar social structure is present or not present within a nation which gives it completeness respectively incompleteness. In applying the concept, three basic criteria must prevail. First, that a nation, non-historic as well as historic, is a language community. Second, that a historic nation has a written language and a social structure that is comprehensive, i.e., all social classes are represented. Third, that a non-historic nation may or may not have a written language, but in its social structure all social classes are not represented, especially a ruling class, or in lieu of a ruling class a leading commercial or industrial class, which would normally exercise powerful influence upon a ruling class.